started streaming. All right. So one of the things, let people know, Friday is definitely my day off. So, yeah, we gotta, and let me think about this. Yeah, right, Kazan, hey, Spurtman. Today is Tiburon's birthday. Is Tiburon even in the chat? No. I will have to message Tiburon. Message Tiburon TG. Happy birthday. Alright, yeah. Friday's going to be off, so we're going to go modify. What else are we going to do here? Yeah, and so something else I want to do. See, there's nothing stopping me from streaming Thursday. Hey, Chibbles. I don't think I've seen you in chat before. Welcome. Let's find out. 2 hours. Wow. Well, I guess you haven't been in chat. So yeah, Thursday, what I was planning on doing is taking the day off of streaming, which is always the case on Thursdays, but I don't have any meetings on Thursday this time around. So what I was thinking of doing is just working on stuff and making things better so that when I do get back to streaming, they're better. But no, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to stream that day. I lurked pretty hard. Okay. Well, like I said, welcome. Yesterday was your first day. How did you find the channel, out of curiosity? Hearthstone stream Thursday? I don't know about that. Yeah. I guess it's something that could happen. Also, hi, Orange Ray. Okay, so this. Make a shell script that said server host address to something like, yeah, play.bot.land. So let's do that too. All right, cool. So file notes from yesterday about Gulp Babel and Babel Core. That is this thing. I don't even really know what to say about this. So I guess let's pull this in. Okay. I guess I'll just say this is on 12/21. I got an error when I tried to do Gulp server watch on the central server. The stack trace was this. There, yeah. Okay, so that's a stack trace. Now, for one, I checked the version of Gulp Babel that was installed, and it was somehow 5.3.0, which is neither the client version, 5.2.1, nor the server version. Now, why is there even a difference? Because there shouldn't be. No, it's not in the server. Oh, the shared version. The shared version is this. Okay, so I should have written shared. And then the client version, 6.1.0. Never figured out how that got installed. However, on Windows, there was no Babel core folder in my but on Debian there was. So what was the solution? Did I just delete it? I think that was the solution. I think the solution was to delete the Babel core folder out of Gulp Babel. The root problem was probably having two different versions installed in the first place. Shared versus client. Anyway, looking for a game development stream, and this one seemed cool. Well, nice. Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised because I haven't been actually developing the game for a while. I've been developing things around the game. But yeah, if you ever want any more information about Botland, you can just go to bot.land. And YouTube is the link of interest there, I think. I'll paste this into chat in just a second. But you'll find all of the recap videos of Botland, where I try to make these as short as possible. They show off everything that's happened in the last 14 weeks. And then you'll also, if you click playlists, you'll find the, oh wait, I'm in my own playlist right now. You'll also find the development VODs. So I'll paste this channel in. Coupling build systems with build tools is so wrong on many levels. Alright, there's a real bug. Yeah, okay, so we addressed that. I think we close some of these things now. Yeah, and then probably all of this. Okay, so that's done. Modify Twitch schedule to show that Friday is off. Yes, let's do that. Oops, I didn't mean to close everything. Okay. Now, I also have good news, but I'm going to wait a little bit to share the good news. So, oh, I think my sound is on. Yeah, it was. Man, I wonder if I should get a better computer. This computer has been totally fine for everything I've done before I was streaming. And now it's like things take longer to load and yeah. Okay, so we're going to say day 60 is Monday now. We're going to say day off on Friday, /25/15. Merry Christmas. Okay, there we go. All right. So that should be updated. Spurman, yeah, actually, you know what I was thinking of doing this Thursday? I was thinking of writing something, I'm not sure in what language, either Python or JavaScript probably. I was thinking of writing something that would watch individual files and work the way I want it to. And by just writing it from the ground up, I can get exactly the control that I need. All right, yeah. So it says day off Friday. So yeah, that is now the way things are going to work. I'll write this up here. Friday is off this week, 12/25. Okay. So there's one other thing I wanted to test here, and that was try making the glob in central servers watch be very specific. I want to see if gulp will not rebuild everything. I don't know. I don't know how to do this. Make file plus watcher. What is watcher? Modern continuous testing. Works on Windows. Looks good so far. Path to script file will monitor files in the current directory tree and react to events on those files in accordance with the script. The script contains a set of simple rules that map observed files to an action. This requires a Ruby environment apparently. Hey, Wheatley. Also look into this. That's Ruby and Ruby is evil. Well, it might be worth installing. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I'll need to look into some sort of file watcher. So try making the glob in central servers watch be very specific. Yeah, I want to test that out. Then another thing I want to do at some point here is write my own gulp watch or use a well-known tool. Here's what I need from my build system. The option to run it without having to run a watch. That way I don't need a million background processes running. Although that's not so bad. What else do I want out of this? So I want to build only the files that have changed. That's actually something I'm not sure if I can do. I think I should be able to. How did I do all this on the central server? Here's how I did this. I just imported main and then ran start. Yeah, okay. I don't want to have to modify the imports or paths in any source files. And I need to run through ES6 and no, this won't work. This is source maps. For server code, I need to run through Browserify for client code. I don't know if ever getting client code to run faster is going to be a thing. Anything in specific you're going to work on today? Did you clean up the API yesterday? So I will talk about my news in just a second. We're still kind of forming the to-do list for these things, and I'm testing out some quicker things here. This is something I'm going to put somewhere else, I guess, in the to-do list and not in the roadmap to do. I don't know if I'm ever going to do this. I just don't like what I have now. All right. So I guess the test framework is actually done. We can close out of that. All right, so the news. Yeah, yesterday I was testing things out. So if you go to, if I go to this, the Azure portal here. All right, this is gonna go through like a million redirects. There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was 8 redirects. That's a million. Anyway, so yesterday I was struggling with this, right? And I couldn't get it to the point where people could actually play Botland. Well, I finally figured out what went wrong. I'm going to have to explain this again because I want to tell everyone about this too. There is this security group that I was modifying. And it's a really simple solution. I came to the conclusion myself, which is what I'm kind of happy with, but it took me too long, which I'm not happy with. What's up with all the reader? I don't know. That's just their login process. So there are inbound security rules written over here. And here's what I was writing. I don't think you guys can actually see this. In fact, I guess no one could see this at all yesterday. Well, anyway, I'll put this over here. So here's what I was writing. What I was writing was in source port range, I would say like, 3000, right? Because you access this server by going to play.bot.land:3000. If that were a router, that would make sense. But this is not a router. This is a totally different VM, and this is just the security group on this. So here's what I just didn't realize yesterday. And I actually inspected my outgoing packets to figure out what's happening here. When I say on this computer, so on Adam's computer, well, I'll just say on my computer, I navigate to play.bot.land:3000, right? And this is a web address. I'll make that very clear. What happens is that something, my OS, my router, I think it's my OS. Yeah, anyway, is that the OS determines an outgoing port to use. This is the source port as far as Azure is concerned. Now, I actually talked to someone who works on this code for Windows. I imagine most operating systems work pretty similarly. So let me read this. Um, okay. Well, finding this is a different thing. Hang on. If it wasn't there, then I know where to find it. Aha. Here we go. So in general, when an application opens a network socket for communication, the source port is chosen from the ephemeral ports range, 51,000 to 55,000. So in general, an ephemeral port is chosen in the 51K to 55K range. So what happens is, this meant Azure was seeing source ports all over the board, really. Probably from 51K to 55K. That's the gotcha everyone steps into when configuring IP tables for the first time and locking themselves out of SSH. Yeah, and actually, so this is one of the things that I wanted to look into that I forgot about until you just mentioned this, which is this. Your unsaved edits will be discarded. Yes, that's good. All right. Yeah, so the way that they configured SSH, and I should have just looked at this, they said source port range of star. And that's, I should have realized, oh, hey, this is not source port 22. So this meant Azure was seeing ports all over the board, probably from 51K to 55K. All were destined for 3000. So that part made sense. And that's why if you look at this rule, they put destination port of 22. There's no range for this. You know for sure the traffic is trying to get to 22. You just don't know where it came from because people's operating systems make this. Hey, Playing Risky. So the way that I determined this was really stupid. The way that I determined this was really stupid. So I first switched to a source port of star, and it worked. So I knew that some port configuration would get this to work. I then tried 1024 to 65535, which is the same as star, just to make sure. That worked too. And by the way, trying all these things were really, it was annoyingly long to test this stuff out. Router negotiates with a server on what port they will communicate, if I remember correctly. So yeah, your OS will choose a port to go out on, and then your router will probably also change it. Actually, that's a part I didn't write here. So despite that your OS chooses a port, your router has a NAT layer that will probably change that port. And you also use something like sleep 30 reboot at the end of a command line. I don't follow Sprintman. Okay, the way that I determined this was really stupid. So yeah, I first switched to a port of star, then I tried all that. So then I binary searched my way up and down. So I did something like 1024 to 7800. This didn't work, I'm pretty sure. Actually, you know what? I have this written down over here. Let me see what I actually tested. I think it was that. Yeah. So I knew it was somewhere between 7800 to 65535 that worked. And so sure enough, testing that, this did work. So what I thought, here's where I just totally flew off the rails here and came up with the wrong conclusion. What I took from this was that there was one other specific port that I needed to find that I would need to leave open. I was wrong because, of course, there are multiple source port manipulations happening, but I didn't realize about that. In case you make an error, make a minute and start over. Right. I see. Yeah. I got it. So then I binary search my way up and down. Yeah, so this is the part where I went wrong. Finally, okay, so how However, even with a wrong conclusion, even with a wrong hypothesis, I eventually invalidated that hypothesis by finding the one port where all connections should have worked. All connections did not work, of course. I tested from my router and it didn't work. Then I tested from my phone and it did work. That's when I finally inspected my outgoing traffic in Wireshark and found that the source port was seemingly random. Six 5535 connections are only possible from one IP. Yeah, and so I don't know a whole lot about this, I guess. Carter says I can type fast, but when you want me to put those dashes and stuff, it'll take me 5 years. Yes, I have programmer typing. Okay, well anyway, I'm gonna save this somewhere. Because I'm gonna want to paste this to people at some point, but I'll just say like Botland Azure problem. So it was at this point where I finally just asked some people for help. Let me put that here. And yeah, that's when I figured out I need a source port of star. And now check it out. So here's the conclusion to all of that. If you go to play.bot.land:3000, everything just totally works. So yeah, Botland is loading now. And I don't know why that took so long, but it's loaded. I can connect to the server, and there, I'm playing on the server now. I can deploy bots if I want, so I can load up, let's say that, actually what happens if I hit load? Do I have a bot there? Deploy from JS, you fool. Okay, fine, I do. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Yeah, so there you have it. Everything's working. So if you wanted, you could get access to the game right now. If you want to find out how, actually, here's how you find out how. You watch this video. Also, what is this that Bertman just linked? Oh, neat. Yeah, I'll have to watch this. So, there you have it. This is what had stopped Botland from working. There were a couple of other problems. Spurman said, I missed how you switched to Azure. Oh, because I got into the BizSpark program. So my Azure credit is essentially free. And that was a big deal because DigitalOcean would have been minimally $10 a month because I would have needed at least 2 servers. But it would have eventually expanded to like probably at least 4 to 8 servers. And then from there, more and more and more. It all depends on what stage I was at in development. So now on Azure, I should be able to have this stuff pretty much free for a while, which is really nice. No, it doesn't cost that many points, Red Kazan. You can get access right now. And the Simico says, please try to type faster. By the way, this is essentially kale water. I ran out of all the good fruits and vegetables, so I put kale, well, and berries, I guess. That's why it's red and not green. I put kale and berries and water. It's not the greatest. All right, I want to try this out now. Microsoft points equals Bing search points. Where are you referring to Microsoft points? Yeah, no, Weedley, I'm not sure what you're talking about. All right, so this is the thing I wanted to try next. I just want to see how this works exactly. Let's put in, how do I do this? Okay, here's how I'm going to do this. We're going to go to Botland. You're going to click the central server. We're going to go into the dist folder and just delete everything. All right, done. Next, I am going to make this search a very specific set of directories, or files, I should say. So central server source has main and server. Let's just go with those two. So we're going to go with source main.js and source server.js. You just said it, but okay, Microsoft equals Azure free, kind of. Maybe I don't remember saying Microsoft points. Sorry. I'll have to go back and watch that later. But here's the thing. So, well, let me just show you this actually. There's this program BizSpark that I was telling you about, and I had applied to this a while ago, and I got rejected twice, and then finally the third application worked. So it says up to $120,000 of free Azure. They kind of portion this out over the months. Yeah. So anyway, the nice thing about this is now I can pay for Azure without really needing to pay for Azure, and it's all totally sanctioned by Microsoft, which is great. Sorry, Weekly, I'm not trying to be difficult. All right, so here's what I want to test here. We're going to go into the central server, going to run gulp server watch, and now we need to keep an eye on the dist folder. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to modify main, and I want to see if, so these are all globs, but it's in an array because when gulp watches files, you can pass it an array of globs. So I've made the globs very specific. Obviously, this is one file, and this is just one file. So what I want to see is if I modify one of these one files, so if I just hit, oh, this is the wrong one, central server main. So if I just save this, are we about to see two files show up here or one? And I don't know the answer to that question, so that's what we're testing right now. So we should see something happen in here, I imagine. Okay, I guess we saw 0. That doesn't make any sense. Did I point to these things correctly? Source main, source server, and then dist has nothing in it? Oh, what did I screw up? Huh. Yeah, wow. Oh, there it is. There it goes. I don't know why that took so long. Okay, yeah, but it put both server and main in there. Yeah, so this is the problem that I have. When I update a file, I want it to just modify that one file. I don't know how to make it do that. Plane flying over the page made it look so 90s. Yeah, and playing risky is probably similar to DreamSpark. I don't know what DreamSpark is, but if you say it's for students, it sounds like it's the same spirit. Okay, well, this didn't work, and that's fine because I figured I'd have to write something anyway. I don't understand how to use the gulp build chain well enough to know how to solve this problem. Then this is what I'm talking about as the problem here, this thing. I want to build only the files that have changed, and something in gulp should let me do that. I don't know what though. Actually, maybe, let me take a look at something else. Here's what I'm doing. I'm watching everything in here, and oh, I know what I'm doing. Okay, no, I'm building everything. Okay, let's take a look. Does this function return just a file? This is probably a vinyl object. So let's just do this. We'll say arguments dot length. I actually was wrong about this. This is the function I need to modify, because here's the problem right here. I'm passing in all of the code paths no matter what, when anything changed. That's what's wrong. But then there's another pipe watch here, so I don't really know why that has to happen. Make would rebuild both files if they're both missing. That's the point of a build system. No, if they're okay, that part is fine, but that's actually not what I'd configured this thing to, not what I want to configure this thing to do. It is what I'd configured it to do because that's what it did. So I can't argue with that. Here's what I need to do here though. I need to check to see what are we getting here, and then what is arguments 0. And let's pretty print this, although this is probably going to take up a ton of the console. So we're going to CLS run this again. Is it just JavaScript? Could you save the hash of the last update, check the hash, and then build only the file that has a different hash? So if I were to write my own system, I could do this. What I'm wondering is, how do I do this through gulp? Because other people must have this problem. And I have a feeling, here's what I think is going to happen. This function is probably getting an argument that I've just never used. It's probably something like the vinyl file that caused this to happen. And we're about to find out. Excuse me. Sorry. We're about to find out. Let's take a look. So when I modify a file here, okay, that printed way too much. Unfortunately, I think that printed the contents of the file in some weird format. Oh yeah, just a buffer. It's probably an ASCII buffer. It's not even a weird format. In fact, 32s are spaces. What does this say? I want to see if I can figure this out without actually. This is C, a lowercase c. And then what? 12 beyond that is 15, which is O. C-O. Oh, const, yes. Okay, that is correct. All right, so we got in main.js. That is the first argument here, and it is a vinyl file. So we do actually know what was changed. And that was the only argument, in fact. Okay, so then maybe this is super easy, and I just never did this before. A vinyl file. So all we need to do here is take in that single vinyl file. I don't know if this is going to work. Probably not. Wait, what are the arguments here? I should really take a look at what this is. So ignoring the buffer, because that doesn't matter, we get its history. No, that's not what we want. How does this know that it's server.js? You'd expect there to be some property indicating its name, but I saw its current working directory and its history. I think it's probably just not printing out there. Let's go take a look at vinyl files. Hey, old man. What properties does this have on it? CWD base path. Oh, here we go, path. Okay, so let's do this. Console.log modified vinyl file.path. All right, let's try that out now. Because if I can do this change, this would speed things up by a very large factor. In fact, this would make things bearable. So let's see what we got here. So I'm gonna modify. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna put. Oh, that's why this took so long. It actually changed almost everything. Okay, so let's take this out. Delete that. We're gonna modify just this file. And invalid glob argument. Oh, this has to be a glob, and it's not a glob. Okay, but we have a path, so I guess we can pass in the path. Let's try that out. Vinylfile.path. Playing Risky says, Adam, do I have permission to build a 3D model of your bots? Yeah, sure. I mean, as long as you're not trying to sell it or something like that, or claim that it's, you know, your original art. But the other thing is, these bots aren't going to be, they're not going to be the final ones in the game. We're still working on the art for that. I'll eventually do a concept art round 2. And for those of you who missed the first concept art video, I have just pasted it into the chat. 12 pubs of Christmas? If that's like a pub crawl thing, no, I have not done that. Also Playing Risky, I have one additional caveat, which is that you send me a picture of this, because I'd like to see it. Alright, let's try this out. Kale. Yum. I act like someone forced this smoothie on me at gunpoint, but they didn't. This was my own volition. Alright, what do we have here? So it modified this, then it passed this into the source command. I wouldn't expect this to take a lot of time. So it's taking that single file, then it's piping it into watch. I don't understand why this part happens. Like, what, now this file is being watched? Every time I make a modification to it, it knows that it was changed, of course. Oh wait, oh there we go. Check it out. Oh my god. So then the only question is, why did that take so long? This worked the way I wanted it to. So now whenever I make a modification to a file, I'll see that file show up here. So if I go change central server's server, and I make a change to this, that should appear here in like a second. That wasn't too long, okay. And the same thing, any other modifications I make, so database wrapper, for example, I change this file, we should see it pop up here. Yeah, alright. I guess this is fine. What happens if if I delete this whole folder, I make a change to just this file again, what happens here? Yeah, it just gives me that file back. Huh. So it was this simple, which makes me a simpleton. There's one extra step here actually, and that's the initial compile of all this stuff. So let's see. First, what is this watch here for? What if I just didn't pipe that in? I just got rid of that entirely, and then we reran this. Because I don't understand what that's for. Okay, let's try saving one of these things now. Alright, so this is running. Now I save this. Server has been modified. Does this do the exact same thing it did before? This very first one seems to take longer. After this, it doesn't take very long. Or I just screwed up how this is getting built, and then nothing will happen. I suppose we'll know soon. Finished server watch. Oh, what? Now the task isn't running anymore? Also, it took 24 seconds. Errored. Task completion called too many times. Oh, so that's what watch is for. So I should say, without this watch, the entire task will finish. And then you'll get an error about task completion called back being called too many times. The task completion callback. All right, I suppose that's fine. So then the only other thing this needs to do is build all of the files to begin with. Spearman says, for me, it was more like, I don't understand what this is for, and then delete the gulp file. Old man says, how can I make my shooting AI better for my enemy spaceships? I have them shooting randomly, and when the player's Y value is the same as the enemy. So what you should probably, okay, I don't know anything about your game. I imagine it's a top-down space shooter based on what little you've said. But what you probably want, and this is how I think a lot of games will do this, is there, okay, yeah, suppose you have your spaceship, and it's this, and you have an enemy spaceship up here, which I need to use my sweet MS Paint skills. And actually, no, let's just draw my own thing here, because I want to show off something in particular. Actually, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's say this thing is moving like up here, right? I don't know if your ships can rotate, but what you'd want it to do is you'd want it to shoot probably somewhere over here, because that's where it's going to be. So what you would do in this case, you would take this thing. You'd figure out this thing is moving in this direction, so you'd come up with a direction vector that this thing is moving. So this is moving here, and you'd know how fast it's moving because you know where it was, or at least you could figure it out in the game. So you know where it's moving to, and then you'd know how far away this thing is going to be. And again, I'm not telling you like exactly the solution here. I'm just telling you how to get to this solution. So you'd project vectors out from this thing and from this thing, figure out where they'd collide, and then you'd fire in that direction. So that's roughly what you'd want to do. Now, if you want to make it really simply at first, you could just say something like, all right, I'm going to shoot in one of 8 directions, down, right, right, up, right, and it based on where the player is in relation to me. So you could do something like that if you want to. Hey, Gsar. What's that console thing that I'm using? Captain asks. That's Conemu, which I have pasted in the chat. Okay, so the only thing left to do here is run a task that's going to build everything. What do I call this? ES6 all. No, wait, that's not what I want to do. Run Babel on all. Okay, now here's where we define this task. We are going to take in, we're going to pretty much do all of this, except no watch, and that's it, we're done. Okay, that should be it, except for I screwed something up here. Wait, what did I screw up? Oh, there's no watch. So this should be tabbed in here. Why does this look weird? This is how everything else looks in Gulp. What am I doing? Oh, I put it all on the same thing. I probably need to return this too. Okay. Now we put console.log. And there should be a callback here, but I guess that function should be... Where does this callback even come from, actually? That doesn't make any sense. Where is this? Oh, this function takes in a callback. All right, so we put another function here that just says console.log, done running, done with task run Babel on all. And then we call the callback. Okay, and let's say started run Babel on all. Do I have a timestamp printer here? Did I have, oh, get current timestamp. Yes, I do. Okay, let's put that in where I just did this. So we're going to say get current timestamp plus that. How does this print? Does it have a space at the end? No, it doesn't. So we need a space here. And then we can say this. Okay, yeah, let's try this out. And let's try to run this really simply at first. So I'm going to cut out all of these paths, and we're going to go with just the source folder. All right, let's delete it all. Delete. And now when we run this, it should automatically rebuild all of that and then wait for my file change events. What does this console do? Oh, final file's not defined. Hang on a second. This does not exist. This should be paths.js input code path. Okay, so what does this do? This is like a window host combined with some extra console functions. So check this out. If I were to, let's say, do this. All right, so check it out now. I have a bunch of consoles, and then I have Notepad actually running inside of this thing. So it can just attach to arbitrary windows. That's one of the things it can do. What's nice about that is if you have multiple different kinds of consoles, so for example, you have CMD, which is all this is running, and then you have, let's say, PuTTY, you can put them in the same window. So then I can detach from this by doing this, detach. And there, now I have my standalone Notepad application again. So there's that. The other thing it gives you, you can do some extra things that you can't do in CMD. So check this out. I've typed some text and I want to delete some of these words. I hit Control Backspace and that works. In CMD, if I do the same thing, Control Backspace deletes a single character. Same thing, I can't like select this and hit Control C. Control C sends the stop command. But here I could, if I want, highlight whatever, hit Control C. So it adds some functionality on top of your console, and it also lets you attach to any windows you want. And it gives you tabs, which I really like. I had two requirements when I downloaded this program. One was tabs, and two was the ability to make control and then a number go to that specific tab. Those are my only two requirements, and this met them both. So if you do end up downloading this, I could maybe share my configuration file with you if you want. You probably want to configure things yourself. Task completion callback called too many times. Where is this coming from? I just screwed it up. Okay. By the way, this is orchestrator. Yeah, none of this is actually my code. But how did I screw this up? Like, how would I run all of this through here? I taken all of this, run it through source maps, write the source map after here, pipe it to dist, then call end. Finished run Babylon all. Did I? Yeah, that is strange. I guess what I could do here is have it notify me. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe this is a problem with me calling that callback. And there should be a way to pipe into this thing. In fact, I think it's just notify, pipe notify. Yeah, let's try that out. So here's what I'll do instead of this. I'll just say pipe notify, let's say get cur timestamp plus done run Babylon all. Let's try running that. Also, I'll be right back. I need to get chapstick. I don't know why my lips are so dry. I'll be right back. All right. The TMI train is back. Dansha says, what is it called? I'm not sure if you're talking about the console, but that's something that I just pasted in the chat. So, yeah, this is calling done a whole bunch of times. I am pretty sure I don't want that to happen. In fact, I don't even think that's correct. It might have been correct. All right, let's delete these things now. Let's try this out. So I go into server and I save one of these things, and it should get that it was modified. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, and I should probably put a timestamp in there too. I think this is it though. I think this is finally working. The only problem is that it's spamming me with notifications. I don't like that. Excuse me. Get current timestamp. How do we make it not spam me? You called this what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times? And I had 6 files in here originally? I guess because every time it pipes a file, yeah, that makes sense. So can I just do this? Let's get rid of this. This will be called once per file. Dot on end function. Blah. All right, notify. Actually, let's just take this out of here entirely. And let's try running that. Also, let's delete all this before I forget. Okay, great. How do you use CMD as a server host, or what it was? Captain, do you mean how do I put something like Notepad in here? Because you can just right-click this bar and say attach to if you want. Oh, also something else that's nice about this thing, which you guys probably don't tend to see me do, but whatever application I'm in, no matter where I am in my Alt-Tab thing, so right now, Conemu is like the 4th thing in my Alt-Tab list. I can hit a global hotkey, so in this case it was Windows Alt-X for me, and always go to my console. So that's why when you see me finish typing something over here, I'm trying to get rid of that menu. If you see me type something over here, like something, 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 and then I'm done and I go over to here and I make a new window and go to this thing and run something and then go back to my program, it's because of that global shortcut that I can do that. I think this worked. This part alone took 14 seconds, but then after that, every time I modify a file, okay, yeah, this is much better. Like much, much better. So let's try it with everything. In fact, one of the things I'd like to do is when this gets done, I want to put a console.log even. How do I do that? What does pipe pass in? Pipe passes in a function that probably needs to return something specific. Let's go take a look at, what is this called? Gulp watch? Do I see watch in here? There's Watchify. There it is, Gulp watch. Yeah, let me go take a look at their source code. And then before I do that, let's kick off a real build. So if I go into Central Server's Gulp file and I uncomment these things, I want to see how long this takes. In the meantime, we go over to Gulp watch. Have I tried C9.io for website development? I have not. Someone mentioned this yesterday too. Let me take a look at this. Whoop, I was reading that. Full Ubuntu workspace in the cloud. Huh. Okay. Man, I do not like auto-scrolling things. I just want to look at their IDE. I wonder how good this is. Because part of the issue I imagine I could have with this is, let's say you're using ES6 and they haven't supported ES6 and they don't have a plugin architecture, then it'd probably be really hard to use this. But this looks pretty cool. But no, I haven't used this. I don't know if this would improve my workflow at all. Oh, Playing Risky, you hadn't seen the concept art before? Well, I'm glad you like it. I will tell the artist. Let me include this in one of my notes that I have about this. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so let's take a look. I want to see how this works. So this finished after 33 seconds. That's actually not too bad. Where is their GitHub? Here it is. Because I want to figure out, what do I need to do in pipe? They have a watch function which they export. Module that exports function. What does this return? So it takes in globs, opts, and CB. And it returns an output stream. So how do you get the output stream here? New duplex. Where's duplex? It's something from readable stream.duplex. I wonder if there's just a gulp console log. Something I can pipe through that just does this stuff for me. Gulp log capture. Pipe log capture dot stop. I just wanna make a very simple. Oh, gulp util. Maybe this has it. Because I'm already using gulp util. gutil.log. I wonder if you can pipe into that. It's unlikely that you can do that. Oh yeah, I can write my own function for this. Like I said, I just need to make sure that I return the correct stream. And that's where, oh, here we go. Gulp util. They have dot on end, but end gets called. How many times does end get called? End gets called once, right? Where was it? Babel on all. Yeah, end only gets called once. What is it? Windows key K? No, Windows key V. Darn, I wasn't paying attention to that. Hey Skynet. G-Star Gaming says it would improve your workflow if you would be developing in a team. Otherwise, I'd not recommend it. I see. Is there a concept art round 2 coming soon? I can't comment on how soon it'll be. People generally get pretty busy with like family stuff, for example, around Christmas time. So I don't know when work is going to kick back in full swing. I imagine by mid-January we'll have round 2, and I'll probably do a video on that as well. But that's not a promise. It's just that's an estimate. Oh, you can do dot on end for anything? There's a... Interesting. So there's dot on data. I wonder if I should just do this. I wonder what the data actually returns here. Filter out source files not newer than DES. I just want to see if there's some very simple way of doing this. And I'll eventually stop. There's no read method on a stream. You have 2 choices. Use the data event to console log. Yeah, so okay, it sounds like I want that. Yep, on data. And it takes in a chunk.contents dot. Yeah, all right, let's try that out then. So here's what I want to do. When I get done with this, let's do dot on data function, I guess, chunk. Let's take a look at what this thing even is. Stringify chunk. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just do that. And then let's trim this thing back down to what it used to be. So this, and rerun this. I just want to see, does this print out 6 total things? It should. In which case, I think this was a very fruitful exercise. Not only did I get a better gulp script, but I think I understand gulp a little bit better. If this doesn't work, that'll throw that second thing I said on its head. All right, well, it's impossible to know just by looking at this right now if 6 things printed out or if that's all just one gigantic glob. It might be 6 things. Okay, but we have, let's see, history. So this is a vinyl file. That is pretty nice. So we can say this, vinyl file. And then we can say console.log done processing vinyl file.path. And we can also say our get cur timestamp plus that. All right, here we go. Time to test this out again. Delete all these files. So we should see files flow in here as we see them print out over here, assuming I did this correctly. So it starts by running this. Then it only has, it's going to print this 6 times, which is fine, I guess. There were 6 files, 3 source and 3 source maps. Done processing map.js, map.js, map.js. Okay, that worked. So the only thing I might want to change here is this one. If I put this up a little bit higher, then it should only print 3 times now. All right, I'm pretty happy with this. And this alone, this is what I was thinking would take me like many hours to do. And granted, I haven't done this in a very generic way yet. It works for the central server and that's about it. But it's better than what was happening. Hey, check it out, perfect. So now every time I modify a file, good God. Every time I try to do that, so I save this and it pipes out a new one. It doesn't say that it was done though. I should probably have it print that too. But now I know about this on data. I didn't even realize that was an event I could use. So when we pipe this out, let me have it do this. Yeah, there. Adam, game development is actually really fun. Seeing your ideas come to life on the screen. That film Indie Game really depressed me on Game Dev Life, but it's really fun. I haven't seen Indie Game. Is it worth watching? Let me take a look at the IMDb rating. Indie Game. Indie Game, the movie, I'm assuming, not game loading. 7.7. Oh, you know what? I think this is something someone already told me to watch. Movies. Indie Game. Yeah. I already have it on my list of things to watch. Okay. I don't know when I'll ever watch that. Worth watching, except the Fez guy is super depressing, constantly complaining. Oh, man. Okay. I'll try to, at some point, maybe watch it. Let's see. All right, so this is modified and then done processing. Except for it said done processing twice. I don't want that. So we got to just change where this is. Oh, no, I do want that. Rather, what I really want is this. So we say done processing. This takes in a callback. Does it also take in a vinyl file? I don't know. Let's go find out. Gulp events. Yeah, but he even was depressed before he got into game dev. Oh. Didn't Fez do really well? Is there a way to see the reception of this on here? Yeah, reception. Metacritic scores are really high. 20,000 copies on the first day, 100,000 in less than 2 months, 200,000 in a year. 13th best. Yeah, wow. Well, anyway, that's not a mark of success for some people. Some people are not happy with money or popularity necessarily, so it's not a really good test because I don't know who he is. This is not what I wanted. I really wonder. Oh, I guess Gulp stands for something here. It's like, why would you name your business Gulp Events? It doesn't sound like an appealing name. All right, here's their documentation. Let's check out their events. Hello, events. What? Where do they talk about their events? This is their documentation. Where's the end event here? Or data or anything like that? What? That's strange. This is not their full API then. Or I'm getting this event from something else? Where would this event be coming from if not from Gulp? Do I have something else that would do this for me? Actually, wait, this says here, use the data event and then links to, oh, it's just part of Stream. Oh, it's not part of Gulp. Oh, that's why I never knew about this. End. This event fires and there will be no more data. Note that the end event will not fire. Wait a sec. This doesn't even take in. Data is completely consumed. Wow. I've been using this wrong the whole time, apparently. This doesn't take a callback. It doesn't take a callback at all. This takes a vinyl file. Oh, man. Okay, let's delete all this. And then we call the callback, I guess. There. Knob says, why can't I change stream quality? So much buffering. I'll respond in chat because if there's buffering, then there's no consistency. So I will just respond in chat. I am not a partner, so I'm not popular enough. Okay. Yeah. How Phil Fish killed Fez 2 and possibly his career. Oh my god. I never played Fez. I don't even know if I want to look into this too much, but I'll write it on my list of things to read afterward. Okay, so this is started. Let's see. Did I make this change correctly? So now we should see one thing print out when this is completely done. I'm seeing 0 things. So let's see, did this even finish, first of all? Do we see a file in here? Yes. Okay, so this is not working. So end is either not being called. No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no, this doesn't make any sense. Console.log test stringify vinyl file. Like, this was not being called at all. I need to check this out one more time. Hey, Programmer D. By the way, speaking about the whole partner thing, I'll probably apply at some point next year. I know I've been saying that for a while. It'll happen. Because I imagine after doing this for long enough, I probably will want people to just have that so that they don't have to buffer the stream. Okay, so now when I modify a file, what do we get here? Modified, good. And then we don't see any end event get called. All right, that's the part where I'm not totally sure what to do. Oh, this never ends because of watch. Oh, that's why. I'll write that down then. Note, this will never get called because of watch. So is that what this does? The whole gulp watch thing? Output stream.close equals function this dot emit end. Oh, I guess they do it at some point. Did they mention this about end event? No, they do have an end event. So this does get called at some point, but why? I don't know about that. Maybe it's because I've changed this now to only be on one of these things. Well, I guess we'll change this. On data function final file. So here's where we can put this. There, that's fine. Ended watch. Now I'll just say I don't think this even gets called. It's possibly because I changed. Well, I could just verify whether this is the case or not. Yeah, fine. I'll change this for just a sec then. We'll put this back to what it used to be. And we'll see if that end gets called. Hey again, Tupperbox. Adam, do you have an Oculus or is that Vive? I've never even heard of that. Vive Element. Oh, an HTC thing? No, I don't have either. Botland is going to take the majority of the next 14 months, and it's certainly taking the majority of each day right now. Even last night, after I got done with the stream, what am I even looking at? I don't think I'm looking at the right page. I think this is what I wanted to look at. After I got done with last night's stream, I went and tried to figure out that Azure problem, and then finally figured it out. And so now you can sign up to play the game if you want. Accounts will, I should just make it cheaper for people to play this. But yeah, you can connect to the server, you can play the game, and it's available. What is this? Rethink Reality with half fonts. This looks like it was made in Bootstrap. Yeah, I don't have this. I don't know why I even looked in that. Not the view I was talking about. Yeah, I was looking at some restaurant site, I think. All right, let's see. Does an end get called? Done. No, so end just never gets called, it seems. There's probably some very specific case where it would get called, and I don't know what that case is. So I'm going to write, this doesn't seem to be called. I looked through the Gulp Watch code, and the end event is emitted at some point. I just don't know how to trigger that. In fact, I have their source code. Let's just take a look. Where did that go? I was just looking at it, right? Huh, Gulp Watch. Index. So output stream.close. Oh, if you manually close it, is emitted when the output stream is closed, which, let's see when that's called. Dot close. Do we surface output stream to something? Output stream. Right, add, close. Then they return it. So you have to, which needs to be called manually. All right, we have learned a lot today. Everything is made in Bootstrap. All right, so here's what we got. We have, well, let's run this from start to finish. How about that? That way we can figure out how long this takes too. So we go into here and we hit Control Y a couple times. Done. All right, and then let's delete everything in this folder. How did this get here? How did that get there? Probably just didn't delete it. Oh, yeah, no, I know what happened. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna run this. Now, the very first thing it's gonna do is go through all of my files that I have for the central server, and it's going to make the transpiled files here and their source maps so that I know what the code used to be written as. So we just wait a little bit. Okay, good. It's processing some things now. So see, it's going through the central server folder first. Now it's going to put a shared folder here. I don't know why it's taking so long to do that. There we go. Okay. And there's our subfolder in here. This will also make an ECS folder at some time. You can see it's actually, because I'm getting these notifications, I know it's doing something. I know roughly how long it's taking. And there, that finished. So now let's test something out. This is actually pretty important. If I make a new file in here, let's just copy paste main onto like delete me.js. We should see it appear here. Perfect. Perfect. So now let's delete that file. And delete it from here too. All right. Yeah, I think we're in business. Feels so good to have done that. I don't know why it took me this long to finally look into this and figure out what's going on. But I put some comments here. I'm going to commit this and the world will be a better place. Yeah. Am I a fan of Dark and Demon Souls? I played Dark Souls for about 2 or 3 hours and I liked it, but I don't think 2 or 3 hours is enough to know if it's my kind of game exactly. I was playing with some friends watching me, one of which had already played the game before. I told him though, I'm like, don't tell me anything about the game because I don't want to know what the best builds are, the best items or anything. So at one point, I was playing, I don't even know what it is, Dark Souls, maybe Prepare to Die edition or something. I don't remember what game it is. But I was playing that one, and I got to a graveyard, and there were these skeletons, and I thought you had to go in that direction, because I didn't realize there was another place you could go. So I got kind of stuck there for a little bit, because those skeletons are way too hard. And then I got a little bit farther than that, but not too much farther. Try making a glob. So this is, I pretty much made this. We're going to check this in. And I'm going to comment this too. So shared glob file. We're going to say in run Babylon all. This runs, so transpiles all files in JS input code path. This is so that a watch can later change only the modified files. And I'll write, this gets called exactly once at the end of the task. Yeah. All right. And I'll say this gets called with whatever input was streamed through here. So depending on where this is written, you may get different output. E.g., if you do it after source maps, then you'll see output both for transpilation and for source map creation. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. Drastically improved Gulp Server Watch, which is what I ran for the central server files to transpile them. Yeah. It now when you modify a file, instead of rerunning the, wait, is that even true? I'm gonna test this out. We're gonna copy paste this whole file, paste this over to here for now. I want to test this out. Now when you modify a file, instead of rerunning the entire set of input, instead of rerunning the, what do I want to say here? Instead of rerunning the task on the entire set of input files, it only runs on the modified file. All right, so let's check that in. Now I want to revert all of the code back to what it used to be, just to take a look at what this used to do. So let's test this out. We're going to get rid of the dist folder. This is going to need to take time again. How's it coming along? It's going pretty well. It's going better than yesterday was at the beginning. So that's good. And the game's up and running again, which I should really run some kind of discount on. I'll have to consider. Maybe I'll do that in the afternoon. Yeah, I'll write that down. In the afternoon, consider giving discounted access to Botland. Alright, now I wanted to see, this should eventually get some files in here. It's going to take some time. Let's come up with the next task. So this. Yeah, so this is something, as I was configuring this last night, I ran into a problem where the game was on the server. So I could go to play.bot.land, and there was a client running on there, and there was a server running on there, except when you hit connect, it tried connecting to your own machine. The way that this works is, so check this out. I actually inject an element here that tells you where you go to play the game. And this is eventually going to need to get much more complex than this. But I was passing in localhost. So I need to make a shell script that will pass in the correct thing. Let's load up VirtualBox. I'm going to tone down the amount of resources I gave this VM. And then we're going to try things out. Oh, I know why this isn't doing anything. I got to go to server.js, and then I got to redo this. Okay, so we're going to change the settings of this so that, I got to click system. Let's put memory down to, let's say there. That's fine. Processor we'll put at 2. So that way this is a little bit better at least. There, yeah, perfect. Okay, now let's start this up. And I think I can just close this, yeah, because it's still running somewhere. What is this? All right, did this thing finish? I think it did. Yeah, and all of the files, no, not all of them are there yet. There's still there it is, Game and Central Server. Okay, so now everything is totally done there. Now here's what I wanted to try. If I delete this entire folder again and then make another modification to this, is it going to pipe out all of the files again? Because I think that's, yep, it does. Okay, yep. So that is what we fixed. So then the commit message is correct. It's going to put all these files out there again. I don't care for it to do that, so let's just cut this off and let's revert what I did. There, done. So perfect. We have a much better central server system now. And watch, within a week we'll just stop working on the central server entirely. But we will have learned about Gulp from that. Nice. Alright, and we get notifications about this now, which is also good. Because we don't have to wonder about what this is doing. Wait, right? This is supposed to give notifications. Where are my notifications? Oh, there it goes. Yeah. That just took some time to start up. Okay. Yeah, we're looking good. All right, so the next step. Let's connect to the Debian box. Oh, there's one other thing this should do. Well. Lowing P says, what's your project going to be after Botland? That is a question I hope to not have to answer for like 5 years. And I've mentioned this a little bit on stream before. I'll mention it again. So there are 2 ways that Botland can go. One, it is that it's successful enough to maintain me monetarily. What that means is that it would need to have probably a lot of people playing it. So if that's the case, then I work on Botland for at least 2-3 years and support it and add features and try to make it into the best game it can be. If it's not the case and it can't support me, then I think I just re-enter the real world. And then I don't know what's going to happen after that. People speedrunning games are generally depressed. Why is that? What? Are they generally depressed? if I were to, okay, assuming that's true, which I don't know if that's true, but assuming it's true, I'd say the reason is probably because a lot of speedrunners spend sometimes more than a year perfecting one game. And I look at this almost like playing an instrument. If you are trying to play a piece on an instrument, you have certain events, which is just playing a note, that you have to perform at certain times, which is the rhythm of the piece, right? I mean, that's a weird way of thinking about it, but that's how you learn a musical piece. And there might be certain sections that are hard for you or things that you don't want to practice necessarily. With speedrunning, I feel like it's kind of the same way, except there's less. I can't really say there's less of what I was about to say. I was going to say less creativity. I think you can still get creative, but I think it's less forgiving. That's what I'd want to say. So I think you had to be a perfectionist when it comes to speedrunning. You may need golf for other things later again. Yeah, Petermaster. I'm actually definitely going to need golf for other things. So we'll eventually modify other parts of this too. And when I get back to the game server, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to make a watch for it. And hopefully this is consuming very little resources on my machine. It'll be kind of hard to tell because I'm running a bunch of node things anyway. Let's see what we got here. This. Oh, no, I'm totally wrong. 215 megabytes. Okay, well, CPU is at 0. That's at least good. Okay, so this shell script. Let's connect to my Debian box. And then let's test this out in code. Do I even have Botland working on this machine? And did I make changes here? No changes. Alright, let's do a git pull. Which I need to turn this off for a sec. Let me type this over here. Already up to date. How is that possible? Oh, I never pushed. Oh. Alright, sorry, let me finish this. Alright, then I pull over here and then did the camera turn back on? Yes. There we go. Okay, so here we are. I have the Botland code now. Now when I try running, what was it that failed yesterday? Oh, the client. So the client needs a script that lets this run. So let's do this. Echo a to run.sh. Change mod plus x run. Wait, what does chmod stand for? Is it? Does it stand for anything? Change mode. Oh, I've been saying change mod this whole time. My whole life is a lie. Change mode. Okay, yeah. So change mode on that, make it executable, and then let's modify it. So what are we going to say here? We want to say export, what's it called? Server host address. Export server host address equal play.bot.land. Then let's say export port equals, let's not actually change the port. How about that? And then what else do I do on this thing? Which, sorry, I need to turn off my camera again. Whoop. Put that over here. I'm just screwing everything up. Okay, yeah, so here is my Azure VM. Let's reconnect to screen. Hey, OMG is here. Or maybe that was last night. Yeah, that must have been last night. Okay, so if I go back to the client, no one is trying to access this right now, so I'm just going to close it, and we're going to take a look at how I started this. Server host address equals play.bot.land. Oh, then export debug. Okay, we're gonna do all this. Debug equals botland-client. So export debug equals botland-client : star, and then finally, what was the other command? Oh yeah, node bin www. Okay, let's try this out. What is Nasimico said? How do you test your code? There's something like test units in JS. Yeah, I'm using Mocha.js. So you'll see my test code a lot of the time. Oh, this is going to take a long time to load apparently. So there is a describe in Mocha, which just says, hey, what is the category of tests you're running? So these are the arena integration tests. Then there's a before all, before each, and then after all, and then the actual tests themselves. So I have a lot of tests running here. Okay, now we should be able to start this up. So let's just run this. Node, command not found. Okay. Now node will be found. Oh, perfect. So this means, oh, how do I connect to this thing? Okay, this is gonna be interesting. 192.168.124.3000. I connect to this, and now here's what's gonna happen. This is gonna be strange. So I connect to the server over here on play.bot.land. So here I am. Now when I connect over, oh, that didn't work. Wait, what happened here? I got all of the resources, but it just didn't load. Failed to load resource. Oh. It's trying to load the minified code. Why is that? How do I run the client to begin with? Use unminified code. Oh, interesting. Okay. This is not rocket science. All right, let's go change that. So export use unminified code. Oh God, can't type any of this. Equals true. Okay, so now everything's gonna be fixed. Now when I refresh this page, I'm connected to my Debian VM. This should work. What happened? Did I type that wrong? Use unminified code. What's going on here? Dist bundle. It shouldn't be trying to load that. Wait. No, maybe it should be. Oh man. What did I do? Use unminified code. Oh, I still need to build the client. I never did that. How do I do that? I guess that's where watch is supposed to work. Gulp watch. This is going to be tedious. Because this isn't going to, oh man. This isn't going to do anything until I modify a file. So, all right, let's start up screen before I screw this up any further. And I'll create another thing here. And we'll call this one the watch. And I'll foreground that. Wait, what? How does that not exist? Uh-oh. How do you see your list of background jobs? Is there a way to list them all? I'm pretty sure I just screwed this up. Debian list background processes. Am I a fan of speedrunners? Yeah, definitely. Oh, okay, see you loading. I don't know when you, oh, that was 5 minutes ago. All right, sorry. View and manage processes running. Oh, PS. Aha, there we go. So where is, let's do grep, what did I call it? Watch? The watchdog. No, maybe gulp? No, node. Oh no. All right, I don't know what happened to this thing. I apparently don't even have node running on this machine now. What happened here? Is it running? Huh. No, apparently not. How did that happen? Maybe watch crashed? I don't understand. Oh, let's just rerun it. Gulp watch and find out what happens. Favorite speedrunner? Oh, I don't know. I haven't been following speedrunners very closely lately. I really liked watching Zosti for a while for Super Metroid. Binny for Super Mario 64. His accent makes me laugh, and it's like it's a normal accent. I don't know what kind of accent exactly, but it's just funny to me. But he's also a good speedrunner. Hang on a second. I gotta remember what I was trying to do here. What was I trying to do? Oh yeah, go modify a file. So let's go into public JavaScript touch main.js. Is this going to be enough to kick off a build? Yes, it is. Okay. Who are the other speedrunners I've liked? I guess ZFG for Zelda, Ocarina of Time. And I don't know. I guess I'd have to say Binny for right now. I also like what's his name? Stivity Bobo. He plays the banjo games. So yeah, I don't know if this is working exactly, and I think the only way to find out is really to wait for the results. Oh, also to look at the H-top. Yeah, here we go. The H-top. Or just H-top. Yeah, so this is why I gave this thing more resources, because it's practically choking on this. Aha. I think it worked. Okay. So now if we start this up, let's go back to directories, and then we don't have, so use unminified code equals true, run.sh. All right, now we should finally be okay to do this. And the whole reason I was testing all this stuff is to figure out whether I wrote this shell script correctly. Let's try this out. Come on, it should just grab the bundle file now. You can do it, Botland. You can do it. I should have just checked to see if it existed. It clearly does not exist. Or there's another problem. Yeah, dist bundle does not exist. Okay, let's take a look at why. CD, no, we're already there. CD dist, oh, I don't even have a dist folder. Well, so what did this thing do? Did it just not finish? Oh, it didn't finish. Wow. This is taking a very long time. Wow. It's taking its sweet time. Okay. Yeah, just gotta wait for this to finish. I don't know if it's rebuilding or if it. Yeah, I don't know why this is taking so long. I don't know why it seemed to have finished last time. Maybe it just didn't let it. All right, hang on. I'm getting cold. I'm gonna go grab a sweatshirt. I'll be right back. Uh-oh. I guess OBS is not even updating my video. Oh, this isn't good. This is still just spewing stuff at me. Are there video problems right now? I think there probably are. Also, there's no way this can be right. Like, this shouldn't be taking so long. Or it's that these changes are triggering other changes. I'm just gonna cut this off for right now. This is crazy. I can't even stop this. Alright, there we go. Did my CPU go back to normal? That was ridiculous. And Sloan said, is anyone taking a long time to commit? For some reason, when I try to commit, it's taking a long time. So commits are always local. It's pushing that is not local. But then you'd be pushing to a different host from other people probably. So it depends on what service you're using. Echo says we're back. Yeah, that was this thing just taking too long. I don't know what happened there though. Like, none of that makes any sense. Did it even make a dist folder out of all that? Let me close this. It never did. I don't understand that. Well, I think it started this correctly, so let's just check this in. If not, I mean, it's a 3-line script. I don't really care if it worked or not. Like, we're gonna... Wait a second. How did this work on this server then? The only way for this to have worked is if the client... Oh, right. It's Botland builds. I made it so that the dist folder always exists. Yeah, there it is. Bundle min. Okay, well, whatever. Giving you my CPU energy. Alright, export use unminified code equals true. And I guess I'll put a comment above this saying, if this is true, then it will attempt to use the unminified bundle.js. Note that you will have to build that bundle still. Okay, there we go. More run.sh. Check it out. So we're good. Let's do git diff. Doesn't have anything. Git add run.sh. Now git diff. I have screwed things up. Git diff -a. Okay, well, how do you do this? Git find which files are staged for commit. So my commit failed but worked? What? I don't know what you're talking about there. I don't know how it could fail and work. You'll have to tell me what the error message is. Okay, git add is what I'm supposed to do here. How did this screw up then? Maybe it's from here that I screwed this up? Git diff. Git add client run.sh. Okay, what is the command that I'm trying to figure out? Git diff -- cached. Oh, apparently that works. So when I say git commit, what is the command line to do this exactly the way I want? You know what? I'm not even gonna mess around with this. Let's just copy paste this script. This is stupid. I'll just do my commits the same way I've done them all the time, which is from Windows. Just take this code, copy it, paste it into here, get rid of all this garbage. There. Perfect. Okay, now we put this in the client as run.sh. Git status. Oh. Also, I just realized something. Let's quit this. Git status. Uh-oh. Main is marked as wait, what? What changed there? Untracked file, central server main? What is that doing? Main.js. How did that get there? It doesn't have anything in it. What is going on? Skipping. Okay, rm main.js, cd.git status. To our client run.sh. Your commit failed, then said commit successful 4 seconds after. I guess I'll just push. Sloan, it could be a problem with whatever Git client you're using. Okay, I had Let's just take a look. Why, for some reason, is git commit -a in my head? What does the -a even do? Git help commit -a all. Tell the command to automatically stage files that have been modified and deleted, but new files you have not told git about are not affected. Is there a way? I'm gonna screw this up. Let's just do this. Git commit -a. Please enter the commit message. Okay, yeah, so added a run.sh script for Linux systems. I should say this. Oh, I have the editor set wrong. This isn't Vim. For the client for Linux system. Okay, so what is right? Control O. Did that work? Automatically configured based on Adam@debian1.home. Well, that's me. We're just gonna remember this as the commit that went wrong. Now what? Git push. Yeah, no, I'm done with this. We're not doing that. But I wouldn't be able to make this file executable on Windows. Oh wait, no, I got the password prompt. Never mind. I'm just being stupid. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now when I pull over here, this should give me that script. Let's see. Git did not exit cleanly. Oh right, I put my own run.sh in there. We got to revert that. We can't revert that. I screwed this up. Let's just delete that. Now pull. Aha, success. Honey, wait, what? No, wait, other people said things. When you commit, those changes will be committed by default. Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you, Maniac Pine. Honeypot says, wait, this is not a browser game? It is a browser game. Let me show you in just a sec. What is this? This is Spurtman's Snake game. You know, Spurtman, if you ever make this accessible by me, I'm gonna put in a whole bunch of Unicode characters as my name. We'll see. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so let me show you the game. Honeypop. It is this. So it is a browser-based game, and it's already playable. And if you want to play it, you can go to bot.land and click pre-beta, and you'll find out how you can play. But yeah, the game is here, and the video shows you what it's all about, because I don't plan on playing it right now. Okay, and finally, we are done with this. So, Farmer Chuggers. This is someone who is showing up on stream yesterday. I need to give this person a token again. No, I guess I'll just add this as my list up here, because this is not very important. Alright, normal arena tests don't seem to work on Debian. Let's try to figure that out. Let's close all this stuff out. What do we have running here? We have watch, which is doing nothing now. We have this bash, which is doing nothing. We have htop. And we have this. Okay, great. So let's go into the test folder, and let's run gulp test and find out why this is breaking. Touche, Spurtman says. Big list of naughty strings. Oh, this is not what I was thinking it would be. Yeah, I'll take a look at this closer to the end of botland development time. I'll write this on my long-term to-do list. Make sure I'm handling this list of bad input strings. Yeah. Guys, you know best. My teacher told me I should learn WebGL. I tried to, but it's so hard. Not many resources. Is it worth it to give it the chance? I don't think it's useless. I think... Cannot find buff constants. Okay, I need to look into this. I think it all depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to learn it from an academic point of view, I don't know if even downloading a library is a good idea. You should probably make your own. And if you're trying to learn it for the sake of 2D, I would use something like Phaser. If you're trying to learn it for the sake of 3D, I'd use something like Three.js. And yeah, other than that, I think it's like ask around on Stack Overflow if you have any questions. So cannot find module. The reason why is because there should only be one set of dots here. So what is going on? And where is this coming from? All questions that would be great to have answers to. Okay, let's take a look. So if I look for buff constants, I think this is coming from, it's probably coming from Arena Test or something, or test simulation server. One of those should have it. I don't know. Let's just look at the find results. So now we search for test. Here it is. No, this doesn't count. Where? Huh. Let's look for the import statements. Buff constants. Find all. Control L. So here we have it. There are 4 places where this line of code shows up. 4. So we need to search for this. And then, yeah, so code execution system, source buff depot, source arena. All this, oh, buff test. Oh, well, that makes sense. So I guess this is basing it on the directory where I'm running this. All right. So I think this is where this is coming from, but I don't know why this is failing here. We're gonna have to look this up. So the test code I'm trying to run from here. When I run this myself, actually, let's see if there's a problem running this here too. Run just calls in a gulp test, which is what I ran on Debian. And it's what I'm running now on Windows. So let's see. It says it can't find ... shared buff constants. I have a feeling this is the buff test that's failing, and it probably just has to do with the current working directory. Probably. So yeah, one test is, does this even work on Windows still? That's one test. The other test is, what is my current working directory on Linux? So let's modify source / test main. Let's have it just run the buff test. So I'm going to do this, // yeah. So I'm going to have it just run the buff test, and we're going to, actually, could I? No, I think this is fine. Yes, all of the tests pass on Windows. 337 tests passed. So what's going wrong here? Let's try something out. Let me load up test main, and let me just do something really simple in here. I'm gonna say console, actually how about this, stringify dir name. Let's get rid of all of these lines of code and just run that. What does this print out? Back to botland coding. No, I don't think we're there yet exactly. I just wanted to fix up the tests, but then we have more of the account-based stuff that we got to do. But hi, OMG. I saw you tried signing in on the server because I've got that information. See? Someone tried connecting who does not have pre-beta access. You've been shamed. This still takes a super long time. And at the end of this, it's just going to print out this directory, or at least it should. But I imagine on Linux it's not doing that. Yeah, this still says cannot find module. So, fine. Let's wait for this thing to work. It's got to load so much. Why is this taking so long? I literally wrote one line of code. This. There, wow, it finally finished. Oh, it's running from source. Oh, how does that happen? Test gulp file, test. No, here. Oh, it's the directory name of this thing, not the current working directory. Node.js print cwd. Is there a way to do this? So let's see, can I do that? Node cannot find shell.js. So I guess I gotta install that just for the sake of this. Holo says tree.js is awesome. I find that a funny Christmas message. Portable Unix shell commands for Node. Alright, well I guess I can try this out. Let's go into desktop, del, test ms, which is where I'm just putting everything. npm install save shell.js. Then let's launch Node. Hey again, Weedley. Okay, here we go. So now we can try this out. cwd equals shell.pwd. Yep, looks good. Okay. So let's try this over in the server, or in my Debian box. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to open up the gulp file. No, I'm not going to do that. First we got to npm install shell.js. So let's do that. Then I'll go over to here. We'll go into the test folder, source, test main. Alright, so console.log cwd is okay, yeah, let's try that out. Laughing in chat. Unix implemented badly in JavaScript multiple times. Yep, Spurtman, definitely right. At least in this case, this is pretty much spot on. Okay, so why did this not print anything? This is bad. This is really bad. Can't find buff constants. Oh yeah, transpilation tries. No, this is stupid. Alright, I guess I gotta put this in the gulp file. So in here, we put this code in gulp file cwd. This is just gonna print the directory I expect it to be. Why is this happening then? Does this somehow use the wrong... We take test main and we pipe it into Mocha. Can we see your Christmas tree? I don't have a Christmas tree. Yeah, it's just a shame. Blue comments, so pretty. My code is blushing right now. Alright, so it's home/adam/code/botlan/test. That makes sense. So when it says it can't find that module, what is happening? Buff test tries to load it. It doesn't have a problem finding constants in log interface. Does buff constants even exist? Find dot dash name buff dash iname buff. Wait, what? Is this not how you search for things? Oh god, whatever, let's just go find the exact thing. It might not exist. That'd be really strange, but I guess it's possible. Buff.js is there. Buff constants is there. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Oh, this should have just been lowercase. Oh, I knew this would happen eventually, and I've done such a good job up until this point of making that not be the case. Alright, import.star. Let's go take a look at every single import in the code base. Can't believe I screwed that up. Okay, so if I go back and modify the test, then everything's going to be totally fine, right? Never would have realized. So we go back in this source. Actually, git diff. I think I can just revert this. Git revert test main.js. Bad revision. Git reset hard. There. Okay, everything's been reverted to what it used to be. Now we go change buff test so that instead of buff constants, we change this to... Wait, what? Oh, F is case sensitive apparently. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now I try running the test, and I bet everything's going to work totally fine. So, let's look at every import in our code. So we're going to search for :/ import. Find all. Here are all of the imports. How many lines do we have? 578? Okay, so check this out. Here's what we can do. Here's the smart way of doing things. We paste this entire thing into a new file. Actually, wait, before we do that, we get rid of the imports themselves. So we search for from. Oh, this is so smart. All right, we're gonna delete all of this. So now we just have the file names. Well, the paths. So now we paste it. Whoop, we make a new file. We paste it into here, and now I lowercase this entire file, and now we diff that file with this file, and that's how we'll figure out if I screwed this up anywhere else. So we put it in untitled1. Aha! There are actually two other problems in this. Wow! Would not have expected that to happen. Okay, so now in order to find this, we do a case-sensitive search over here, and we found that I've screwed this part up, so this needs a change. There. And then the other place we checked this out was this, right? Botland app. So I screwed this up in two places. This would have never worked. Wow. Hey Zate. Wait. Is that how you told me the pronunciation to rename it? Yes, Zate. Hello, Zate. It's going pretty well. Okay. So let's see, did this work? Yeah, all the tests passed. It printed very strangely. It's printing in like gray text apparently on my gray background. Is there even in text there? No, it's not. It's completely unreadable. Well, it's invisible, I should say. Yeah. Okay, so we have ghost tests now. How's that for character? All right, let's check this in. So fixing all the places where this wouldn't work on Linux because Linux has case-sensitive file paths, which I should really just like make that be the case on Windows as well. Let's revert this. So fixed all of the file paths that were that included uppercase characters, e.g. buffconstants.js instead of buff constants. This prevented the code from working properly on case-sensitive file systems, e.g. Debian, because, well, I should say on systems with case-sensitive file systems like Debian. But anyway, because all file names are lowercase in Botland. Does GitHub cost money for free repo now? No, it's just private repos. All right. So check it out. And by the way, that's an instance where Sublime and diffing came in handy. So I took all of the imports from my entire code base, put them into a file, like with 2 buttons, changed them all to lowercase, then diffed them, and found out exactly the places in my code where this thing screwed up. So if Sublime had a back, I would be patting it right now. All right, there, we fixed that. So the problem was the file names. Buff constants should have been written as lowercase buff constants. All right. Okay, so re-get tokens automatically when it says your token is expired. The client should wrap all calls in a re-auth API whose catch checks the error code, and if it's an expiry notice, then it auths and retries once the regular API. It shouldn't retry more than once. Maybe a legit error. All right. I don't even have a client yet, not for this at least. So maybe the first step is to write something into the client. Well, let me see something. All right. Yeah, so I think the first thing, in order for me to do this, I need a client first. Maybe I should make the, maybe I should add a Restify client to the Botland client. Please add that quote to the bot. Yeah, I'll add it after the stream, I think. Yeah, so this is something I should do, and there should be account creation and everything. I could just use Restify. How large is Restify? Actually, I already have it on my machine, so I can just go take a look. I don't think I need this Debian thing open anymore, so let's just close that. Is any of this stuff important? No. So close all that too. Okay, great. All right, let's take a look. Where did I put Restify? It should be in the central server. So if I open this up, node modules, Restify, how big is this? 2.5 megabytes. And granted, not all of this is code, and it would be minified anyway. And it's got all of the node modules inside of here. So yeah, I'll use it. I think I'll use it. I think it makes the most sense to do. Restify.com. Let's try it out. Yeah, not drinking water. You probably didn't hear me earlier when I described this, but this is essentially, it's kale, berries, flaxseed. I actually did put yogurt in here, but it tastes like kale water. It's not the greatest, but it's probably very healthy for me. Green leafy vegetables. So adding this code in, let's go into client main. Let's do a couple other things. I'll run, oh, that didn't work. BLCL watch, BLCL run. Then close this thing. And then let's load up Botland locally. So I'll load this one. And then we need to modify, actually this file's fine. So I gotta wait for this thing to catch up. There. Yeah, yum. Okay, is this building, is this gonna completely halt my computer like it did before? CPU usage is at 60%. I have a feeling this is only gonna rise. What do I do about this? Yeah. OBS is having issues right now. I just can't run programs on my home machine. I don't even have that much stuff open. Let's close Botland, I guess. Close this. And this stuff too. Oh, Shell.js. I can go get rid of that. That shouldn't be on my system any longer. Let's go into here, start, node modules, Shell.js. Where did I only put it on the, we gotta go fix up my Debian one. Let's go into, yeah, here, node modules. I should have Shell.js in there. Yeah, rm-rf Shell.js. Done. Okay. Whenever this is done building, that'd be great. I think I need to make it not print this stuff. Have you guys ever been to that Hacker Typer website where you press one key on your keyboard and it starts typing out characters? This is reminiscent of that. This is... I gotta stop this. Is this ever gonna finish? That's the other part I wonder about. Like, this didn't finish on Linux. Which actually might have been a problem in the file names, now that I think about it. Is it done? Nope. Nope. Alright, what's this doing? Oh, it's going through even the browserify steps. Oh, that's why this is going to take forever. No, we got to cut this off. Stop it. Stop it. I pressed Control C. I sent you back to your lamp, Genie. Okay, I can't do anything. I've lost control. Computer is on, it's got a mind of its own right now. So let's just let it go have full authority over my computer. Which I guess is it, because it is my computer. I'm going to need to change the shared gulp file so that stuff doesn't happen anymore. It's something new that I'd added. What was it called? Rowflow. Yeah, that. Get rid of this thing. This is ultra spammy. We need that. So Rowflow. It requires this at the top of the file. Two PC setup for Sublime. It's not some, wow, this is still running. All right, we just, oh, there it goes. Okay. All right, let's try that again. CPU back down to normal levels, right? Yep. Yep. Okay, here goes nothing. Man, so what that was doing is it was going through every single JavaScript file that would ever be needed by this application, and I guess printing out the entire contents of it all. So now we're going to try the same thing, but just not print stuff. and it should work totally fine. So it says main was changed, running tasks. Now what this should do is generate my bundle file. And yeah, I don't see my CPU going crazy. I mean, it's still at, well, 40 to 50%. It's not the worst thing in the world. Well, not being able to close Task Manager is pretty frustrating. I pressed escape a while ago. Is it going to do anything? Not responding. Okay. All right. This is why I can't have nice things. So with any luck, this will eventually finish building. This part alone might take like 2 minutes. I'm fine with that, but it shouldn't totally freeze my computer in the meantime. Esplodin says, what program are you using? I'm not sure which program you're talking about. The one on the left is Conemu, and the one on the right is Sublime Text 2. And for more information on the console thing, I'm gonna need to go into Task Manager and kill Task Manager. Okay, so while this is working, we can go do more things over here. So let's close out of that. Let's go back to the client and let's get Restify. We actually should just put this as a shared requirement, although it's not needed by the server. Maybe I should have never used shared requirements. All right, what does the central server use? More package JSON. Let's just get the exact same Restify that it's using. 4.0.3. So now I guess we go and modify client package JSON to put that exact same thing over here. And this is all alphabetical order, so let's leave it that way. There, perfect. Okay, now we go into the client and we npm install. And then we should have Restify. And then based on the API that we see here, we'll be able to use it. So let's look at the client API. We are going to make a JSON client. We're gonna do this. And we're going to change client main, I guess. How do I want to do this? How about okay, how about this? I can make a couple of things here. Oh, and that actually finished. Okay, good. So let's go into desktop del ms test ms. This is where I was testing a bunch of this stuff already, and this is where I was running super test actually. So let's just comment all of this stuff out, and we'll test this. And we'll also launch the central server. So blce run. Oops, that was stupid. I should have said run without PM2. Okay, well, the server's running. Now we can make use of this. So node app.js. All right, how do we do this? We get rid of this, we get rid of this, and we stringify the object that we get back. All right, URL http localhost 8080 node app. Cannot find module Restify. That lyric quote? What? I don't think I've ever watched lyrics, so if I just had a lyric quote, or was that someone else who quoted that? Huh. Strange. Okay, so Restify exists. Let's test this out now. Assert is not defined. Now it is. And what do we have? AB, perfect. So what this is doing is I'm going to localhost colon 8080, which is my REST server, which when I don't specify any URL at the end of it, it just says this back to me because that's what I told it to do. So now what we can do is we can go into apps and Postman. We'll get our whole test software up and running. So what do I want to do here? We want to make it so that you can create an account. Yeah, okay, so account creation. You should be able to make an account only if Botland bot says you can. So Botland bot can give you a password. Maybe it works like this. Like username, there's something you can type in, your password, and then it's like Botland bot token. Maybe that's what you need. And then I have a super token for myself. Or maybe your password is like, this is just gone. Maybe it's just these things. Yeah, maybe you don't create an account. In fact, maybe I put that behind an auth barrier for now. To keep things in line with pre-beta, I could put an auth barrier around creating an account and do that myself with a super token. Actually, this is pretty much how things were working to begin with. It just didn't have a database in there. Well, it did. It was SQLite, which is not really a database. Interesting. I think this is the best way of doing things for now. Yeah, I like this. Because this is how things already were. I don't need to make tons of changes. All right, so let me think of all the different changes I need to make for this. Well, okay, no matter what I do, I need to make a lot of changes because now I have the database layer. But let's cut that out for now. Let's do this. SQLite is not a database. If not, what is it? So it's a flat file. So it's more like fopen than it is a database. Void Dreamer says late arrival greeting. Hey Void Dreamer, I wanted to tell you something earlier. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I don't remember. Okay. What was I gonna type here? Oh yeah. Get pre-beta account creation working using the new REST API. Yeah, no, it is a database. It's just not a real database. So it doesn't have some of the properties that you'd come to rely on. So ACID. It did not have to do with Flaming Horse bot. Whoop. Search for the wrong thing. Well, I searched for the right thing. I just expected it to give me this. Yeah, so one thing you don't get from SQLite, I don't think you get durability. So you can't really trust that your data is gonna live on. So let's see. Get pre-beta account creation working using the new REST API. So what this means is we need to put an auth barrier. Well, yeah, an auth barrier in front of create user. It's eventually going to be changed though. Put an auth barrier in front of create user. Then give my bot a super token. Maybe one that doesn't expire. I don't know. It lives in flat files. Yeah. I think it's definitely useful for testing. And it's like super fast to set up too. I got to figure out the design of this. I'll write finish design first, which is what we're working on now. So I'm trying to create user so that only I can do it. Give my bot a super token. Make sure there's a real password for the super tokens API. Because right now it's literally just password. Where is it? Get super token. Yeah, check this out. Password. So I'm gonna need to change that. And then part of this is make sure it's configurable via m variables so that the test can test them. Create users only, I can do it. Well, the reason for that is because right now, for example, if you try going to play.bot.land, this is where botland is running. But let's say you were to try to type in your, actually let me do this in an incognito tab so I don't screw up my session. All right, so check this out. You go to my server and you're like, I'm gonna just start playing Botland. I don't have an account. I don't care. Adam's stupid. So you type in Demlar, and then you're like, oh, password. Well, I didn't have one of these, so let's just make something up. And it looks good. Okay, now you check this box and you hit connect, right? So now on the server, I would see someone tried connecting who does not have pre-beta access, and then that's it. Like, so right now, accounts are only created when you whisper Botland bot the word game. And we're going to leave it that way for quite some time. Eventually, yes, we do need to open this up. You could play. You just need to spend points. Hey, hi, it's Precious. How's it going? Fine. Oh, it's finish designs first. Put an auth barrier in front of create user so that only I can do it. Give my bot a super token. Make sure there's a real password for the super tokens API. Actually, also need to make sure the token is private or have some way to get it again. I don't know. This is all going to have to change. Need to figure out a way to save this so that it's private or so that it has a way of fetching the token again. Maybe instead I just put a password on create user. Yeah. Demlar says, how do I know my password? So you need to get access to the game first. There are two different things you can do, and so Botland bot game to get access and /w Botland bot password to find out your password. You already have access. So there we go. I put that in chat, by the way. That's where I was typing. You are missing it? Oh, wait. Was that not a serious question? You made my account. I didn't make your account. I only tried logging in, and it didn't work. Like, anyone can attempt to do this. But yeah, you create an account for yourself right now by whispering Botland bot the word game. However, it costs loyalty points, the number of which is stored right now on bot.land/prebeta. So if you go to prebeta here, you will find all the information you need. It is Tuesday, so it costs 90 points. I'm probably going to be lowering that today, but we'll get there. Okay, so make sure there's a real password for the Super Tokens API. Or like I said, just make it so that Super Tokens don't have... Wow, this is actually something I still need to do. I need to do this no matter what, because Super Tokens can be used for anything. Is this totally like a pay to win? No. No, so okay, right now the game is not even an anything to win, really. There's no balance, so you can hardly even play to win. You could. There is some strategy right now, it's just not balanced. Is this even going to load? Okay. Yeah, and if you don't know anything about the game, I can link you a video. So check this out, Botland. And if you want to know about how the game is going to work eventually from a monetization perspective, you can read this page, which I've also linked into chat. So everything that I ever talk about, I usually also link into chat at the same time. So here we go. You can find out what you buy in Botland. It's not pay to win. And if we make it pay to win, then we've screwed up as game designers. So yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that. So make sure there's a real password. What else do we have to do here? There is... I guess the password system can be kind of the same as it was already. What else do I want to do here? Yeah, I think this is it. So I think I need to change these things significantly enough for now that this is worth redesigning. So create user, I'm going to make it so only I can do it. I guess I just put a password on create user. Because that's already what there is. It's not like you can't do this yourself. You just don't know what the password is. I think game server needs to listen to this stuff though. Man, this is super tedious. Because this is not game stuff I'm working on yet. It's all pre-beta stuff, and I feel like this is all going to take a day. I could just put a password on this for now, since that's what's currently happening. There's no real point in doing that. I should just use the super token thing. Is that right? No. There's no point in doing this. Yeah, I think make it require a super token. Make the game server fetch super tokens. And give my bot a super token as well. Have the game server listen on an API. Okay, the game server can be the authority for account creation, like it is now. It can be a passworded private API. If it becomes pay to win, we screwed up as game designer. I love that. Just make it so it doesn't have users at the moment and do it later. No, that's not really an option, because like I want people to be able to play the game as I'm developing it. And that was already the case. I mean, there used to be, let me show you some pictures. I will load this up and then I'll show it to you. Yeah. So I have tons of pictures from pre-beta. This is the newest one. People made landmines in an LOL format. But you can see there have been people who have been playing all together. So like here's me and then here's a bunch of other viewers from the stream. And this is, I think this is the most players we ever got at one time. And you can see there are only 3 inactive players, Atomics, Orange Rain, Red Kazan here. So yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen when you have people playing the game, like finding bugs, for example. So I am probably going to still work toward getting users. So put an auth barrier in front of create user. Make it require a super token. Make the game server fetch super tokens. The game server can be an authority. Okay, so in order to make this part, it needs to have, I don't know how this would work. If it has a token in memory, use that. If that token is expired, go get a new one. Or just always fetch a new one. For now. Yeah. So then give my bot a super token. This doesn't need to be done at all anymore. Okay, yeah. Then make sure there's a real password with the super tokens API. I need to do this no matter what, because super tokens can be used for anything. Oh, but then this also means I need a database running somewhere. Oh, I guess that was the whole point of this. I need to start up a new VM with all of this. Oh man, this is gonna get ridiculous. So start a new VM with the REST server on it, with the REST server and database on it. Hey, what's up, Codebreaker? I never played Ark, no. Attack, retrieve, capture. Interesting. Start a new VM with a REST server and database on it. Configure everything to use this VM. Then we finally run into client calls that we can do. Well, I don't think it's going to be easy to do all this. We've got all the building blocks, so I don't think it's going to be fast. Let me put it that way. Easy, I don't know why easy or hard, but it should be kind of a middle of the road thing. Hey Merlin, and Willisham says, do you always work standing up? I don't always work standing up, no. But I try to for at least 2 hours a day. I find it's better than just sitting down all the time, because I at least move my legs when I'm standing up, and they're very static when I'm sitting down. So put an auth barrier in front of create user, make it require super token. Yeah, make the game server fetch super tokens. I'll make it, yeah, I think for now it's just, for now, always fetch a new super token. Which this is possible, right? Let's find out. Get super token, send. That is, let's see. EYJZ. What do we have next? EYJZ. Oh, that's probably not reliable. What about this? 5FQ0FQ. Okay, yeah. These are different now. All right, so we can just keep doing this. Make sure there's a real password for the SuperTokens API. So then part of this is going to be make the REST server address configurable. Adam, how many points do I need to have to play your game? Right now it's 90. I think, I'll just lower it, I think, for this week. Because this is a short week. I'm just going to keep ending up doing this like all the time, but that's fine. All right, let's just modify this now. So here are the typical point costs. Today is Tuesday, which is typically 90. Let's cut everything in half. So let's cut all of these things in half. There. And let's change this to 33, I guess. Okay, now it costs 45. Yeah. All right, then make sure there's a real password to the SuperTokens API. Make sure it's configurable via env. Yep, good. And then start a new VM with a REST server and database on it. All right, and this will be a very interesting part. So I think this is what we're going to work on. And the whole point of this is getting this to like a real account. We're using the get pre-beta account creation working using the new REST API. Yeah, that's our goal. So you know what I should do? I should change today. Let's do that. Let's do that really fast. So I'll go into commands, help command, and we'll change this one. So Adam is working on getting the REST server incorporated into account creation. And I'll say last updated there. Okay, here we go. Yep, all right, that worked. Wait a minute, how did you make 90 divided by 2 become 45? All right, so on the last blog post I made, I'll link this, was on my Sublime extensions. And I talk about all the extensions, and then I show a video on me using them. So this one, whoops, I just closed chat. Ah, darn it. Okay, well anyway, this one in particular is the, let's see, it is the evaluate package. All this does is run your text through Python's evaluate. So if I say something like 5 plus 2 plus 3 minus 4, it gives you 6, as you'd expect. So I can run this on multiple selections too. So if I had 6, 7, 8, I mean, you just saw me do this, but if I had all these things, I wanted to multiply them all by 5, then I can evaluate them like that. So it's very useful to have. I mean, you just saw a real world scenario where I needed to do this because I wanted to divide a whole bunch of numbers by 2. So I find it helpful. And yeah, if you want to use any other plugins, I use it there. You should find them on the site. Okay, good. So before we start this work, I know it seems like a lot of things have been getting in the way, but trust me, this one's important. I'll be right back. Just installed it. Does it keep buffering for anyone else? Intense Gamer asks. So it is buffering for others too, I believe. I am not a partner, so as my viewers don't get quality controlled stream. Okay. All right, let's start to work on this. So put an auth barrier in front of create user. Make it require a super token. So let's go into server.js. We have create user here. And we're going to say that someone's authorized to do this. Oh wait, we don't even have any authorization around this right now. Oh yeah, that's right, because we said eventually everyone's going to be able to create an account for themselves. So we're doing this now. So let's do the same thing that we do for get user, which we want to authorize a token. No, there's authorized token takes an expected user ID. This should be potentially not even defined. Let's do that. If undefined, then you must have a super user token to perform this action. Yeah. All right. So expected user ID. Yeah, we already actually tested that, so it just doesn't have to be defined. Okay. So let's start to make use of this. We're going to go into create user. We're going to wrap this around an auth call. So authorize their token with no user ID that could possibly be acceptable. And if that works, then we do this stuff. That didn't work exactly how I want. All right. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we're done. And part of what's nice about this is, let me kill PM2 here for a second. Let's do run without PM2. This should have finished basically immediately. Oh, unfortunately, I don't even get to see this, do I? That's too bad. So if I made a modification to this, we should see it show up here. There we go. Modified server. Oh, that's not good. Oh, man. Come on. Every time I make a change, it's going to have to print this thing like... How many? It did what? 5 there, and it did 6 here. Yeah, this keeps going up. That's not good. Just when I thought I'd finally bested Gulp. Now it's processing it like 1,000,000 times. Nah, that's stupid what I just typed. So server watch is what's screwing up. What's going on? It's putting the source file through its own watch. This is what I don't get. Why do I need 2 watches here? Can I just do this? I think all of this is going to screw up. And yeah, Demlar, I've heard of Atom, the editor, and I've used it a very little bit right now. Anyway, this should be working. In order for us to know, we're gonna have to call into this, and we have, wait, username. That doesn't need to be there. We can delete this, I think. All right, let's take a look. I'd get it confused with my own name. All right, so that finished. Let's check this out now. So if I save this file, it prints once. Great. If I save it again, it prints twice. Yeah, all right. I don't know how to fix that. Well, I got to add this to the to-do list now. So fix how Gulp keeps adding a notification each time I rebuild, each time I modify a file. For example, saving server.js will show 1 notification at first, then 2, then 3, dot, dot, dot. All right, well, we won't worry about that for right now. Just hopefully it doesn't get out of control. But in the meantime, I'll run this server, and let's try this out. So now I should not be able to call this API. let's see, create. Internal error, auth token is not defined. So let's define the auth token. Wait, auth token is not defined, what? Oh, they don't have an auth token. I need to go get it for them. Man, I should really wrap this in like a proper. Yeah, let's do this. So the very first thing we need to do is make sure that you'd be authorized to do this. And actually, anything that requires authorization, we should be doing it in that order. No, maybe we shouldn't be, not necessarily. Something crisis. Can't find it. Excuse me. I like coughed as I was laughing, so that laugh came out much louder than I wanted it to. I know what quote you're talking about. I don't know what number it is, and I'd have to look it up in the database to find it. All right, so now this should return not that the auth token is undefined, but that you don't have an auth token. So that's good. That's what we want. Now we need to pass in a BL token. So let's create a token for user 1. This user is not authorized to do this thing, but let's see what happens when we try this anyway. So create user. We're going to pass in a BL token of that password we just got. Save this, hit send, and it says not authorized. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. But when we create a super token, so this token should be allowed to do it. Now we go into create user and we say send. Perfect. We get user ID 6. So now we can create users only if you have a super token. So this part's done. And we should probably check that in. And then we should probably test this out. Because I've just broken the test. So gulp rest test. This is now broken. So let's go fix that too. It is rest test main. Yeah, here. So should be able to create a user? Not anymore. Not anymore. You shouldn't be able to. We gotta just disable this test. Yeah, because this is gonna fail. It's gonna fail big time. It should eventually have tests in it. Function done. Just call done, I guess. Yeah, so here it goes. It's gonna get to the, yep. You do not have an auth token in your header. All right, well, what are you gonna do? I guess just comment all of this out for right now. There, now the test passed, but it's because they're not really running anything. Yeah, well, we can let that run. I will check this in, because the important part was making create user require a token. Yeah, we just authorized the token. Looks good. That's it. What do we include here? Restify? We don't need that yet. This, unfortunately, well, that's a different commit altogether. All right, so the REST server now requires a super user token for create user. The above change broke the test, the REST test, so I commented them out for now. Yep, so now it says one passing. Should eventually have tests in it. Should eventually, I'll say, code some tests here. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's check that in. Next thing we got to check in is the gulp file that we changed. So let's put that in there. This is made it much less spammy. Made the shared gulp file much less spammy on gulp watch. I think this was consuming so many resources to run row flow that I needed to remove it. So it wasn't totally a spam issue. All right. Okay, so that part's done. Next, make the game server fetch super tokens. For now, always fetch a new super token. Okay, in order for it to be able to fetch anything, we need to write a client that would know how to fetch this stuff. We could just write it into the game server directly and then later change it so that it's a little bit more generic. Is that worthwhile? Do we even have Restify in the game server? What is going on here? Wait a second. How does this work? The game server needs to do this. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have Restify in there. Okay, well, let's load that up. And let's also load up the client package.json. Let's take Restify from here, put it into this. We'll put it here. Good. Then npm install. So now we have Restify on the game server. AKA PaleX says, what are you making? I am making Botland. It would be much easier if you went and watched the video that I just pasted into chat. It describes what Botland is, and it does so in about, I think, 2.5 minutes. Let's find out. How long is this video? Yeah, almost 2.5 minutes. Yeah, so this will go over what the game is. I'm working right now on this, getting the REST server incorporated into account creation. Yeah. And I updated that 15 minutes ago. Okay. Next. Let's launch. I don't have this here anymore. I'm going to say title test ms and then go to desktop del test ms. So here we have it. I don't know why ls would be slow. That was weird. Well, let's load up app.js. So this is what we're going to need in our game server. And we'll need a promise library as well. In fact, how are things working right now if we go into the REST test? Do we have Bluebird here? No, but we have Knex, and Knex gives it to us. We'll probably need Bluebird for this stuff too. Well, let's think of the code that I need to write here. I need to get a super token. So we need to go to super tokens, and we need to pass it a certain thing. Super agent would actually be better to use for this, I think. Super agent. Installation works with Browserify and should work with Webpack. Request.post. Yeah, so what I need to do here. Let's see. I'm surprised I don't put a require call in here. I mean, you need require. They do request equals that, and then they get access to this. Okay, so let's try using super agent for this. Do we have that in here? We have super test, npm install save super agent. I'm thinking I want to do this instead. I think I want to use super agent instead of Restify. I'm not positive though. Let's try it out. So we're going to require super agent, and then we need to pass it an HTTP client, which actually shouldn't be too hard to do. Let's get rid of all this code. So request equals require super agent. Basic authentication. How would I connect most simply? See, request has .git. The node client may also provide absolute URLs. Or I could make this once and then use it forever based on that. So we could say this. We can say super agent. I can say var request equals super agent HTTP localhost 8080, and then request. And here's where I'd start using things from in here. I have request dot and then a whole bunch of stuff here. I guess this we could do this. We need to configure the port as well eventually. reject and okay, yeah, so let's do this. All right, let's try this out. Node app, node pap. Cannot read property end of undefined. All right, they do have an end. Is request not defined? Console.log. Request is defined. Request not, whoa. Request not equal to null. Request is defined true. Oh. Weird. Why is this failing? Huh. Hey, Gamester. Alright, how about I sit down and we contemplate the meaning of life together. A request can be initiated. So what I could do, well, here's what it sounds like at least. Here's what I think I can do. I can say super, well, let's copy this out before I do this. Let's do superagent.get http localhost 8080. Does this work? Yes. And we should get a response from this. Yep, perfect. All right, so that works. So then how do we get this next part working? What mouse am I using? I am using a Logitech G600. Yeah, G600. Oh, hey, Olo got access to the game. So I can go connect too, and then we can play against each other. All right, let's see what we got here. Shields last for 6 more turns. I'm gonna go with that. So let's put shields on this thing. Actually, let's put shield rank 1 on this thing. No, I want it to absorb a little more damage. Shield rank 2. Okay, then I'll also put melee, and we'll also put, not teleport, I'll put thrusters on. There. So here's our code. Next, I'm gonna make my script. So melee, pursue enemy. And we can say that if there is nothing to pursue, then shield ourselves. And then move randomly. I'm on the red team, so we're gonna bias this a little bit. We're gonna say if can move left and percent chance 20, 40, move left. All right, let's deploy a couple of these. So there are my shield bots, and they're gonna melee. So now we just wait for Olo to connect, and then we wreck them. No, we let Olo know how to play. Olo, if you want to know how to play, you can watch that video, and it'll teach you how to play the game. Okay, so how do we do this in a better fashion? Super test let us create something along these lines. Where is it? This. So I could do this forever after this, but I don't think that's allowed here because this didn't work. Let's see, what does request.get/ even give us? What does it give us? Not a number? What? Oh, right. I gotta do this. No, what am I doing? I only have to escape it for the time I printed it. Yeah, there. It's undefined. But that's a stringify thing. This is probably not actually undefined. It's probably just some object that I don't have access to anything. All right, what do I do then? Do I even try to go this route? Is there any other way to use superagent? Does it even matter? I don't think it matters. I think as long as I have this URL, I can just keep calling superagent. Have you ever tried Unity? Yeah, I have. I used it for a little while at the beginning of last year. Was it the beginning of last year? No, maybe it was 2 years ago now. And I just made some like kind of basic projects. Actually, one of the iterations of Botland was in Unity. I wonder if I have a picture of that. Let me see if I can show you guys. Games, Botland. Aha. I have a picture of this. It looked totally different. It was going to be an RTS at that point. So there were a whole bunch of trees and you could like attack them and anyway, it was a very different game. How far is your game from being done? It's about 14 months away, I think. All right, so let's stop fumbling around with this. I think I'll just do superagent.get this entire time. Let's just use this. And this lets us know that the server's up and running. Now, let's say this wasn't up and running. What happens? Also, did Olo ever connect? Yes, there's Olo. Oh, and Olo actually chose 2 bots. I only chose 1. There. Olo also hasn't made any bots. Okay, let's test this out. So this should work totally fine. Request is not defined. Yeah, I forgot to remove that code. All right, there. That worked fine. Now let's kill the server. Done. And now let's see what happens here. Could not connect to the REST server. Connection refused. But this should trigger immediately, right? This is all async test. This should be asynchronous code. Yeah, good. It is. Perfect. And we should get promises from all of that. So I think we're good on that front. Let's see. There is super test as promised. But I don't know about a super agent as promised. Super agent as promised. Is that something that exists? Would I want to write my own here? Super agent as promised. Wow, it does exist. Well, well, well. This makes things very easy for me. So let's install this. And now we'll use that as promised. And what I should be able to do at the end of this probably uses Bluebird promises underneath. That is, instead of the end function, I should just have a dot then. Oh, there was an end async already? Interesting. Super agent must be a super agent class. Oh, that's actually a really smart way of doing things. Wow. I have to admit, that's pretty good. And I can require super agent as promised request. So I can say request equals require super agent as promised super agent. And then request.get here. And then instead of an end function, I put in just dot then. Let's try that out. In fact, let's get rid of this stuff so that we have something to go back to. So I'm going to put this here, comment that out. We're going to put request.get. Instead of end, we're going to change this to then. Take in a function with just the response. Put this up here. And put a dot catch with a function here. Okay, and that should work. Let's try it out. Cannot read property prototype of undefined. Request.request.prototype. Did I screw something up here? Oh yeah, this was supposed to say super agent. Async task good. Cannot connect to the REST server. Well, that's potentially good. We don't actually know yet until I run this again. Let's try one more time. Yeah, it worked. Woo. Hey, Slug. Olo says, I wanted to be a newbie, but I think I'm a little bit in this game right now. I must check it out for a little bit more time. So, Olo, I hope that video helped a little bit. I think the most basic mistakes that I see people do when they try playing the game, I mean, right now, the game doesn't try to teach you anything itself. So right now, what I see people sometimes doing, and let me save my bot, is they'll make a bot like this, like, oh, if melee will hit and everything, but they won't put any hardware on it. So this bot won't do really anything until I give it melee, and I give it shields, and I give it whatever other things I need. If I wanted it to have cloaking, I'd need to put that on here too. So without hardware, your bot won't do anything, even if you've coded it correctly. Let's go with that one. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. So the REST server started. We got this up and running. We have promises with this too. So let's try to do this the proper way now. Let's go to super tokens and let's request it in, we need a password. So we need to say dot send, no, it's post. Post to this dot send. Let's take a look at REST test server. How did I do this? Is it even send? Yes, it is. Send password, password. Such a secure password. All right, then we should get a response back with the token. Let's try that out. Could not connect to the REST server. What happened? Could not connect to the REST server. No, that's a lie. Right? This works fine. Yeah, it does. Password, password. We don't have a header. We have super. Oh, super users. Oh, I typed the API name wrong. Oh, now it works. Following. I did follow for a while. Well, what are you referring to, Schlug? Did I say something about following earlier? Or did the bot say something? Not sure. Okay, so this works. We need the game server to do this now. So we need to take all of the code I just wrote and put it into the game server, which means we need these two things. So let's go into the game server, npm install save super agent, and then we'll go back there and say npm install save super agent as promised. All right, perfect. So now we'll have both of those things. Next, we want to go into, do we have a watch set up for the server? I don't think I do. This is going to be really frustrating to test then. I mean, a while. Long time. No, Schlug, what I mean is, what are you responding to? Time. All right. Okay, so this finished installing both these things. Now I've got to put this. So yeah, here's the part where I am a little bit hesitant. It is this. For me to run the game server, it just takes a very long time. Hey, JFrap. Ooh. I like certain things I say or that I type will get certain lurkers to say things in response. I should start writing down what some of those things are. I just find it funny. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let's go into the game server's main. We're going to need to plan how we want to interact with the REST server. Yeah, how do I want this to work? So that part's done. Well, oh, hang on a second, I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. My wife just came home and she wanted to let me know a couple things because now she's going out again. Okay. So I think I want to use super agent instead of restify. So I'm going to change this to use super agent instead of restify. Done. And then the next thing to do is plan, I guess, design how I will interact with the REST server. So I think one of the things we could do is we could say something like REST client Yeah, my wife. Oh, you've heard me talk about my wife on stream before. Where can I give you an opinion about Outland? You can just say it in the channel if you want. One thing I do want you to know, like, okay, so I think everyone's opinion is totally valid. One thing that I did not try to do anything about yet is make any of this stuff self-explanatory. I'm not focusing on UI or graphics for at least another couple months. So if the feedback is about like, oh, I didn't know what to do in the game, then that's something that's duly noted and I'm like fully aware of. But any other feedback, yeah, feel free to give me. So what if I made a REST client class and the API was something like create user? Actually, that's all it's got to do for right now. So yeah, making a REST client is totally fine. But then where do we get this right now? In Connection Manager, I think we have something that validates the pre-beta password. Oh man, I think all this stuff is happening right here. Yeah, add pre-beta user. This should never really exist here. And it is done based on this. So the Connection Manager would need to know how to do this. So really the Connection Manager could do it, I guess. Is that a good idea though? No, probably not. Do we have a pub sub in here? We do. We can publish out that we want to do something here. Or we can find them. JFrap says Node.js. Yep, it is. Okay, so currently Connection Manager is taking in a request to add an account and then it's handling it directly. It's handling it through the database wrapper. So that can't happen anymore. In fact, there shouldn't even be a database wrapper anymore. Or rather, the database wrapper becomes the REST client. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I don't think my wife will be entering the stream anytime soon. The other day, she came back. So she's got this week off of work. So she came back. I guess it was yesterday then. She came back and then she said, "Oh, I wanted to like knock on the door and get your attention." And I said, "Well, it's like you could have just done that. I don't mind if you show up on stream." And she said, "Well, no, I would have just, called you out of the room." So I don't think she wants to show up on stream. So then that means she won't because that's how things go. I made that sound like it's a power play, but it's not. I just mean that I will accommodate that request. I want to get rid of the database wrapper. In fact, this entire thing should be gone. Pre-beta database wrapper. So here's how things used to work. There used to be a very, very simple account database. Had username, password, last creation date, is valid, and number of accounts. And all of this code, basically none of this is going to be needed anymore. Oh, we need to put is valid on the game server. Oh, and I didn't think of the other end of this either. Oh man, there's a lot more to do here, isn't there? Make sure there's a real password. So part of this is going to be make the game server validate a user account taken in with the REST server. Yeah, this is going to need to happen. So a user will specify their username and password. Then we need to go to the REST server with it. Oh, what else did I say needs to be done? Invalidating accounts. Make it so that accounts can be invalidated. So part of this is make an API for, maybe make a patch API for invalidate. And then make sure the account, the users table stores whether an account is valid, and then make the game server take into whether the is valid flag is set. JFrap says I finally added shadow mapping in my OpenGL game engine. Oh, cool. If you want to link your game, by the way, you can feel free to do that. I don't want people like spamming advertisements in my chat, but I don't mind if people are sharing their own projects. So make it so that accounts can be invalidated and make sure the user's tables stores whether an account is valid. Good. Make a patch API for invalidate. Make the game server take into account whether the is valid flag is set. Is a Caesar cipher a common programming interview question? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I've never been asked anything like yeah, I don't think you'll get that. Oh, I see JFrap. Schlug says he has a bad memory. So there are a couple of components to that. One is I write everything down, and I find that that's important because, like, if you look at this to-do list, there's a whole lot of stuff that's just been going on that I don't think I could possibly keep in my memory. So in that sense, if you consider that a bad memory, then yes, I have a bad memory. And then the second part is while streaming, you have a lot of things to focus on. So I find myself very grateful that I'm writing this down. So design how I'm going to interact with this. I think need to get rid of the database wrapper. Instead, let's pass in a REST client. Yeah, this all needs to be done away with. All this database stuff that I did. Oh well. Okay, so here's what I'll do. Let's save this somewhere else, just so that I can get access to it still. So I'll put this in botlan backup. Yeah, we'll put this here, and then we'll need to delete that file. So I think I'm gonna start that process. What have I done so far? I added in super agent. Oh, this doesn't count. I added in super agent and Restify. Apparently I want to get rid of Restify. There. Right, Restify is gone. So that's it. So then yeah, let's change the rest of this code now. I'll go into game server and source, and we'll get rid of the pre-database wrapper. So this is now deleted. Good. Next, I will make a new class. So let's go to player. Let's just save this as REST client. Actually, should I say REST client? I guess it is a REST client. Maybe like central server interface? No, REST client. Yeah, REST client. I think that's good for now. All right, now we go into server player, this thing here, there, change this to REST client. Gonna get rid of most of this stuff. I think constants can stay there. This doesn't extend from anything anymore. The constructor takes in a host and port. So REST server host, REST server port. And I think that's it for now. So there's no superclass. We can get rid of all this stuff. We probably want to save these things off. So let's do this. This dot that equals that, and the same thing here. So that stuff is saved now. Let's just delete the rest of this class. I can just come up with it a second time if I need to. All right, great. Now let's make sure that these things are set. So let's say assert, and I need Lodash for this too. So we're gonna say is string REST server host. REST server host needs to be a string. And then assert that this is a number. REST port needs to be, I don't know why that jumped to the end of the file. How are you deleting the row that you're in? Are you talking about in Sublime? Because in Sublime, I don't know what the default shortcut is, because I remapped it, I'm pretty sure. But I'm pressing Control-Shift-D. But maybe that's not what you're talking about. So just let me know. But either way, the way that you would do it is you'd go into Preferences, and then go to Key Bindings User, and then just set something yourself here. So yeah, this is what's doing this. Yeah, although I agree with you, I don't know if you want your feedback to be public, so I will simply just copy paste it for now into another file that I'll keep off screen. Um, and I'm fine with you making it public. That's totally cool with me. I want to have people, and hate to touch on, I want to have people sharing their feedback in an open way. Obviously, it should be at least a little constructive, even if you think everything is bad. And I don't think you did a bad job at that, although I think your feedback is fine. And I totally agree with it. And one of our main goals for Botland is to make it as accessible as possible for people. So eventually what we want to get to the point of doing is, right now, you can make scripts and you have to make scripts. So even if your script is as simple as just a pre-made script, you click this, you drag it onto the canvas, you had to at least do that. In the future, what I'm thinking of having here is that you can just deploy bots. You don't even necessarily need anything other than the hardware. Like you just say deploy, and what it'll do is it'll say, okay, so you've got cloaking, I see you've got melee, I am going to make a strategy that tries cloaking first and then uses melee, and then I see you have shields, so let's do that at the end of your script. And that way you don't need to configure anything if you don't want to. So we might eventually do that. That is still a long way off. So let's save these things for now. We're going to need to make a new one of these. Let's go into server main, and where we have the database wrapper, which, by the way, anywhere we have this showing up in the code, we need to get rid of. You know if there's a key combination in Windows generally for deleting the row that you're in? Would that work in Notepad or any text editor? No. So, and Notepad in particular is just a text edit. So even things like I have a word here and I hit Control Backspace, it's not going to delete that word. So Notepad shouldn't be used as really an example for most things. However, there are ways you can delete rows in most text editors that isn't necessarily a shortcut. So for example, if I have a row of text and this is just some generic text editor, even Notepad for example, I could hit Home, Shift End, Backspace. So if you have any sort of macro program, you could always write something for that. If you're using any text editor that's intended to be used by developers, it has a delete line feature. And usually most text editors nowadays subscribe to the whole Control X should just cut a line by default. So usually you can hit Control X on a line and it'll just delete it. That works in Visual Studio. It works in, I think, Atom. It works in Sublime. It'll work in like most modern text editors, I think. But yeah, most of the time just configure it and you'll get this. Okay, so here's the only place that we've used this before. Let's also take in the REST client. And that is going to be from here. I need to make sure that this exists in the right place. Right now it's in game server. I think that's fine. We'll later probably change this around a bit. Now the database wrapper, we're going to completely get rid of that. So let's look for pre-beta database. Yeah. Where is this even called from? Set up pre-beta database. Where does this exist? Did I even just search for that? I did, yes. Oh, it's called from main. Oh, there it is. Why did I not find that? Oh, I'm searching case sensitive still. Oh, man. Okay. Let's search for pre-beta database here. And yeah, Vegas, no problem. Remember that just like in Sublime, in Visual Studio, you can customize any shortcuts you're using there too. So feel free to just modify them as you wish. This dot setup REST server. No, REST client. There. And now pre-beta database will say setup REST client. I have a REST client here. We need this still. We need this too. So this dot REST client equals new REST client. We need to pass in the host and the port. For now, I'm going to hard code these. So let's say local host and the port is 8080. And that shouldn't be a string. 8080. There we go. New buffs? No, I don't think new buffs are going to happen for a little while. Can you share with us some info regarding your professional background? I have a tiny amount of that knowledge here in Adam's code journey. It doesn't really share what you probably want to know. The only thing I've really been sharing is that one of my jobs happened to be at Microsoft, and I was working on the security team there for Windows. I'm not like a security buff. So I learned about security in my time there, and I appreciated the job, but it wasn't for me. And I know it seems weird. Oh, he's using a bunch of Microsoft products now. That was already the case. I was not like, I am not a Microsoft fanboy, and I was not one. I just happened to use whatever products I'm best at. So had I gotten best at Linux, I'd probably be using Linux. I was getting there. Yeah. Orange, you would have gotten it. I don't put that past you. So we make a new REST client. Now the REST client should test its connection to make sure that this works. So let's have it do that. Okay, so test connection. We really should have made everything promise-based at first. Total Nerd says, what is Botland exactly? Non-conformist fanboy. I pasted a video in chat about what Botland is. It's an online multiplayer strategy game, and it is currently playable. So if you want to find out more, you can go check out that video. And yeah, keep the questions coming. I totally don't mind answering as I'm coding. Alright, so this now needs to take in a REST client, and then this needs to change to capital R. The database wrapper should not exist here anymore. All of this is going to need to be done away with. So I'm going to just write a line here. Make sure this is gone in the connection manager. Alright, so now here's where things get annoying. This is very easy to test, but I don't have a promise set up yet. So let's just include all of this really. So I'm going to change these things into consts, and then this into this test connection. This is going to post to here. So let's say get server URL. We'll say return HTTP REST host :REST port. All right, we'll get there. All right. So there's the server URL. Now let's post to get server URL, or get root server URL maybe. I don't know what we want to call this. Let's just say root. Right? Maybe we put a slash on the end as well. Is there a difference between this? This should return AB and this. No, they're the same. Okay, yeah. So let's return the slash at the end. All right, so we get the root server URL. We don't send anything along with it. We say here .then is that this worked. So we could return a promise from this. Yeah, I think we just do this. It's not even post though, it's get. Okay. Next, in server main, where we set up the REST client, yeah, we need a promise. We need promises for this stuff. Gotta switch everything. Can you play Botland on mobile? You could. It's not a good experience. Like, the site will load, and you could technically play, I guess, but I haven't done anything to make it work yet. Eventually, you will be able to play it on mobile. Maybe not your phone, but a tablet. And the reason why not your phone is because I don't know if we'd be able to come up with an interface that would work. But you can see this is my phone. I haven't done anything special. I've only navigated to the URL for Botland. And like, it's running, and you'll see bots attack each other and everything. But is it easy to integrate, or sorry, easy to interface with? Is it performant? No and no. So something I will eventually do. All right. Next up. So changing this all into promises, that's actually a totally different thing that I should do in a different commit. And it's something that's way more important for the client than it is for the server. But it just makes so much more sense to do. How hard would this be for me to do right now? Some of these things are synchronous APIs. In fact, everything's a synchronous API right now because I didn't plan on it. This is the only thing that needs to be done. This is in main though. Oh, got database rows is where everything else happens. So we already kind of have this asynchronous thing going on right now. Where is this called? This was probably done in the pre-database wrapper that I've now deleted. So this won't show up anywhere, I bet. Yep, it does not. Okay, well, that's too bad. Let's go back to Botland backup and get the pre-beta database wrapper and find out where this thing was supposed to be called from. Database rows. Oh, it wasn't there. Okay, time to do this. Diff all database rows. Aha. So initialize database is what did this. So we need to turn this into a promise now. It says, how are you making those checkboxes in your to-do list that can be checked if you're done with the task? So this is a plugin called Plain Tasks. And in short, what you do to use this is you make a new task document. So here it is now. And then you make headers, which just have a colon at the end. And that turns into your like project essentially. And then just Control Enter to make a task. And then Alt plus D. I might have customized this to mark as done. And you can mark things as canceled. You can archive things. So I can mark this whole thing as done and then archive it, and now it's in an archive. You can do a whole lot of things with this. So you can go through the tutorial for that and find out more. And if you have any questions, you can ask me too. So let's turn this into a set of promises. So here's what we'll do. We'll say setup REST client. We can make this return a promise. Or there's a lot of different ways we can do this. So this part is synchronous. This part, REST client.test connection, this is asynchronous. So what we can do here is we have this promise. We can say this dot then we want to do this basically, which is like the rest of this stuff. Finish. So REST server connected. I mean, this is really stupid. Let's just take this out of here. I said, for now, I didn't feel like installing a promise library to make sure that this happens sometimes before connections are allowed, but in the future, we'll probably want to refactor this. And that's what we're doing. So let's just delete all of this. So now here's what we've got. Done. Oh, and a dot catch with, actually, we don't really want to catch here. If this fails, we'll just let it fail. Maybe I'll do this. Function error console.log error setting error doing something, error in main. We don't need this. We don't need this at all. It's just going to bubble up to the caller. Doesn't matter. Is it only for Sublime Text? It's probably also for Atom. I don't know. And Sloan says might make something like that as a package for Atom, but oh yeah, okay. What does your pre-secret token look like? Curious. Pre-secret token. Are you talking about this thing? Pre-beta auth password? Because this is just a password. It's just a string of characters. Granted, it's a very like long and unusual string of characters, so it's just like any other password. Eventually, this is all going to be replaced with SSL, so there won't even be that verification anymore. It'll just be, are you who you say you are? And I know that based on reliable cryptography. But we're not there yet. So yeah, this would be something that's like guessable by people if you were to brute force this. But you'd have no way other than to brute force it right now since you have no other information. And as soon as you'd figure it out, I would just change it. But it's good to ask. So set up REST client, we set all this stuff up. And this should work actually. In fact, let me put something here. We'll include the logger. Where's the logger? Here. All right. And here I'll say, oh, no, we can't do that here. Well, let's leave that for now. Never mind, I don't think your auth process is the same as mine. Just having an issue with a malformed token being returned, trying to figure it out. Well, if you want to include more details, I can try to help you figure it out. What kind of tokens are you using? because what I'm using are JSON web tokens, although I'm not using them in this process yet. Here's what I'll say is, so set up REST client. I actually don't like how this works. I think how we're going to do this is this way. Let's take this. So I call this from, there we go. All right, I call this from here. This is synchronous. But now this test connection, we can say logger.info, the REST client connected successfully. Yeah. All right, let's try it out. And this is where I said we're going to have a problem here, and this is where we might want to start changing things over. In fact, that's probably a good idea, because this is going to take way too long to do if we don't do this. So after my next check-in, switch over to the central server's way of building things. I should just be able to do server watch, although I don't know for sure if it'll work. Yeah, so this will just take a while. Ever heard of Chocolatey? I have not. Machine Package Manager. Oh, maybe I've heard of, I guess, NuGet. Huh. Connection refused. Did I start the server? I did. Oh, what's happening? All right, let me write a couple of other things. Vegas says, how do you wrap a long line of text to multiple lines so it fits the screen? So the only place I actually do that is with comments. So if you see me type something like this and I have some, I'll just do this. So if you see something like this, this is something called Doc Blocker that lets me put it all into my ruler like that. To find out more about a lot of this stuff, Vegas, if you go to my blog, you can find all of the plugins that I use other than plain tasks. I haven't added that yet, but I'll paste this in for you. Same in storing them in Mongo, but when I request the token from the server, it's not validating. I tested it on jwt.io and it validates fine. Are you using, so you need to make sure to provide the same secret key you did when you signed the token. Are you even signing the tokens, Void Dreamer? Because let's say you come up with a token here. Oh wow, I have this saved apparently. Yeah. Well, now I got to delete all this. All right, so let's delete all this. So yeah, I have this. This is my token now. Now let's say I tried passing in a different secret. So I said like Void Dreamer here. It's gonna say when I change this that this fails validation. Oh, whoops, I did this wrong. When I change this, that it fails validation. Oh, you provide the secret key on here. What I mean is, okay. So even on, what's your code to validate the token? I wonder what that is. All right, I want to log here, logger.info, created a REST client whose root URL is this.get root URL. Interesting. Your token starts with a different character from any other tokens I've ever seen here. All my tokens always start with EY. Oh, you might be using a different header. All my headers are going to be always the same, I guess. But yeah, yours is different. Let me try to look this up over on my screen while I'm doing this, I guess. Okay. Yeah, your header is wrong, I think. Void Dreamer, I think, okay, for me to help with this, I think you need to show me probably your whole code base. Because it could be from how you're storing it in Mongo to how you're loading it to how you're signing it. No, it can't be how you're signing it because you know the jwt.io works. Anyway, if you're comfortable sending that, then you can email it to me. And if not, then I can probably not help too much. All right, so this thing failed. Why did this fail? What did I pass in? REST server host and port. So HTTP. Oh, I forgot the // here. Talk about stupid. I can't believe this. Okay, we gotta check this in and then fix this. So let's code some things here, or comment some things I should say. So gets the root URL that combines the host and port, and this returns a string. Good. Test connection. This returns a promise. So what do we write for this? Oh, okay. Okay, Void Dreamer. I'll write myself a note then. Check out Void Dreamer's code after stream. Yeah, if you give me access to, that'd be good. All right, so test connection. This is an asynchronous function that tests to see if we can hit the ping API on the REST server. Did this work, by the way? REST client connected successfully. Perfect. It worked. Yeah, nice. All right, so this is a client to our REST server. It will wrap the APIs in a straightforward way, concealing any REST-specific logic from consumers of this class, which is pretty much what a class does. I don't think it's totally worth writing, but this is a very, very simple class right now. Yeah, I'm happy with that, and I think we're using all this. Yep. This is the only thing I might want to make a little different. No, that's fine. Basically, I think I'm either signing it wrong or validating it wrong. I was signing it with more than just the user ID, but I stripped it all down. Anyway, if you get a chance to look later, thanks. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look. I find that stuff fun to do, looking through someone else's code and trying to find bugs, because one, I can be super pedantic if I want to be, and I try not to be on stream, although I'm sure sometimes that shines through. And two, if I don't find a bug, it's not my code, so I don't have to worry about it. So yeah, I'll totally take a look. All right, let's check in what I've got. So I got rid of that. I have Super Agent now. I am now using a REST client. Oh, but this class is broken. In fact, a lot of this is broken. What do I want to do? Also, what? What is this? Why is it marking this as a change? Oh, it's just a weird deletion thing. This did not get modified, but it thinks it got modified because of where I put this code. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, whatever. Yeah, and then this shouldn't be hard-coded eventually, but I already wrote a to-do item for that. And then we have the REST client, which I now need to incorporate. So what do we do here? We got rid of the pre-beta database code, although there are still some vestiges. Why can't I type things? It's because you'd always type investigate, and so that's what's in my muscle memory, despite that. All right, although there are still some vestiges left in connection manager that I will eventually get to. Replace some of the code with REST server, with the REST server code, which is closer to what the production environment will be like. Orange. I don't just make up words. Maybe I do. Fair warning, I'm using Angular socket.io for later, not using it for auth. Passport, local, Mongo, etc., etc. Please ignore my tests. I haven't updated them for you. Yeah, okay. I'll keep that in mind, Void Dreamer. I'll say replace some of that code with the REST code that is closer to what the production environment will be like. Got rid of prepaid database. All right, sounds good. Okay. Next up, so the design is done. Make sure database wrapper is gone. That's not done. That's not done. And all this other stuff is not done. So, yep. Yep, all that's wrong. Okay, so then the first thing we got to do here is this. Now, let's test something. What happens if I do this? If this works, then I just saved a bunch of time. So, let's find out. I have a very good feeling this is going to fail. It's going to just totally fail. We'll know that this works because we'll see... Wait, bundle. Interesting. So I guess the way that I'm doing this on Azure is in server I'm making... No, all the sources there. Huh. I think this is working. Wow. I'm impressed. Varsik is on my team. Go Team Blue. I thought Vestiges has the additional connotation of it had a use and now it does not have a use. Whereas Remnants might still have a use. But, yeah. Okay, I think that worked. It took 47 seconds. That part I don't care about because check it out. Now when we make a change, all right, here we go. So, Botland, game server. How do we run this? Let's go to the central server first. Run without EM2. How does this work? Yeah, this is how we can do things now. Well, isn't that nice? Okay, let's try this out. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Varsik. Let's just give you a whole lot of points. All right, now let's take roughly 13 of those away. And when I say roughly, I mean exactly. This is a computer. All right, next up, go over to here, check out run. Run now just needs to do node. Where is this taken from? Game server. Node game server. There's only source in here. There's no bin. I guess I need to go modify this. There's bin. Tax. You're taxed at a very high rate in this channel. So in the central server's gulp file, we had these things. 6 paths. In the game server's gulp file, we have only these things. 4 paths. So we need these 2 as well. Let's put this here. Whoop. Put that there. And then rerun this, unfortunately. So I'm going to change the title of this to Game Watch. Game Serve Watch. Yeah. Except for I think Gulp changes it right back to what it used to be. Yeah, it changes it to Gulp. That's unfortunate. Gulp console title. Don't 8. I know that was a typo, but I'm thinking of a stupid joke. Team Blue hasn't been paying like it used to. Yeah. Yeah, I've just spray painted my legs the color of denim. Gulp silently failing, no errors printed. This is not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see how we change it No, whatever. This isn't really important. All right, it's starting to work. Bing. I don't get why there's like hatred for Bing. I get money just by using it, which is why I'm using it. Well, that's part of the reason why I'm using it. I guess another reason why is because I don't really have a problem with it. But 650 points essentially means I have $6.50 because each point is worth roughly one penny. Okay, cool. It worked. Now, what was I just doing? Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna run the game. So let's do this. Let's do set debug. Actually, we gotta pretty much just modify run.cmd. Let's change it to this. We'll say dist/game server bin www. Do we have that folder? Dist/game server. Wait, we don't have a dist folder? No, we do. Game server bin www. Yeah. So when I type run, this should work immediately. Come on. Come on. Oh wait, no, this won't work immediately. I forgot to change the oh man, I forgot to change what's it called? Bin. Okay, so Demlar says you might be able to buy a lunch after a year of searching Bing. So what it actually works out to is about $60 a year, or at least it used to before I was streaming. As I stream, I find myself searching a little bit less. But $60 a year, I think, is pretty good. Let me put it this way. Let me find my lifetime points over here. There's a way to do that. Except for I think there might be personal information on this page. So let me do this on a different page. But let me find. How do I can't see because my camera's in the way. All right, here we go. See all rewards. I have gotten. Wait for it. Lifetime credits. I've gotten 11,620. So that's like $116. So yeah. There is a way to cast generic type to specific type inside for each loop. Nisimico, what language are you using? Varsik, that's the kind of talk that's going to get 2 points removed from you. You're supposed to be on my side, Varsik. How else are we going to fight Orange Ray? Okay, so the only way to get this to work is if we go modify this. Central server has a www and an ES6. Oh, I don't even think this is used anymore. What is this? www ES6. I don't think this is used. That shouldn't exist. Yeah, wow. It shouldn't exist. Okay, let's go delete it. And then let's go fix up www for the game server. This should be changed to this code. Yeah. Let's change all of that. Okay, now let's delete the other file. Well, actually, no, we should test this first. I think we can do this now. Run. Cannot find module ... /app. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Why is app even needed here? Oh, that's why. Alright, fine. So we gotta go modify the gulp file. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Let's also go up a couple of directories here to the game server. Where's app? It's just here. I'm worried this won't work. App.js. Well, let's try it out. And then delete those files. Tested my MMO Snake with a friend. Needs some balancing gameplay additions. Currently attacking is too risky and not rewarding. Oh, cool, Spur Man. Hey, I'm writing a game. Orange Ray. And Demlar, yeah, I've seen DuckDuckGo. I have like how do I even say this in the best way? I don't have a problem using Bing, so I'm not like looking for an alternative. And whenever I do have an issue where, okay, I search for something and it doesn't give me exactly what I expect, then I just use a different search engine temporarily. Okay, we got to delete that, and we got to delete the one in the central server as well. Where's the one in the central server? Bin www. Here we go. So delete both these files. Okay, now this should work. Let's try it out. We just do run. And can't find setup logging. Okay, why is that? So we go into game server, dist, shared. Wait, where's www? Oh, it's in here. www.js. Is that important? Central server run.cmd. It might be important. Let's change it. I don't think it's important. So what you're saying is you don't mind what Microsoft does with your information? Not only that, but the trends you search for? I guess to some extent, that's sort of what I'm saying. Also, hey Dan, I'd like to know why you think it's a terrible stream. Yeah, I think to some extent I'm kind of saying that. But I don't know. I think if I were to talk about this more in depth, it'd get a lot more both philosophical and political. So I think we'll just leave it at, I'm just going to stick with Bing for now. 6 kids in the house this week. Agree it's a better choice, but not only does it save space, it saves energy. Alright, so what do we have? This is still failing. Let's see if we've got the files that I expect to have here. So we go into dist. We're launching from bin. So we go, wait, where's this coming from? Go up to shared. Yeah. Oh, this is what's going wrong. Shared is getting a very specific folder here. Well, that is the problem. Yeah, we just need everything in shared, I guess. What is it trying to load though? Game and central server. Setup logging. Alright, fine. I just said that's above my pay grade or I plead the fifth. Wait, above my pay grade? I'm not getting paid right now. Like, if I'm not sharing information, it's because I think it'll steer the stream in a direction I don't want it to be steered. Alright, let's rerun this. Only you can see your post, no one else? Oh, shadow banning, I see. And no, Demlar, it's the same reason why I'm not going to spend like 2 hours talking about my favorite encounters in World of Warcraft. It's not that I wouldn't talk about it, it's that I don't think this is the right forum to talk about it. I don't think I have 2 hours of favorite World of Warcraft encounters either, by the way. But again, like I'm not trying to keep certain things secret. That's not one of the things. I am trying to keep other things secret. Like I said, I'm not going to share, where I was born or something or how old I am. But people are generally fine with me not sharing that stuff, I guess. What's my favorite encounter in WoW? Well, now that you asked, let me tell you a 2-hour story. I don't think I have a favorite encounter in WoW. And I didn't really play it for long enough to get to that point, I think. Because I only rated Molten Core, and that experience was terrible. Alright, let's try this out. Oh, almost got there. Undefined buff.js, new buff. Well, this is closer. So if I could only read this text, red on gray was not a good decision. So main line 88. Let's go there. This isn't right. Oh, this is. This is the transpiled main where this is having a problem. Yeah, setup game server. Oh, this is going to be pretty frustrating actually. All right, where's this coming from? So new buff, undefined is not a function. And this is coming from here, which I can't click for some reason. Let's just launch it this way, I guess. 45. Object.assign this params. What? How is this failing? Object.assign is not. Oh! Oh, I know why this is failing. Oh man, this is a plugin for Babel that I'm not using. Default. Transform object assign. This needs to be used and it's not being used. Where do we put this? That's a good question. I think it goes in the shared gulp file in server watch. So run Babel on all. Yeah, we have presets. We need plugins here too. Okay, let's go get that. Git diff. This is not the right git diff. Where's the other git diff? Here it is. Yeah, all right, let me use this then. Let's go back into here. Just paste this here. Plugin. Okay, yeah. Let's try that out. Put this here too. And now I think things will work. Oops, can't do that. Gotta wait for this to finish. Never played WoW. I wonder how you avoided World of Warcraft. I think most people who I've talked to, even the ones who wouldn't consider themselves to have played WoW, at least tried WoW. I guess because it was free, but that was way back in the day. All right, so this is going to take about a minute. Although I guess 30 seconds already passed, so maybe it'll only take another 30 seconds. Oh, interesting. And hi, JWL. Demlar says, so why are you not using Emacs or Vim? I think I'm efficient enough with Sublime where I'll stick with that. Oh, here we go. This finally worked. Been watching on YouTube for a while. Never caught you live. Hey, JWL, how did you find the Well, okay, I guess what did you find first of all? Was it Botland? Was it the stream or was it YouTube? And then how did you find it? Did someone say Vim? There he is. Hey, it worked. How fast did that start? Was that fast? Let's try it out. I hit run. I wait a little bit. Hey, it works. Yeah, okay, perfect. And now when I change things, so here's what I want to test out. Let's say I go change the REST server. So I go into the REST client, I guess, and I change this to just say logger.info ducks, and I run this. It should take effect almost immediately. Hey, there it is. Cool. All right, I like this. Looking good. All right, let's check that in. So what do we do here? That is not something we're going to check in. Also, I have to sneeze. Hang on a sec. That was the first time I said I had to sneeze, and a sneeze didn't come out. That was very unsatisfying. I want my money back. All right, that's a good change. That's a necessary change. This now uses that too. And yeah, okay, cool. All right, so the game server now uses the same gulp server watch setup that the central server uses. This greatly speeds up startup times for the game server, assuming server watch was run beforehand. Not sure how I ended up on your YouTube channel. Huh, okay. That was through thorough debug session right there. I don't even remember what I just did. Oh, the adding ducks. Oh yeah. Well, that's all I wanted to test. Here, your 2 points. Sorry, you didn't sneeze. Grill artist. Hey, grill artist. Haven't seen you in a while. Why not use IDEs for development? Yeah, I think an IDE has to provide something that you can't do yourself as fast. And I think there are certain things in an IDE would help with. So there's a certain refactoring that could be made easier, or at least more precise, and navigating to definitions and everything. I think the problem I would have is that there's a lot of upfront cost to pay with an IDE, both monetarily and time-wise. I would have to set it up to be exactly how I want it to be. I'd have to work around any quirks that it has. So I figure I've been using Sublime for a long enough time. I've gotten used to a lot of how things work in here, and I will continue along this path. I would never use Notepad for JavaScript if it's longer than like 10 lines of code. All right, yeah, so it uses the same, okay, in order to accommodate the above, I needed to change the shared gulp file so that it included the object.assign preset, which is called, what exactly? Transform object assign, which is called transform object assign. And deleted www.es6 in the central server since it was no longer used. That could actually be a different commit. I used the command prompt. I used WebStorm for a while, but nowadays I find myself working out it more and more. And Joff, you can't change video quality because I don't have enough viewers and I'm not a partner, so there are no quality change options. Yeah, most streamers you probably watch have like, 200 plus viewers, and when you have that many, you're given the quality options. I write my code in electrons. Yeah, good. So we're not checking that in. Everything else here is fine. All right, good. WordPad is laughing at you. I write my code in bold in WordPad. It shows how emphatic I am about getting my code to compile. All right, so we switched over to that. Now I think it's almost lunchtime. You can squint your eyes to change quality. That won't help your bandwidth though. Okay, so I want to point something out too. Every once in a while when Versace's here, he says for me to advertise this, but people who follow me get control over the lights in my room, which people haven't been using too much today, but I'll show you what that looks like. It is, hang on a sec, I gotta load this up. Yeah, all right, so it's this page, and this is what you get when you follow. So if you want, you can take a look back there. If I just move it to the side, check it out. Super cool. Change my whole room to a rave if you want. All right, I am gonna go get lunch because I'm very hungry. When I come back, because lunch will probably take about 40, 45 minutes, something like that. When I come back, I am going to be on for about 3 hours, and I'll get the rest of this stuff done. This is actually going much smoother than I expected it to, so I'm happy for that. That's good. Oh wait, someone did just change my lights. Was that using the token I showed on screen? No, that was JWL. Okay, so let's mark myself as going away. First, let me just check the CPU usage on this. What am I at? I should probably close some of this stuff. Close these things, I guess. Yeah. I'll set up my macros to change your lights. All right, and am I missing anyone from lunch BRB? No. All right, so BRB lunch. I'll say 45 minutes. I don't know how long I'm actually going to be gone for. I usually make it in, well, I've always made it in before the end of the time, but I usually make it in about 5 minutes at least before the end of the time. So I hope to see you guys after lunch. I will be, like I said, I'll be back for about 3 hours afterwards. So if you want to catch the end of this, you totally can. And let's start this up over here. I will grab this stuff and head out of the room. So see you soon. Bye, guys. Did I miss anything? Okay. In before the always heard, "You scared me, Adam. I can't believe you came back after lunch was done." And I had my speakers turned to ultra maximum and it blew out my ears. And I say, "Well, I think you should mute the stream next time." And they say, "I can't hear you." And I say, "That's not how the text works." And then we groan. All right, so make the game servers fetch super tokens. For now, always fetch a new one. So there's a lot of things we gotta do here. Buffs. See, Orange Ray, the problem with adding new buffs right now is unless they're very basic, then it's going to require a larger change, and I'd rather make the sweeping changes that accounts will bring to the game, which is what's eventually going to let us put in bot bays, which is what's going to change the entire game. So, yeah. Well fed. Hey, Tech Attack. Well fed almost sounds like well met, which could also be a greeting. If bot name equals Orange Ray, add 100% damage. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good, that's a good buff. I think that should be coded in. Orange Ray's had a little too much eggnog. He's proposing buffs that'll clearly, you're still going to lose if you've got that Orange Ray. All right, my bots are superior in every way. What did I eat? I had what my wife had for breakfast, apparently. She went out to some pancake place, so she got pancakes. So I had pancakes for lunch. And that's when I realized that I was basically just eating cookies, because they were chocolate chip pancakes, and I don't think there's anything redeeming about chocolate chip pancakes from a health perspective. It was tasty enough. I don't feel great about it. But we're back to water, not kale water. This is just plain old H2O. All right, so what this has to do is, let's write our create user account in here now, and we'll test this out. So right now we have add pre-beta user. Let's copy this entire function. I thought you were healthy. I try to be. Sometimes I'm not. Wait, you're married? Yeah. Nisimico, you've been in the stream a decent amount of time. Let's find out. 79 hours. No, that has to be a joke. Sometime in that 79 hours, you would have heard me talk about my wife, I think. Oh well. All right. So, socket to emit the results to. Ooh, that is not how this is going to work. No, sir. Daybot. Excuse me. All right, yeah, this is going to need to change. Authorization password. Yeah, this is probably going to have to change too. How is this passed in right now? Add pre-beta user. Oh, it's the, okay, I see. So this is not how we're going to structure this here. We're basically just going to make username and password. Yeah. Okay, so adds a user to the pre-beta account, adds a user's pre-beta account, or returns them if they already exist. Yeah, I think that's a good thing to do. Okay, so let's check this out. How do we do this? Username and password. Oh, this won't work. We need to index based on user ID. Can you show us some sick beatboxing? I am unfortunately not a beatboxer. The only beats I've made are in Fruity Loops. There's some pretty good beats from that. I could actually show you one of those. Now's not the time, probably. Maybe there's a 2,000 follower bonus. Strictly for you, Weedly. Alright, let's get rid of all this stuff. Okay, so we don't care about this. Actually, let's just get rid of all of this. So here's what we got to do. We got to check to see if the user exists. So to do, check if the user already exists. Yeah, we don't really even need to do that, but fine. To do, check if they already exist. To do, if they don't exist, add them. I will remember that. What have I done? No, there's a whole bunch of, let me see. Let me look at my music folder. Yeah. All right, I'll show you. This is what the My Stuff folder looks like for my music. I'm not going to scroll around at all. There's a bunch of like incomplete ideas. I only know what these are if I open up the files. There's some beat stuff. I didn't like writing names for the music I'd come up with. Now I'm starting to do that. Can I get a command for that? Remind Weedly or something? Yeah, sure. At the 3,000 follower mark, I'll give you that command. How about that? Steffi says, hi. Happy Christmas and Happy New Year to you all. Hi. How's it going? You are another one of those names where Steffi is the name. So Steffi, yes. All right. Hey, Steffi. Wheatley, how will you remember it though? Why do you need the command? It doesn't make any sense. I never realized how nice a game dev stream is without music. I feel like, yeah, everyone can listen to their own music if they want it. And at some point, actually I was debating on doing this. Would you guys be interested? Maybe I should do a straw poll. Do I even want to ask this question? Well, all right, I'll just ask the question. I'm not going to make a straw poll about this, but would you guys be interested in a stream where I don't do any game development? I just use this thing and try to make music. Is that interesting or no? Hey, Agrigino. Festivus Eve. Oh, well, good, Duck Attack. I'm glad you like it. So let's think of how we're going to do this. And let me finish coughing my lungs out. Hang on. So we can get a user by user ID, but we can't get them by name. And we need to be able to get them by name, because that's how account names work. We could index on name as well, but then name has to be unique. Name is unique though. Yeah, maybe we can do this. Let's take a look at this. MySQL indexes. I think they probably got AI that can play a synthesizer better than you can. So is that a no then? All right. All right, so indexes are used to find rows with the specific column values quickly. Without it, it must begin with the first row. Yeah, so it's an O of n thing without it. The larger the table, the more this costs. If the table has an index for the columns in question, it can quickly determine the position to seek to without having to look at all the data. Much faster. Okay, great. Most indexes, primary key unique, index, and full text are stored in B trees. All right. In general, indexes are used as described in the following discussion. All right. To find rows matching a where clause quickly. Perfect. That's what we need. To eliminate rows from consideration. If the table has a multiple column index. Okay, great. So I don't care so much about that. I guess now I just want to figure out how to use indexes, column indexes. Here we go. Most common type of index involves a single column, storing copies of the value from that column in a data structure, allowing fast lookups. Okay, cool. Maximum number of indexes per table. Maximum index length is defined per storage engine. All storage engines support at least 16 indexes per table. and a total index length of at least 200. What is the index length? What is the index length? Weird. Okay. So we can just, what is the length of this? Syntax and index specification. You can create an index that uses only the first n characters of a string column. Indexing only a prefix of column values in this way can make the index file much smaller. When you index a blob or text column, you must specify a prefix length for the index. Prefixes can be up to 1,000 bytes, 767 bytes, unless you have InnoDB large prefix set. Okay, so let's take a look at my account. We have the, or my user table. We have text name. Okay, well, I think we should probably change that to have a limit. Oh, we said Node.js was going to put the limit on it. No, Node.js will enforce a limit here. I don't know about this. Full text indexes. Can you name indexes? Okay, so I could either say that user accounts can only be up to a certain value and just use varchar for that. Or I kind of have to guess what node is going to supply to me. I could make a database constants file. I'm not sure what I want to do here. Let's write down what the problem is. So, problem. Usernames are currently stored as text and not varchar, which means the Node.js layer is going to have to cap them at a maximum size, which, by the way, is already happening. When you look at create user, there is a min length and a max length. So the problem is that I need to specify a number in the index for this column, which, maybe it doesn't matter so much. Maybe I say that the index is something like 25. Let's just try this. This is made as a programmer in my hometown. Oh, cool, Agrigino, good job. Yeah, and a robotics team is a great way to get some hands-on experience where you can actually code something that will modify something in the real world, as opposed to just on our monitors. So yeah, I'll test this out because I've never done this sort of thing before. So what was I running over here? Game. Oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna make username blobs. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna keep them as text. I just want to see. So here's what I'm gonna do. This blob column I don't want. Also, why does that's not how I created this before, right? Hang on, let me take a look at my notes for a second. Where is... Here we go. So in PostgreSQL, I created a table by... Oh, I guess you do say that. Okay, great. So yeah, so we want this to be text. We're going to say create table users. This is going to be name. And let's index it based on just the first two characters. So this should work. What's next? So show databases. Do I have a test database in here? No. Okay, well, create database, Atom test. Use Atom test. Then let's create table users. Okay, so now we have the users table. Select star from users. Okay, perfect. Now let's add some users in. Now let's do insert into users name values Adam. And let's come up with a whole bunch of names. Actually, we don't need to do this. We already have them in our constants file. So we have these names. So we're going to make a whole bunch of these names. Okay, perfect. So let's duplicate this a bunch of times. And then I don't know if we got to even do this correctly or not. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, so we got to get exactly the number of selections that I have over here. So it's got to be 45. I had 44. Wow. So now this should work. Yeah, there, that worked. Okay, got it. So now we have a bunch of names. Let's insert all of these into the database. Oh, we need semicolons at the end of all of this. So semicolons ahoy. Okay, and now let's insert all these in. Okay, cool. So now when I do select star from users, I have a whole bunch of names. Now I want to see, let's take these names, I want to sort them all. So let's do this. And what is it, F9? Yeah, there we go. All right, so here are all the names. We have 3 A names. Now let's search for, let's do select star from users where name equals Adam. Okay, so our index that we created was 2. So we're really only indexing the first 2 letters. And this worked, despite that our names can be longer. So I think if we just, what happens if we say, let's do the same thing. Let's drop the table, drop table users. Let's put in exactly the same stuff, but now let's say that our index is 100 long. Is this going to do anything weird? Select star from users where name equals Adam. No, this works fine. Okay. And it's case insensitive. All right, great. I'm Buff Siegel. Just do band again. Robotics team, Control D 44 times. Adam, prefix your select with explain. Oh yeah, to see which indexes I'm using. Key length 301 or 303. Ref const rows 1 filtered 100. Huh. Mark Walbot. Yeah, I like that name. That was one of my doings. Okay. Cool. So I don't think this index really matters too much what size I make this. Let's figure out how to use an index with connects. Oh wait, were people modifying my lights before this? Ah, Destin was. I wasn't even paying attention. What did you do, Destin? Color lights yellow. Okay. Alright, yeah, let's take a look at connects. Have multiple names that start with Adam, use shorter index, and use explain again. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. So let's use an index of 1. Where is this? Drop table users. Alright, now that select statement is going to be way up here, so doing this is probably not a good idea. Rows 3. Okay, I see. Got it. So now it found 3 rows originally and just returned the one where it was equal. It's actually pretty nice. Okay, so let's write this down in MySQL for this stuff. I'm going to write, let's make just something called indexes here. 1 kilobyte of apples, Spurman? You're making Snake, right? And yes, that was a facetious question. All right, so here's what I want to write down. So first of all, how to use them. First, you just do something like this. And the how to use them, we can say reference. There. So create table, users, name, text, index, name 5, let's say. Note, the number in parentheses indicates how long of a prefix you're going to index on. It can be higher or lower than the number of characters in each individual name in the table. The lower it is, the less, I guess I'll say hard drive space the index will use, but the less performant it will be. Suppose you created, why did I tab all this in? Suppose you created the index with length 1 and then added Atom to your table 5 times. You could, well, I'll say 3 times. You could run explain on your query as below. Let's put this in here for now. I'm going to take this stuff, should all be capitalized. This should be capitalized. Yeah. And we should make this into a proper table. ID, select type, table, partitions, type, possible, keys, keylen, ref, rows, filtered extra. Okay, cool. So ID is 1. Simple users, null, ref, name 6, const 3, 100, using where. All right, there we go. So that's a more one-note way of doing things. What did I miss? Hey, SwiftBlue, how's it going? I use 2 monitors. Yeah, that's where I read chat. So if you see my head turn from here, main monitor, which you guys can see over to here, that's because I've got another monitor. Postgres has explain, analyze for deeper info. Don't know about MySQL. I wonder how bad it scales with the amount of players. At least 2, unless it's 40 inches since you reach chat. He looks to the left. Now I need a DigitalOcean droplet, I guess. It is time, Spirit Man. Time to spend money. You should look into coding.io first, because that's free. At first, it's free. Finally going to start working on that bot. It's been a long day. What bot? Playing Risky. And why was your day long? Sloan, hey Adam, sorry for the random question, but what type of music do you enjoy? It's mostly classical music and video game music. If it's got lyrics, I typically don't listen to it. What's the capitalizer? Is it built in Sublime? Yeah, it is. By default, you can select a word and hit Control-K, Control-U, and that'll capitalize it. Control-K, Control-L will lowercase it, and Control-K, Control-T will title case it. Title case just means it's going to capitalize the first letter and lowercase everything else. So if you take some text that looks like this, it's just going to make the first letter capitalized. Sir Crash, you're not getting into the quotes database twice. That is simply not allowed. So let's see how we build indexes using, oh, that's super easy. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on. Sorry, there was like rapid knocking at my door, and I went over and checked it out. And it was two guys I never recognized, and they said, "Hey, we got a call about your fridge." Oh wait, not your fridge. No, your plugs in your bathroom. I'm like, we didn't call about that. And then, anyway, it's weird. I am always very wary when something like that happens because I don't know if it's a scam or if someone's like out to murder me or who knows what. So thankfully they didn't try to come in anyway. Okay, so we're trying to make an index on a table. This is like the very mild version of swatting. It's calling maintenance over to your place when they don't really need it. Some guy's giggling in his apartment like, he doesn't have any problems with his fridge. I got him. All right, specifies a field as an index. If an index name is specified, so how do we specify the what's it? The length of the key. Because there's index name, index type. Optionally specified. Huh. Now, if you want me to check something out, you should just send me a link. And yeah, it could be someone scoping out my house. For all I know. Although that'd be kind of weird. This is like a gated apartment complex. Anyway, yeah, so apparently we can do this. We can do, whoa, what is going on here? So we can do column.index. So we can say something like table dot, wait, is this the table schema building stuff, right? Like the integer, time, whatever else. I can just say index. So the columns, I want name to be a column. Limit on length. Instead of us doing it here. So we're going to index name, but I got to say how much we're going to index it. Or how much of a prefix we're going to use. And I don't see that here. Let's just look at index. How about that? Yeah. Where's our connects test bed? So I think I put it here. Connects.cmd. Yeah. Now we can require this. Okay, now we can use connects. So let's do connects users.index name. What does this turn into? What? Undefined is not a function? What's not a function? Well, connects is. Apparently index is not. I thought this was chainable. Oh, I need to. Oh, whoops. I'm stupid. Connects. No, wait. No, I did that right. Okay, let me put that down, Naina. Naina suggests listening to this. And what is it? Filter? Okay. And then what else did I miss here? Where's my bot base? One tall unit. Yes, everything is proper workplace attire when you work in botland. Okay, so I apparently can't even use the index function here. It doesn't even exist. Yeah, it's undefined. How am I supposed to use this then? Well, let's take a look. Let's just look at their index. Source. Client. Let's just search for index. This probably appears all over the place in their code. Yeah, only 58 times. That's not terrible, right? Oh, wait, we found it. Columns index name. How am I supposed to use this? Create index on table. This dot formatter dot columnize columns. Yeah, how is this supposed to work? Maybe I should just run raw SQL here. Create unique index. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. There's primary, unique, all that other stuff. Where do they have an example of them using this? Let's look at their test code. Test. Where would we find this? I doubt this is a very large file. Yeah, this includes everything else. So let's see integration. I don't know, schema. Do they have an index in here? an index function we use, undex. Table.string.index. Oh, you call it on, oh, I see. You call it on a column. So I say something like this. So now let's try that out. We say, take that, create table users. No, I don't know how I test this out, because I can't just say like text name, right? That's not valid. No, undefined is not a function. I wonder what SQL this would turn into in the end then. Oh, it says right here. First name. Where's first name in here? First name. There it is. Create index. Test table 1 first name index on that. Yeah, but it still doesn't have... Oh, man. Where do you create index? Is that even a thing? Let's see. Create index. Here we go. How does this work as far as text goes? Index options. That's probably it. Key block size. Optionally specifies the size in bytes to use for index key blocks. No, there's something about... Where's prefix? Indexes can be created... They use only the leading part of column values using column name, length, syntax to specify an index prefix length. Oh, so if I wanted to... Well, I don't know if I can do this through connects. Where did index go? Columns index name. And the chainable function is just index name. I don't know. Let's try this out. Let's just see what happens when I do this. So how do I test this? We need to go to... Actually, you know what I can do? I could just run the test. But that's not what I'm going to do here. We're going to go into MySQL. Going to use... let's drop database botland. And then let's run init database. Can I just run this now? Call create database and grant privs. That's too bad. Okay, fine. Node require what's that called? Init database dot create database and grant privs. I actually don't think that's how I do this. In fact, yes, that is wrong. I think I just delete this and then that's it. Cannot find module init database dot slash. Warning, your database user is not root. The script may not work. It actually seemed to work just fine. That was pretty good. So now if I say show databases, I should have the botland database again. Oh, I do. Perfect. Okay, now we've got to run connects migrate. So really, this is all this came down to. Just run this. Let's write that down here. So it's node, and then it's just this. And then after it's connects migrate latest. So let's go run that command. This will make our database and all of our tables in it. Alter table users, add index, users, name, index, name, error, blob key without length. Yes, I'd love to put in a length there, but I don't know what to do for that. Name used in key specification without key length. How do I do this? Locrat says, the light thing is wicked, dude. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. People seem to be having fun with that. It's been around since the first or second week, actually. It was something, it was the weekend before I was going to start streaming. So it was like September 5th. And I thought, you know what would be really cool? Like, I have these lights. Why don't I let my users control them, or my players, viewers? Oh, God. Words. Why don't I let my viewers control them? So I coded a system, and then I eventually got some help on some of the bots for that. HAL 9000. So how do we use this then to specify the correct thing here? And now we probably have, let's see. Here's MySQL. So let's do use botland show, describe users. All right, users exists. Name is here. Yeah, so everything was set up except for, so let's say drop table users, and let's try this again. We're going to just keep modifying this migration file until we get this to work. So index takes in an index name and an index type. An index type is only for PostgreSQL. So I don't know if this is possible. Hey again, Dan. Dan, I'm still wondering how you think everything's terrible. And hey, Lanky Ninja. It seems as though you're a flighty person. Keep jumping away. So connects MySQL index. Let's see if there's any information about this. Multi-row insert using connects. I don't want that exactly. I just want search for connects.js index. That doesn't exist. Connects index. Doesn't seem like people typically use this. All right, well, I'll just use the raw SQL at this point. I don't think this is worth it. But how do I want to do this? We need to have sequential promises for that. Not good, not good. Okay, let's figure out, how about this? Let's do the migrate latest. Are you pre-optimizing or am I not understanding the issue? I don't think I'm really pre-optimizing. I guess it kind of is. So here's what I've got. I've got a users table, and the users table, oops, I just dropped the users table. Okay, I no longer have a users table. Let me do this correctly. There we go. So here's my users table. It has ID, token, name, number of logins, and inventory. And this stuff is going to change eventually. But sometimes I want to find the user based on the ID. Sometimes I want to find the user based on the name. So I consider pre-optimizations to be something that you think you'll want later instead of knowing that you'll want it later. So one thing that I'm doing is I want the name, I want to search by name. So I can definitely do that. I could just say select star from users where name equals Adam. That would work. But that's an O of N search because I have no indexes. So the only thing I'm trying to do is put an index on this table. And that's very straightforward in raw MySQL, but it's not straightforward in Connects. So yeah, that's it. All right, well, I could just take the index off this table. So let's see what we've got. We're going to do create index, then we need to give it a name. What did this try giving it for a name? Because let's just use that same thing. Because this probably follows conventions that I haven't actually learned yet. Where is it? Wait, what? Here. User's name index. That sounds very reasonable. Okay. So our MySQL that we're going to try is create index, and I think we put that there. So let's see, create index, index name, index type. What is index type? Using B-tree hash, don't care about that. And then column name length, which is, oh, it says on table name after that. So on users. And then in parentheses we say name, and then in parentheses here we say something like 5. So let's test that and see, does that work? Query okay, rows affected, 0 rows affected. So this is apparently the syntax that we want. Sublime is so mainstream, use PHP Storm. I have to say, I find it a little funny when people come in here and just tell me to use something instead of asking. But I've used PHP Storm before. It was very slow for certain operations I was trying to do, specifically diffing, and it really frustrated me. I had an SSD and I had a ton of RAM and a good CPU, and for some reason it just diffing files took so long. I don't know why, and it was very frustrating. What am I doing here? Okay, yeah, let's describe the table now. Describe users. So now we say name key mul. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, so this is what we got to do. Now we just need to do it somewhere after all of this. No, Exo Gaming's been in here before. I don't think Exo Gaming's going to give any spoilers. Please do not, Exo Gaming, nor anyone else. I want this to be a spoiler-free place. If I just preemptively banned people, this would turn into like a Minority Report stream. So how do I want to do this? I want to run promise.all, which I think is going to just queue them all up. Then that should return a promise, right? So let's go to Bluebird promises. Oh, wait, there it is. API reference. Perfect. All right, so all, where's all? Where's all? There it is, promise all. Does this return a promise? Yeah, it does. Oh, perfect. So then why do I ever have a problem with this? I should be able to do promise.all and then down here .then and use the rest of this. Yeah, all right, so let's do this. We're gonna say connects. Oh wait, this is not ES6 code. We gotta say function here. Okay, fine. So connects.raw. We should really say this here. Var create username index SQL equals that. Great. So, and then we'd return this. So let's drop the database again. Drop database botland and rerun migration. Unknown database botland. Oh, whoops. I shouldn't have dropped the database. I should have dropped the table. Whoops. Oh man. Okay, fine. Well, that was a wrong thing to do. So let me fix this. Database user is not a string. Oh, this has to be coming from the... It's got to be coming from here, essentially. Let's do this here. Node-E. Perfect. And now we should be able to migrate it. Okay, here goes nothing. Oh, it worked. Let's take a look. No database selected. Use botland. Hey, check it out. That was very easy. That wasn't bad at all. No, I meant to drop the database. Well, no, wait, I didn't. I meant to drop the table. It's okay to have dropped the database. The database doesn't contain any rows in it, so that's fine. But yeah, that was a minor mistake. I shouldn't have done that. All right, so here we go. Once those promises are done, the tables are set up. So now we can tweak the tables. So this is creating an index for the users table. And I said name 5. I don't really know what the good choice is here. I'll just say 15. It's probably longer than the size of most people's names. And I wonder what the real world data is on this. If you took a collection of 100,000 usernames, at what point in the username can you differentiate, between like 90% of the usernames? So basically, if I had Adam1 and Adam2, I need to go 4 characters in to differentiate these two usernames. But if these are just 2 users among all of the other ones, like Bob and Joe and person number 1000, then this does differentiate you between more than 90% of the users by just searching 4 characters. But I wonder, I don't know, 15 sounds fine for now. Is that a Greek name? And hi, Nylon Gamer. I don't know if I saw you in chat before. Alright, I think this is working. So now we have an index on there. Exo Gaming. Why does your rating scale only go up to 7? Lanky Ninja says, when are you using ES6 and when not? It seems like you're using different styles in your code. Yeah, so for some of this, I'm using ES5 when I don't want to go through the hassle of transpiling everything. So this is a database migration script. I feel like the JavaScript level that I'm going to need to use in here is very simple. It's like call a function. Okay, call another function. Then finally here is where I do something slightly different. I shouldn't ever need any advanced JavaScript in here. So I'm fine using ES5 there. The majority of my code base is using ES6. The problem then becomes transpilation, which is why I have these annoying like watch servers set up here. I have one for the client, which every time I change code, I have one for the server. And it's kind of frustrating to use that. Greek is right. Okay. Database is indexed by hashing. Yeah. .97 in 2012. Don't ask me how I know that. What does that even mean? I don't know. I like the idea. Sometimes I use divide by 11. All right. So what's next? We have our table. Now, we were doing this so that we can search by names. I think this stuff is done. But you could use those beautiful arrow functions. Yeah, that's true. All right, cool. So let's go back to our thing here. So check if a user already exists. Oh, that's where we left off. That's right. So we need to get a user by name. Do you go to college and university? If not, why? No, I don't, but it's because I already went. And I mean, you got to stop at some point unless you're a professor, I guess. All right, so here's where I want to know a little bit more about how I'm supposed to structure this. If we go into my little coding note here, there was this article. Now, in this article, he talks about best practices for REST APIs. One of the things I'm wondering about is when you're searching, I think you just use the same, like, here's what I should do. I should make /users, like, post to this. This will create a user, create user. Get /users would return all users. Get /users/ID returns a single user. And then we could do something like get /users, maybe question mark, name equals Adam, like gets user whose name is Adam. Maybe that's what I need to do. I just don't know what the best way to structure this particular API is. So let's go find out. This talked about search in here, or filtering, I guess is what it is, which is, yeah, here we go. So use a unique query parameter for each field that implements filtering. For example, when requesting a list of tickets from tickets endpoint, you may want to limit those in the open state. This would be accomplished like this, question mark state equals open. Here, state is a query parameter that implements a filter. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we want. So let's do that. But then, yeah, so I guess we need to do this. Get users. Do I need to specify in a RESTify server how this works? Let's go to restify.com. Check this out. How would I make query parameters? Render it from other places. Am I using the query parser in my... Do I even use Restify on the client side of things? I do in REST test. I used to. Let's look for a body parser. I am using this. Oh, so I have the query parser too. Okay, I guess this is something the server needed to do. Yep. Parses that if you use this, the parse will always be available in rec.query. So is this a new route? I guess let's call this test. Test rec res next. Let's just do res.send 200. Message is going to be rec.query.name. Yeah. All right, let's try that out. Query, not query. Are you talking about pronunciation? Or did I type something wrong? Is there a W? I don't know. I don't see. Yeah. I don't think it's a typo you're talking about. All right, so this should have finished building. Let's test this out. We're going to make a new API. We have get user. We're going to make a search user, I think. Let's duplicate this. We're going to call this filter user. Filter users by name. Sure, fine. Filter user by name. So we go to users and we say name equals Adam. And then we save this. Yeah, it doesn't require authorization, so let's just save this. Send. Get is not allowed. But it is allowed. Oh, I never restarted the server. There. Okay, now let's try it out. Yeah, it started. Okay, so send. Oh, there we go. It worked. Huh, that wasn't bad. So if I said get users, this is going to say nothing. That's strange. Get users. Oh, because there's nothing in my query. Interesting. Huh, it's pretty good. Query. I'm pretty sure both are accepted pronunciations. If I just search this, will it tell me the pronunciation, or do I need to say it to define? Oh, there it is. Yeah, you hear that, guys? I don't even hear this. My sound is turned off. All right, let's turn it back on for this.
Query.
Whoa, that's like a horror movie voice. I got shivers. Some little horrific doll is whispering to me from the shadows. Query. All right. I'm still pronouncing it query. We're not going to change that. Super weird. All right, get users. So let's change test to get users or get user. I guess it could be either one. So we say const filter by name equals rec.query.name. Okay, so if that's defined, if util.exists filter by name. Actually, let's do this. If it doesn't exist, let's just say rest.send an internal server error. Error is going to be did not code a get all users yet. Okay, and then return next. We can put that down at the bottom. I think that's fine. No, not at all. I use the speech synthesis API in Chrome to confirm. All right. I will look this up. Let's just go to Merriam-Webster. Maybe I'll change what I say forever. Actually, I guess checking multiple dictionaries is a good thing regardless of whether or not this. Oh, they do have query as an allowed pronunciation. Yeah, it is fine. We're sticking with that. So much for looking at multiple dictionaries. The first one confirmed what I thought. Ha 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 ha. All right, next, let's filter by that name. I think, yeah, we need to call into the database wrapper for this. Man, this is like so many layers of indirection. All right, let's put a bookmark here. And then let's go take a look at where our database is used. Database wrapper.getUser. Yeah, so we're going to need to do something like this. Get user by name. Filter by name. So we call that, and then if that existed, then I guess we can say something here. We can say something like resp. Am I using resp here or no? Soldier Lord says, I hate you all. we take pronunciation seriously in this stream. All right, let's try this out. So I'm going to get rid of all of this. So I'm taking taking the response, I'm going to say user equals resp0 if user equals undefined. Throw error no such user. We don't need to do that. I think we just say rest.send, and then what are the HTTP response codes for this? Let's take a look. If it doesn't find anything, response to a successful request that won't be returning a body, like a delete request. Non-existent resources requested, 404. That makes sense. 404. Then we just say error, no user found with name, filter by name. I'll just say with that name. All right. Otherwise, we can return that. Rest.send, and I believe it would be a 200 in that case. Yeah, 200. We can say that the user is the user that we got. Perfect. Now, if there was any error doing any of this, then we say error. I think we'll just return that error. Yep, here we go. Generic promise chain error and get users. Get user by name. Is that even a thing? Get user. Okay, there we go. That's our code. So now we just need to write the get user by name code. Hey, Talroll. So let's go into database wrapper. We have get user. So let's just change this to get user by name. Get user by name, username. Select where name equals username. And this becomes a string. Perfect. All right, I think that's it. Let's try it out. So let's close this down, restart this, and then let's go modify the database. So right now, if I say use botland, select star from users, I should have no one in there. So now let's create a user. So we'll create a user. Yeah, let's just hit create. Great, we got user ID 1. And the name is Adam. So now let's do get user by name Adam. And we got the user. Now what if we said Adam 2 here? Or Adam 3, fine, doesn't matter. It says no user found with that name. Perfect. We got a 404 not found. Yeah, everything looks good here. Great. So now if we got 2 different users with that name, so if I said create a second user named Adam, now everything's going to totally blow up. Wait, what? Not authorized. Did my token expire? That was weird. Let's try that out again. Oh, I think navigating away from that screwed that up. I don't know. Let's just remake this. Send. Okay, we created user ID 2. Now when we do this, yeah, we just get the first user. So we always get the first one with that name. Nisimico says, my daughter's learning HTML. She's 11. That's really good. That's awesome. I think it's a good idea to start young. I think HTML is a good starting place if you're 11. Yeah, I think this is working. This is, I guess I'll write that this only returns the first one. Eventually, actually, this is something we'll need to verify when you create an account. I'll write this down and create user. So we authorize it, and then we call create user. So eventually, I'm gonna just write to do, we need to make sure you can't create an account with an existing name. Don't forget to change name as unique because now it's mul. Oh yeah, I don't even need to do this then, huh? I can just put that right in the migration thing. That's a pretty good idea, Talroll. I shall give you a point. I appreciate it. So we can say this dot, I believe we can just say unique here. Let's take a look at Connex's documentation. Where did I put Connex's documentation? apparently way back here. All right, unique. Sets a column as unique. Yeah, there we go. When creating user, maybe use index length limit for name too. I was going to limit that. So I could do something like that. I could put a varchar that has this maximum length here of 25, but I'm going to limit it in the node layer for right now. That way I don't need to change the schema if I ever plan on modifying this. Although really I should just change the schema in that case. But I think I'm going to try this out. It's your 35th point. Alright, what's up next? So we created a user, we made sure it's unique. So now if I restarted the server, oh, I have to do more than just that though. No, I don't even need to restart the server. All I need to do is this. I'll drop the database entirely. This time I am intending to do this. Drop database botland. Good, that's gone. Now let's remake the database. Done. Okay, so database is back up. Now let's try create unique error blob key without length. Column name used in key specification without a key length. Oh. How do I do this? How do I do this? So what would be the sequel for this? Let's test this out. Oh, I closed that page. Okay, fine. Create table users. Where is this? Yeah, this. Name text unique, not nullable. How do I specify that? MySQL not nullable. I forgot what the name of this column is. Adds a not null. Oh, that's what it's supposed to be called. Not null. Yeah, not null. I think that's what they end up using here. Let's try that out. Not null there. Okay, so if I try creating this is going to fail, I think. So drop table users. No database selected. Use botland. Drop table users. Create table. Column name is used in key specification without a key length. So I think what it's trying to get me to do here is say to what extent this is unique, or to say how long text can be. No, that's not right. So had I just changed this from a text to a varchar 50, let's say, that works totally fine. Oh, so maybe you can't have unique text. MySQL unique text. Adam, are you storing your JWT in memory? No, I'm storing it in the database. How many points to collect for 1 hour of coaching? Coaching? You mean like helping out? Because if you ever want to ask a question, you can ask a question. I'll help out. Alright. I'll just use, I'll use varchar here. Is this even possible out of curiosity? You cannot use text as unique. Yeah. Okay. Varchar is a bad idea. Database engine has to work twice as hard with varchar. Oh, is that the Ultra Lord? And let me think about this. So I guess what I could do to verify if this is unique and still use text is to just try fetching the user before I add a new one. I mean, that's not so bad, and account registration shouldn't happen so frequently. So we could just remove that. We want to count to 10, that's 2 in binary. But only only if you're on the same from that browser / also Botland is currently using. All right, sorry, I was responding to a whisper. We did it. Good job, Inferno and Wheatley. All right. So yeah, I'm going to change this to doing this in here. So we'll cut out the unique from here. And then I will instead just write my to-do item here. So to do variable length means the database engine has to look up the length and allocate memory accordingly. When you set the length and data type statically, the engine won't have to look it up and it will perform better. But I guess you're talking about char versus varchar, right? Not varchar versus text? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just say to do, make sure that the user created has a unique name. It doesn't seem like unique can work with text or text fields, so it may be a better idea to just try fetching user based on their name, especially since we've indexed that column already. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. All right, so check if the user already exists. Now we have a way of doing that, and it is this URL. So here's how we call this. We say return request.get this.get root server URL. Actually, you know what I can say? I can say get server URL URL after root. Return this.get root server URL plus URL after root. So if URL after root, do we have a starts with in JavaScript? If not, it's very easy to write, but let's just see. A equals hi. A dot starts with H. Yeah, we do. Okay, so if URL.root starts with slash, then URL after root equals URL after root dot what, slice 1. Hi there. Yes, slice 1. Make sure we don't have 2 slashes. Okay, there we go. Good server URL. As you, Adam, said, account registration won't happen so often. Well, yeah, and eventually, I mean, even if there are tons of users, it's not like there will be 1,000 accounts created every second or something. That's what I mean by not so often. Let's see. Adam, which game put you on tilt so much that you smashed your keyboard that it bent this way? Yeah, it was a Hello Kitty Island adventure. It was a tough game. That's supposed to be an attempt at justifying ignoring best practices. No, I don't. Oh man. All right, I think there should be a conversation about that. Sure. I think I'm happy with what I'm using here, although I haven't actually coded the thing I wanted to code yet. But we'll get to that point. All right, so this get root URL we're gonna say is users question mark name equals username. Now, here's where we can make this a little bit better. While this is an API that only a trusted user can call, so we don't need to validate this input here because we know that there's going to be a validation layer on top of this in the connection manager. Whereas normally, yes, we would have to do this, but this is not really user input. It's more like my server's input. Excuse me. Let's put this here. So we're going to search username equals username. Okay, so if that exists, let's think about this. If that exists, that is, where is it? Get users. Yeah. So if that exists, we'll get a response with the user. So dot then, we take the response, which is going to be the user. Let's take a look at the REST test stuff and see how I did that. We got expect user ID. But we could take, here, resp.body.token. Yeah, that's what we need to do, resp.body.user. Let's try that out. Let's just do this, stringify resp.body.user. So how would we test this eventually? We got to get pretty clever about doing this. Yeah, anyway, let's try that. And then here we'll put a dot catch with an error and just say console.log got an error from add pre-beta user error.message error. So it's fine. Yeah. Okay. Hey Finn. Also, what else? Modern database implementations will do a surprising amount of work. That question mark? What question mark? Oh, thanks, Deadbringer. Got my back. Okay, let's try it out. Oh, the question mark at the end of what I said, probably. Anyway, in order to test this out, let me think of what I need to do. I need to restart the game server. Did the REST server change? No, I don't think so. So let's go restart the game server. Is the game server even running? I don't think it's even running. Let's just start this. Why Node.js? I actually don't think this was asked a lot of times, but I'll still answer it. I think what started this project for me is there were two things. One, the now co-founder of the company came to me one day and said like, hey, let's work on this thing together. And I said, sounds great. I've been thinking about a similar idea for the last like 5 years. And then I thought, I don't know Node.js and would like to know it. So I will use that as the language for this. I did not think, is Node.js best for this? Is anything else? That was for the prototype. Then as of about July of this year, when I decided I was going to quit the job I was working at and then work on this full time, I reevaluated, do I still want to work in Node for this? And I came to the same conclusion that yes, because I like the structure. I had written the prototype in this already, and I think it'll work well for the game. So I'd considered other things like Unity or writing a custom thing in, let's say, C++, and I settled on this. I did try Adam, have you heard Twitch wants to merge game dev with creative? I think that's interesting. I haven't heard that though. Where did you read about that, Finn? It seems to be why SQL and not Mongo. It seems to be why time. Oh, I see what you're saying. Why SQL and not Mongo. I decided against NoSQL databases. I think my data is relational, and I read a whole lot of articles before this and came to the conclusion that I was going to use PostgreSQL. Then after talking to, well, everyone on stream and then some other people too, I decided for MySQL for later replication. I don't have replication yet, but yeah. Okay, so here's what we got to do. We got to call into this function. Thankfully, we have access to this because I think we can just say this.games. No, we can't do that. This.restClient.add pre-beta user. Okay, how do we do this? We got to put in a username and then the password isn't even used, so just a username. So let's try this out. Bob. Unrecognized command, so evaluating it, return to promise. Response.body.user is undefined. What happened on the server side of things then? Creating a user with name equals Adam. Response from create user 2. Did this even contact the server? What happened here? All right, how about this? Let's log what this is. Console.log hitting URL. In fact, let's put the URL as a constant here. API URL equals this. And then let's change this text here and here to just API URL. All right, that looks much cleaner anyway. So let's restart this and try that out again. We need to call into this API. So let's take that. That's what I'm missing. Hardly difficult. A game dev streamer got a mail from Twitch. He just told me. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of attention in game dev streams, but actually, how does creative work right now? How many people are in the creative channels? Twitch, creative? Is this getting like thousands of viewers or something? Because my understanding was this didn't ever really break 1,000 for people, except for Bob Ross. I know Bob Ross got like 40,000 viewers at one time. That was crazy. But I am not Bob Ross. All right, well, it's taking forever to load. Oh, interesting. This is where those hashtags show up. Why is this taking so long? Yeah, hundreds of viewers. Oh man, this is taking a long time. All right, 753, 376, 365. So yeah, the top several channels actually have a lot of people. This is a very like visual set of streams. If you look at the game development streams, it's a very like coding set. Interesting. You're the Bob Ross of JavaScript. All right, let's try calling this API again. Hitting URL. Oh, the URL's wrong. That's all. Wait, what happened here? Oh, probably never added this. I don't know what's going on actually. Let's see. Users, name. What is happening here? Something's wrong. URL after root. Then return this plus this. Oh, I'm calling into the wrong function. In fact, all of this should be get server URL. That way I just don't have another problem with this. Happy little arrow function. All right, let's try this again. All right, here goes. Undefined is not a function. Did I seriously screw this up again? What happened here? Get server URL. How is that not a function? Is it get root? No, what did I screw up? Oh, maybe. No, weird. It must be this. I don't understand how it is that, but let's just put a console.log in here and find out. Test. I know that's a stupid way of doing things. Also, is this thing REST client? Nah, it's working. Okay, so let's try this out again. There we go. Yeah, okay, so test is getting hit. So it's this that's not. I bet that's because the this that this is referring to is not the this that I think it's referring to. Probably because of how I'm evaluating this. Wait, how does that make sense though? What is this? Let's do stringify this. I don't know if that's going to help, but we'll find out. God, that's ridiculous. What's going on in chat? What does slice1 return? I'll show you. So if you have a string, like string, and you slice 1, you're cutting off all but the very first character of it. So, well, or rather, you're cutting off only the first character of it, depending on how you look at it. Glass half empty or glass half full. So I end up with tring after this. Any tips for clueless 17-year-olds who want to get in the game development scene? Yeah, I think, so Decatech said, build small, build a lot. If I were to give you 5 words of advice, yes, that is what I would give you. Expanding on that a little bit though, I would say, do you know any programming? And then I'd base my answer based on that. So I guess first I'd ask you a question, do you know how to program? Yeah, start with an MMO, then work your way down from there. So start with the hardest thing. All right, let's see what we got here. So this is REST server. Yeah, this is correct. Huh? Why is this wrong then? I don't have a get server URL function. I just find that very weird. Like I have the function right here. I'm trying to call it. It says that it's undefined. Oh, it could be starts with doesn't exist. Let me take a look. What is node a equals hi, a dot starts with h? Oh, it's a node problem. Wait, so where does starts with come from then? Is that just a Chrome thing? The whole reason I tested this out here was to see. Oh, is this something Stack Overflow does? It like replaces the string prototype with something else? Let me load an about blank page and test this. It's probably something Chrome does. Hi dot start. No, yep, it's something Chrome does. Okay, fine. I think someone mentioned this in chat actually. My guess is on starts with, yeah, JWL. All right. Wow, I tested it in Chrome thinking that was a built-in JavaScript thing, but I guess it's not. Moed Pro says, or should I just give up and keep learning Photoshop, web design, absolutely no programming skills or knowledge? Oh, no programming skills. Okay, then here's where I suggest that you start. And here's where I've wanted to see, I wanted someone to be able to follow up on me with this. If you're on a computer right now, I want you to go to this URL and spend 10 minutes going through this. 10 minutes is not long enough for you to learn how to code, but 10 minutes is long enough for you to learn that you've used Python at the end of the 10 minutes. And from there on out, everything becomes just what's the next step? What's the next step? What's the next step? And that's what Decatech was saying, which is build small, build a lot. You're on the build a lot portion after the first 10 minutes because build small is initialize a variable and then go from there. And yeah, you can always ask in the stream for help. I think that's a great place to start. And then if you do like it, at 17, I imagine you're in high school. And so you could start to take, I don't know what year in high school you'd be in or if you're in college, either way. You could start to take classes if you like what you're doing online and then learn in a formal way if you feel like that suits you. All right, so we gotta come up with a node way of representing this. What does A have on it? A has a.big. Does that do what I think it does? Oh no, it doesn't. I thought it would capitalize high, and I thought, what a weird way of saying uppercase, but there's two uppercase over here. I don't know if you guys can see everything that's on my screen right now. Let's see. I could just, like I said, I could just compare the first character of this string. In fact, what is the first character of a 0? Yep, it's undefined. So here's what we can say. We can just say if this equals a slash there, then slice it. Do I have util in here? I do. So what we can really do is this. If util.exit, no. If underscore dot is string URL after root. Yeah, we could do this. Now if URL after root, slice it, return these two things. Actually, if it's not a string, what we can do is just say URL after root equals nothing. And then down here do this code. Yeah, I think this works pretty well. Okay, I think this should start to work. So let's test this out. We're gonna restart, where are we? That is not the server we want. This is the server. Nope, I lost the server. Here it is. Took my first class, wait, what did I miss? Official all-in case says, I took my first CS class in high school. Loved it so much I'm majoring in CS right now. Yeah, and that's why I think it's a great way to start as soon as possible. Because I think what a lot of people don't realize about programming is that it's not something you even learn in, let's say, 2 years. Well, maybe programming is, but the overall just software engineering aspect, there are so many things that you learn after 5 or 10 years that you just didn't happen to know before that. Methodologies of doing things, ways of organizing your thoughts, debugging, etc., etc., etc. There's so much. So because of that, I'd say just start small and say, do I like this? That's all you should try to gauge right now. If you're having fun, yeah, keep learning. If you're not having fun, then yeah, maybe programming's not for you. I don't think it's for everybody. But I don't think it's not for everybody because of how difficult it might be. I think it's not for everybody because of just people have different interests. It's like underwater basket weaving isn't for everybody. Okay, hitting URL, name equals Bob, got an error not found. That means that the user Bob isn't found. That's correct. What we want is, wait, is that correct? Let me search this. If I search for Bob, what happens here? No user found of that name. Oh, this is a different error then. Error not found. What's even returning that? Not found. What happens if I hit this URL? What happens? No user found. Oh, what am I doing differently then? I'm doing HTTP GET. Then yeah, what? Weird. Request. This exact URL in my browser works. Here it does not. Strange. How would I get farther into this to figure it out? So I know the URL it's hitting is fine. I'm getting it just like in my browser. And actually, I'm copying this exactly. I'm doing HTTP GET on this. And another thing that's a little bit strange, at least, is there's no user with the name Adam. Did I just delete the database? Use botlan, select star from users. Oh, there's no Adam user at all. Okay, fine, let's add one. So I'm going to get a super token, and we're going to pass this in for my authorization here. This will let them know that I am allowed to do this. Bad field error. What? Bad field error? Curious. Did I not copy that correctly? Let's try again. Copy and paste. Huh. Bad field error. Okay, what's going on here? It's actually a SQL problem. Is my database not even up and running? What's going on? Describe users. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I dropped the database because I was trying to test something. Oh no, this would never have worked. Okay. Well, when in Rome, drop the database a second time. All right, done. Now we remake the database. That is not the Roman thing to do, but it's the correct thing in this case. Yeah, there we go. All right, now all of this should just work. So if I rerun this, error not found. Well, that's not helpful. Let's try the same thing in my browser. Yeah, no user found of that name. Oh, error not found is probably their generic 404 error. Interesting. So what I would really want to do, okay, so here's what I can try. I can do create user not authorized. I should not have clicked away from that. All right, are you ready for this? Send. Good. User ID 1. We're getting closer. It worked. Perfect. All right. So yeah, not found is their generic error. So let's go change this. Let's do stringify error and figure out what is happening here exactly. Also, I just realized chat has been scrolled up, and that's why I haven't been getting new messages, because I forgot to scroll it down. What did I miss? Junior dev role, JavaScript hardware man. Wow, I missed a ton apparently. Sorry, I'm going to read through chat for a bit here. I could show it on screen if I make sure I don't have any whispers. Yeah, okay, I don't have any whispers. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Isn't programming, is this thing, or yeah. I strongly not recommend that route. Yeah, I'm a big fan of just when you've only been learning programming for somewhere between like 0 and 2 years, just do the next thing that keeps you entertained and motivated to learn programming. You don't need to do the best thing for yourself academically. Just do what you have fun, because once you get that foundation of, okay, I've been programming for 2 years, I'm not just going to stop it now, then try learning things that you should definitely be learning. Like, yeah, what are statically typed languages? What are dynamically typed? What happens on your computer when you run something? Underwater basket weaving. Yeah, I know. Random. Doesn't matter what you learn first. Just have to understand the basics. Do you use Linux at all? I do, but it's mostly for deploying or for testing something. It's not for my standard operating system. And something I try to say to everybody is if you ever think that I can do something in a more efficient way, please tell me. There have been very few times on stream where I've said, like, that's better, but I'm not going to do it. There are times when that happens. One time will be when I'm like just dead tired from whatever I've been working on throughout the day and I just write it as a note for later. And yeah, other times might be because it's not possible or because it costs money or something like that. But very rarely will someone tell me like, hey, you really should, I don't know, use a new tool that's totally free, and then I don't try it out at some point. At the very least, it gets added to a to-do list. So yeah, if you think I can improve something, just let me know. What language should I be starting on? I suggest Python. Try to find a language that's interesting. Oh man, I don't think I'm ever going to catch up on chat. I'm going to try to skim through this a little bit faster. The Ultra Lord, you sound like you're a little peeved. I would argue JavaScript is a Turing-complete language, and so I guess I would say by that definition it would be a programming language. I understand the difference between that and a scripting language, but that's really the difference between compilation and bytecode and interpreting. This is a typical day in my life, deleting databases, not realizing. Are you building your API directly on Express or are you using Restify or some other framework? I'm using Restify for the server and I'm using Super Agent for the client. I'm using Express for the web server portions of things, and then Node.js just backend for really all of that. That's the glue between this. Okay, there. Your cam is acting weird? Is my camera doing something? If it's slowing down, like you see me here and then all of a sudden I'm like over here, then that's usually because I'm using too much CPU on my computer and OBS can't keep up. So if that's the kind of thing that's happening, yeah, that's unfortunate. But if it's something else, let me know. Okay, so we got this working. The weird thing that happens here, so if I rerun this and then I try fetching a user that doesn't exist, let's see if this says any more information than what we had. Error original null response. There's a response dot error that we can get. Response dot text error. No user found of that name. Status 404. And then all that gets returned, since it's a 404 error, it knows that the generic term is just not found. So what I think we can do here is this. We can say this is the response. Let's see if we can get an error out of this. Error equals resp.body.error. So if util.exists error, then we'd say console.log error in add pre-beta user error. Otherwise, I guess we just print the response. Well, let's just do it that way. Yeah. So if the error property doesn't exist in the JSON returned, then just format the generic error. For example, on a 404, this would say not found. This would always say not found. Are you using an Arduino for the lamp control? Oh, so my lights can be, they're described there a little bit. Oh, it's green. Yeah, so you can read this page on how my lights work a little bit. So this is, by the way, for people who aren't aware, when you follow me, you get control over the lights behind me, which is why you see them changing green and pink all the time. That's not me doing that. That's you guys. I did Django for 2 years and was totally shocked. This was the error that shocked me. Error, there was an error. This reminds me of Zelda 2. Anyone who's ever played Zelda 2 probably already knows what image I'm about to show you guys. I think this was a translation error or possibly a coding error. Wow, I haven't seen that image before. Yeah. So, due to who knows what, there's a character in Zelda 2 that just says I am error. That sounds like your Django error that you got. And I've never used a SteelSeries keyboard. By the way, Yaki, I do agree with you. I think if your goal is to be the best at something, there are probably ways to go about doing it such that you achieve that goal. But if your goal is just have fun, learn things, I don't think there's very many ways you can go wrong. First of all, having fun is so loosely defined that there's no way you can go wrong if you determine you're having fun. And learning, I think you can probably go out learning things the wrong way, but hey, you determine how much you learn each day. Okay, so we can rerun this now, and we should get a better error from this. Let's try it out. And if we don't, then that means I just coded the wrong field here. So let's see. Yeah, I definitely coded the wrong thing. Cannot read property error of undefined. Resp.body. I guess the body doesn't exist here. What happened? Resp.text. Oh, because there is no body parsing. But text is going to be a string. Oh, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So let's just for now say error equals resp and then see what's in this. Props in resp. You know what I should do? I should make a print. Did I already do this? Some for var k and thing. Why is this not finding anything? Did I not write any for iterating over? All right, fine. Let's use a regex. Nope, doesn't exist. I guess I just never wrote this function. Yeah, let's do it. Export function, print keys in object. So console.log keys in object, and then we'll say for var k in obj console.log /t plus k. All right, let's try using this function now over here. So we'll do util.print keys in object resp. All right, now we try running this. This thing is just going to keep spewing source code at us. Not very good at all. I'm going to have to fix that. All right, here we go. It has original response and status. Oh, it has a response. Wait a second, did I miss that? Oh, I did miss that. Oops. So resp.response.body.error. Is this a thing that I can do? We can stringify resp at this point, and then we can try doing this. And then I can try to read chat. All right, Z Ultralord, I don't mind you staying in chat and talking to people, but you should just try to be a little bit civil with how you're responding to people. Like, I certainly welcome coding discussions in here. Okay, so here we got the proper response, and here we get error, no user found in the name. Oh, perfect, perfect, this worked. Okay. There, great. So we can say this up here, and then we can get rid of this stuff. Yeah, I like it. Object.keys. Is that a no thing? Should I have been doing that? A equals hi there, message 5. Object.keys A. Interesting. I was not aware of this. And either way, I used Lodash, so I guess I could have just used that. I'm not sure why I didn't do that either. Like, let me see where I do this. Let's go here. If I just run node here, I should be able to do const _ equals require Lodash. Yeah, and then underscore dot keys, and I could pass something in like A5, B6. Yeah, so I don't know. That made no sense. You got me. So we can take this, and then we can do join with a new line in tabs. Well, that would probably work if I did console.log here. Yeah, kind of. Anyway, we could just say that. So I don't think I need this function at all. We can just use Lodash. Shovel and Bucket says, I understand nothing. Well, feel free to ask questions, and I don't know, if you don't know coding, I think most of this is probably not going to make a whole lot of sense, but I can explain on a high level what I'm doing or what the game is about. For example, if you want to know more about the game, you can watch that video that I just pasted in the chat. Then data to lights on your keyboard. Chat is going by much faster than it normally does. What else do I have to do here then? So, oh yeah, we haven't finished this part of the code. So this is just to see if the user existed. If it did exist, then we're here. If it doesn't exist, so if it's a 404, let's check specifically for that. So I'm getting status here, and this is part of, where is this, status? Can I just do this? Let's try this out. Console.log status resp. Is it response? Man, I gotta put this in a new window. I can't read this at all. All right, let's just format it. What is the format button? There it is. Response has this stuff. Oh, status is just part of resp. So we can just do this. Resp.status. Yeah. Okay, so this will print 404 for Bob and not 404 for other ones. Shovel Bucket says, okay, I will. Yeah, I want to learn code. So I'm trying to chill in coding streams. Yeah, and I honestly, I think the best way, and I just linked this earlier. Here, I'll whisper you, well, no, I'll just paste it for everybody. But this link, codeacademy.com/learn/Python. If you're on a computer right now, you don't know how to code, and you want to learn, just click that link and start learning. That's what I'd suggest. Like, don't worry about, oh, is this the best language for me? Is this anything else? Just try it out. And maybe spend 10, 15 minutes at it. If you like it, keep going. If not, feel free to stop. Okay, so we got this, and status is just a number. So this is working great. We now need to, if the user doesn't exist, create them, because that's what this function is supposed to do. All right, so let's think of how we want to do that. Yeah, I could do this in here. I could say if, yeah, let's do it this way. So const status HTTP status equals resp.status. If HTTP status equals 404, so if the user didn't exist, then we can create them. And this actually shouldn't be the case here. We say, yeah. Let's do this. We'll say console.log. Actually, this should all be logger.log. What am I doing? All right, well, let's just blanket change these statements. Logger.info, I guess. This can be an error message. But this one can say logger.error, that user, I'll just say username already exists in the, already exists. Yeah. So cannot add them again. Benderprob says, you're not done making it yet? Are you talking to me? How did you program these lights? Is there an API for your lamp? So Nylon, I don't know if you saw, but there was this thing that I linked earlier about how the lights work. There is an API for the lights, and this explains it a little bit at least, which is the last part of this. So there's a bridge that my computer talks to. The bridge talks to the lights. Oh, Bender props. So wait, let me reread your question now that I know you're talking to me. You're not done making it yet. No, I won't be done making this game for another 14 months or so. There's a lot of stuff left to do, a lot. So we want to do this. Then down here we want to try creating the user. Now in order for this to work, we need to do fetch a super token, and then finally with that token to do use the super token to add them to the database. All right, now let's change that stuff. I think I need to I think I need to restart this. This has gotten out of control a little bit. So yeah, let's just restart that. Is it getting released on a disk? No, it'll be released in a browser, and it might also be an app at some point. And it'll be free, and yeah, I can answer more questions about that. I don't know if you saw the video I'd linked in. Let me close all this stuff now. But yeah, if you go to bot.land, botland is the name of the game, so conveniently we have bot.land as the URL. So if you go to bot.land, you'll find all the different resources about the game. Twitch is the most used, and then YouTube is the next most used. So going to YouTube will let you find out a whole lot more about the development process, what's happened so far, what the game's about. If you want to take a look at some of the concept art that I've shown off for the game, this was the first round that the artist did. And so if you just scroll to a random point in this video, you'll eventually see some of the art. I don't know if OBS is having an easy time sending all this out to you guys, but yeah, you can take a look at this. What G America is this? What? Alright, so fetch a super token. The way we do this is by using this API. Super users. So have I done this at all anywhere else in the code? Well, we have to wait for find results. All right, here we go. We have not used this at all. So let's start to use it, and I can close these things out. So fetch a super token. We're going to later refactor this to make this a little bit neater to read, but for now we can do this. We can say request dot get. This is the find get user API URL. So then we're going to say super token API URL equals this dot get server URL. This is going to be super users. I already don't remember. There's a routing function here. Yeah, super users. Okay, so there's super users. We want to get that. Now we're going to say get the super token API URL and send it the password. So now we say request dot send password, and then if that worked, we'll end up with a response, and if it didn't work, we won't end up with a response. We'll end up with a catch. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make something really quickly. Let's go into my reverser package. I know this is all laid out super poorly, but that's fine. So I'm going to say this for promises in JavaScript. Whoop. We're going to change catch into then and make sure that we don't have then here already. No, we don't. Okay, great. So now if I just reverse this, yeah. Great. What did I miss here? BenderProb says, can I see the gameplay at the moment? Yes, sure. So I'll show you that in just a sec. Hang on a second. Let me read the rest of this. Hey, World Dominator. Okay, so BenderProbs, take a look at this URL. So that's a video I just pasted in. This will tell you all about the game. I could show you the game being played, but it's not very different from that video right now. Like, it is playable, and if you want to get access to it, you could get access right now, actually. And hey folk, so yeah, this is a game being played. I can connect to the server and then it won't be AI players anymore. In fact, no one's... Oh, actually, Void Dreamer's online. Well, well, well. Void Dreamer's online. So I have... What team am I? I'm on the blue team. Alright, let's do this. Let's change these lefts to right and then wait 16 seconds. Get ready. Get ready. I don't know if Void Dreamer's even there. Probably not. Nope. So it's just me. No one else in the arena. Just my poor bots moving around. Well, that's too bad. Is Void Dreamer even still online? Yes. Alright. Well, we'll come back to it at some point. Alright, so if we get a super user token, what does this look like? It returns token. So we can say const token equal... Actually, we can't do this here. We need to say this up here somewhere. And like I said, I'm gonna make this a lot better in a second. So let's say token equals resp.body.token. Console.log got a token. Popo's outside? Yeah. There are a lot of sirens outside. I don't know why. It's almost like a constant thing. Alright, so catch. If we couldn't get a super user token, then we actually have a big problem here. This is like a fatal error. Fatal error. Could not get super user super token. And let's print what the error is. So this is the typical, we got to do this repeatedly. So let's print the error there. All right, and then if that worked, then what we can do here is then we can use this. So it's actually the catch where we don't want this to work, right? How do I want to test something actually. I'm not sure how this would work. If we make a promise that let me see. We have a promise, then we say dot then in some function, dot catch, and then dot then. If we don't run into a problem here, do we ever hit this then? Does this ever get hit if the first then doesn't produce an error? I don't know how that works. Okay, so in order for us to test this, let's go into desktop del open index HTML. Oh no, that's not where it is. Where is this? Test HTML? Yeah, open index. All right. So try this out. Am I the only one on Windows XP? You're on Windows XP? Wow. I'm surprised. I wouldn't expect that to happen nowadays. All right, let's try this out. So we got a promise. And I believe, what library are we using here? This looks like it's Bluebird. Yeah, it is. Okay. So then here's what we do. We say promise.resolve.then. Let's do a function that just prints console.log in first then. And then we have a catch. This should not get hit. Console.log in catch. Dot then. Console.log in second then. All right. So what is going to happen here? I expect it prints in first then. I don't know if the second one happens. The second one does happen. Okay, well, I don't think I would have expected that. Did XP users get Windows 10 for free? I don't actually know about that. Folk says, Adam, I think you used a console.log instead of a logger. Oh, thank you. I have been just typing out console.log. All right, logger.info. Let me points give Folk 1. I think Java is still a very popular language if the TIOBE index is to be trusted. It's like number 2 or number 3. And they do some interesting things to figure out how popular a language is. Oh, it's actually number 1. Wow, I didn't know that. But it just went up. Or maybe that's a change from last year. I don't know what this arrow is supposed to represent. But yeah, apparently Java is the number 1 most popular programming language. Again, they use some metrics. You can read about that on the site. That doesn't mean it's the best language or anything. It just means it's the most popular according to their index. All right. So this does get hit. Conclusion, this does get hit. So what can I take from that then? I guess... Yeah, what can I take from this? Maybe I just need to structure the code this way. JavaScript is number 7. Yeah. I think in the pre-Node world, I don't think JavaScript was really used outside of browsers. And now I feel like it's gaining more popularity. All right, so what else do I have here? This is a fatal error. Now here we need to make use of this. This needs to return something here. No, actually, no, it doesn't. Wait a second. Could we say return token here? It doesn't need to be a promise, right? Then again, we don't need to do that at all, I think. No, let's find out what happens if I do that. Let's test this. Does the second then get hit if the catch gets hit? Yes, it does. And yes, deck attack, it means damage that you deal. That is correct. Also, are my bots still on the server right now? I want to go check. Oh, my bots are not on the server. Are they? Are they there? I can't even see. Oh, they are there. Okay, cool. Yeah, because it's almost like a little less than 6 minutes left in the match. So, all right, here's what we're going to try. How'd you get to the point where you can write the code? So I wrote a little bit about this here. I mean, this is like entry level into what Adam's life was leading up to the coding point now. Wait, did I? Oh man, chat is going like really fast right now. Yeah, so does the second then get hit? Yeah, I answered that one. Okay, great. So what did I want to test here then? I wanted to check what happens if you return something from here. So let's format all of this. JavaScript. All right, I want to change this to a then. What if we returned console.log in first then, and then we returned the number 5. And then instead we said resp in then number 2, resp. All right, what does this do? This might just break. Yeah, it says in first then. Yeah, so the problem is return 5. Okay, good. So then I understand how these are supposed to work. I just wanted to make absolutely sure I got it. So then in here we say there is no parameter to this function. Now we can make use of the token. So here's what we need to do. We need to use this to add them to the database. World Dominator says, no, not that. Oh, wait. No, wait, what are you talking about? Warner says, wait, was that actual gameplay? Are you talking about this? This is actual gameplay, yeah. How did you get to the interface to where you write the code? Oh, are you talking about Sublime Text too? I think you're talking about this, and this is just a program called Sublime Text 2. It's free to use, and it's on multiple different operating systems, so you can just go to sublimetext.com. But that's just an editor for the code. It won't actually run code for you. Well, it will run Python for you, but yeah, so you'd want to download Sublime Text. But you should tell me what your goal is so that I can guide you to it better than telling you how to set up exactly my environment. Because although my environment would be sufficient, it is not necessary. For example, if you want to use JavaScript, here are exactly the instructions. 1, open your browser, pretty much any browser. 2, press F12. You're done. That's really all you need to do. And then check it out. I've got a console right here that lets me type in JavaScript, and I can just start coding stuff if I want. X equals 5, X plus 5 is 10, console.log, hello world. So it all depends on what you want to do. And Z Ultralord, I recognize getting heated in a debate, but I also think like everyone here, and I haven't seen you in the stream a lot, but everyone here is a very friendly personality, and the couple of people who have been actively unfriendly were banned. But it was more because they were spewing obscenities than it was because they were just not actively contributing well to a conversation. All right, so use the super token to add them to the database. So for this, we're going to call create user. We need to put the token in the header and the username in the body. So we're going to do the same sort of thing again. And I know it's taken me a long time to get to this point. It's because I keep responding to chat and everything. So we're going to call this create user API URL equals this.get server URL. And we will call it what it's called, which is users. Easy peasy, right? Next, we'll do request.get. No, this is post. Actually, this is post as well. Post. So the request.post create user API URL. We'll set the header somehow. I don't actually remember how we do this. I think it's with .set. Yeah, it's .set. So we want to do this. And then send, we got to send the username equal to whatever their username is, username. All right, that's it. Now we'll have created them. I mean, there's going to be more steps to this than that. Is this the code which creates the users in the database? Yes. And Levra says, how long will you live off no salary? Sounds like a dream. The project's going to last for about another 14 months. I doubt I'll have zero income for that whole time, although right now I have no income, although my wife has an income. I am probably going to start setting up either donations or a Twitch partnership or something along those lines. He never said he gets no salary, right? Why would this be the case? No, I am actually getting no salary right now. And I have said that a few times too. Judge Bacon says, hi, Adam in chat. How's it going? It's going well. Never heard of dat.land top level domain. What's it actually intended for? I don't know, maybe real estate? I actually never figured that out. I just scrambled to get bot.land, and it cost more than like a .net account. Although I also have botland.net. Both of these domains go to the exact same place, so you don't need to really remember botland.net. Although this I got from someone years and years and years ago, and I paid way more than I paid for bot.land. And the reason I got Botland so many years ago is because I started the game idea for Botland a little over 5 years ago now. But this, the most recent iteration, has only been going on for this year. Okay. The reason why those people do that is because they are using anger in the final one. They're not satisfied with the environment working. Then let's do... We're going to get a response from this. What is the response from this? It's creating a user. It's going to say, I think the user's ID, which we don't really care about. So we can just say, logger.info created the user. And we could get their ID. Yeah, let's just stringify it. JSON, KSON, CavaScript, object notation. Let's just stringify the response for now. And then down here, we'll say catch, and we get the response. We take this same setup we had up here, put this down here, format this, and then say logger.error, error creating a pre-beta user, error. All right, great. So this is bad code in that it can be written much neater and will be written much neater eventually, I hope. And by eventually, I mean by the end of today. But first we need to test it. So I'm totally fine with writing ugly code at first, but I don't like leaving it in the code base. So let's see what we've got here. And like I said, I know this isn't the greatest way of doing things. So we have a .catch. We're going to call into get a super token. So we print that we got a token. We print that, let's do this, console or logger.info. Username does not exist as a pre-beta user. So, oh, there's one other thing we need to account for actually. To do, they might exist, but as an invalid account. This needs to be handled too. All right, if the user didn't exist, then we create them, and so creating them. All right, let's try that out. Why you know coroutines? I feel like I'd be changing paradigms again. I need to go refactor all my code, and I think more libraries end up using promises than coroutines right now. Did I? Oh, I think I missed other things. Lever says, yo, much respect for living your dream. I started my own web agency 2 years ago, but now it really starts to take off. Keep working hard and working smart. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, that's my goal too, is to have Botland have Botland be my majority focus. Maybe branch out at some point 3, 4, 5 years from now. But I hope Botland works pretty well, and we'll have to wait and see how that works. Hey Lulong, if you want to share your stream with me, or is it just your Twitch username? Because if it is just your, oh no, hang on, I'm about to ban you apparently. How do I get out of this UI? No, I don't know how to do this. Okay, there we go. I didn't ban you. So if you're gonna stream, let me know. I will write myself a note here. I'll say watch Lulong stream 24-hour marathon. Wow. All right, Adam, I stared at your code long enough that I've almost forgotten how to program imperatively. I'm causing all sorts of problems. Coroutine uses promises inside and returns a promise. I will actually have to look into that then. All right, let me write myself another note. Try out coroutine somewhere. See if I like it better. Hing says, hi, I'd really like to learn programming. Do you have any recommendations where I can learn it the best? Also, I have ADHD and can't focus for a very long time. Do you think that pretty much eliminates the dream of becoming a game programmer? No, I think having ADHD is something that a lot of people have to deal with. So if I don't know what it's like to have it, I can't comment on that. But I can say that you can probably make it. and where you should start, why don't you try this link? I forgot to actually tag you in this. Why don't you start there? And why don't you start in the next 5 minutes and just tinker around there? And meanwhile, I will try adding a pre-beta user, Bob. So let's try it. Got a token, created the user. Oh, I think this worked. I think we're done. That worked on the first try. Wow. All right, let's do select star from users. Do we see Bob in there? Oh, didn't choose a database. Use Botland. Hey, it worked. That wasn't so bad at all. So now we just have to clean up this code. So now what happens if we try making Bob a second time? It says Bob already exists, so cannot add them again. Oh, perfect. That's great. This is wonderful. Long says most programmers can't focus a long time. For example, Adam. I don't think I am an example one way or another based on my stream personality. It's very hard to... You either ignore the stream and then you're dead focused on your code and no one wants to watch you, or you respond to people in the stream, and then it seems like you're not actually coding anything. And there are enough people here, and it's Christmas week, where I think, like, look, I'm not going to go laser focus. There's no real deadline this week, so I'll talk to chat. Whoa! Oh my god! Almost just broke my foot. My foot is lodged between the leg of the chair and the button that makes the chair go down. So making the chair go down, like, almost crushed my foot. God, that was stupid. About to, like, break my foot sitting down. Adam, thanks a lot for streaming off now. I'll definitely be back. Oh yeah, thanks for joining. And no, Nylon Gamer, it wasn't my code works. I don't know why. It's my code works. I'm surprised that it worked the first time. Okay, so let's do a couple things now. What do we have here? What was I even doing here? Validate a user account token. None of that even happens right now. Make it so that the game server can add a pre-beta account. So then the next part is refactor the code so that it looks better. But I think before that we get to a commit. Workers' comp. All right. Yeah, so let's get ready to commit this. Is learning Python the best at the beginning? I think, and there was just a very heated discussion about this in chat that you missed, but I think what's best in the beginning is whatever keeps you motivated. Because the first thing you need to learn if you don't know how to code is, do I even like to code? And there, just like in almost any realm in life, there are branches that you can go out. So you might start coding, and then you might learn that you like networking, or that you like graphics, or that you like audio or graphic design, or just anything that comes off of that. So I think at first just start it, see if you like it, and start with something that someone else prescribes for you, in this case something like Khan Academy or Code Academy, and work from there. Get user by name, looks good. Server, so this is where things get a little, no, this wasn't even it. Get users, so we're gonna comment this, get, for now, and I'll put a timestamp here, just filters all users for one with a particular name. All right, this stuff we're not gonna comment on right now. Let's get rid of that. So, yep, that looks good. This is a very straightforward function. I mean, you can read it on the screen right now. We try to get a user by a certain name. If they don't exist, we give them a 404. If they do exist, we give them a 200. If there was an error, we give them a 500. Pretty easy. All right, what else do we have here? Yeah, it looks good. Oh, I tried MIPS too, Orange Ray. I forgot what I made in it. I think it was Connect 4. Okay, so get server URL. Let's take a look at this. Get server URL gets a particular server. Well, I should say it forms a particular server URL. So this is a string, the URL to include after the root. So for example, this would be something like users, which would get appended to HTTP localhost 3000. For example. And then it returns a string, so we're fine with that. This code's pretty straightforward too. If it's not a string, make it a string. If it starts with a slash, get rid of the slash, then do this. Which, by the way, does in Node, do we at least have the slice command? I don't think I looked into that. Hi.slice. Is this a function? Good. And we're fine. Also, I should close that. Okay, there's that. Next up, add pre-beta user. We should comment the parameters that we have here, username and password. Password's not even used yet. In fact, I don't know. Let's check if the user already exists. This is no longer a to-do item. We did that. Yeah, I think once we clean up this code, I'm going to be a lot happier with this. I'm going to do that in a different commit, so I have a revert point. Yeah, All right. So let's check this in. What do I say that we did here? For one, the name column in the users table is now an index. Is that even true? How did I do that? Is that true? Yeah, it's an index. It's not unique. Hing says, I also read that programming is really frustrating when you start to learn it, or should I instantly fall in love with, otherwise it's not for me? Awesome stream community. Okay, so I think without delving a lot into personality types and learning anything, any kind of field, I think if you start learning how to program and within 3 minutes you're like, oh God, I don't like this. Yeah, don't give up after 3 minutes. Where is that breaking point of should you try it for 10 years or should you try it for 3 minutes? I think just give it maybe a month, something like that. If you still don't like it after about a month, you don't need to stop, but yeah, maybe it's that you still won't like it. And I don't know. And this all comes down to what is your personality. I mean, have you found yourself giving up? Have you tried learning like guitar, for example, and gave up after a month and then determined you didn't like guitar? Far be it from me to say never pick up the guitar again because of that. Because what if you turn into the next guitar legend? For one, the name column in the user table is now an index. That way we can search based on users' names and not just their IDs. The second thing is, that's the first part there. That's fine. Then in here, we can now get users by name. In fact, this is all one commit. Yeah, I think we leave this out of this. Added the ability to the REST server to allow you to filter users by name. This is done by getting. How do I write this in such a way that it's obvious that it's the HTTP verb? I think that looks stupid. I'll just write getting. I'll just say by doing get users question mark name equals, yeah, with the name you want. Do you know how to use JSON? JSON is just a data format. So yes. And JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. So if you know how to write JavaScript objects, you know how to use JSON. No one said anything about 6 hours in the Java chat room, so I left and never intend on going back. On IRC? Well, okay, IRC has a lot of different channels. It's like going on Twitch and going into someone's chat that has no one there and then saying, well, now I'm never going to go on Twitch again. IRC is the same way. You went to one channel in the multitude of channels there are and then wrote off IRC instead of that channel. But as far as chatting with programmers, I can't comment on how good IRC or Twitch is, really. I think they're both decent, but I haven't been in anyone's channel but my own on Twitch for programming, except for a couple times. Check things out. What's my game about and which genre will it be? Oh, if you want to find out more about the game that I'm making, you can go watch this video. I recorded that about a week ago, actually. I can give you a demo on this stream, actually. Yeah, let me check this stuff in first, and then we're going to clean this code up. And then I'm going to spend about an hour doing whatever other miscellaneous tasks I can do. All right, so checking in a relatively rough implementation of having the game server create a pre-beta user. The only way to call this right now is from the eval command line API, and you do so by passing it this. Add pre-beta user Bob. All right, and also let's restart this right now. Okay. E.g. that. Checking in a relatively rough implementation of having the game server create a pre-beta user. The only way to call this right now is that. Yeah. All right, looks good. This will obtain a super user token, check if the user already exists, which it really shouldn't have to do. That was stupid. Yeah, I should have done this differently. No, wait, no, we still had to do this. Yeah, we had to do this because we need to check this. Check if the user already exists, and we'll eventually check if they have a valid account, and then creates them if they don't exist. All right, check that in. I am actually going to push as well. It's good to back up my code at least once a day. I don't mind losing 10, 20 minutes of coding. I think about an hour would be frustrating, and I think losing a day would be like, time to pull my hair out. Long says, can you maybe explain some stuff about GameSense from SteelSeries? I have never heard of GameSense from SteelSeries. I've never owned a SteelSeries product, and it's not because I have anything against the company. I've just, yeah. The mice that I buy are always like ridiculous mice. I bought this mouse many, many years ago, and I loved it. And then it broke, and the company went under, and apparently there was some shady business going on. I don't know. But I had this mouse. Then I got this Cyborg MMO, and I never even played an MMO with this. I just used Windows, and I think I used Mac with this thing too. And this mouse, everyone who came over to my desk at work would be like, this looks like a transformer. And I'd say, well, it kind of is. And then you could pull the palm rest out and you can change this stuff around. And now I'm using the Logitech G600, which I could just show you on the camera, but this will give you a fuller image, which only has, well, it mostly has these thumb buttons. And so that's why I've shown you guys this before, but you see me navigate windows or change text or maximize or minimize something, or if I'm in Sublime, I can go page up, page down between tabs. I can actually modify individual text if I want, delete this, put new lines. So yeah, I like mice. I like keyboards too. What server do people use on IRC? You'd have to ask other people in chat, I think. I can't probably answer that. Spurman knows. All right. So next up is refactoring this so that it doesn't look like this blob, which is what promises, that's part of what they're supposed to help with. And part of this is because this catch is needed. Is there a better way to do this? If the user exists, we can't add them, but we might need to. Yeah, I guess I'll just make another function out of this. This will create a user. So add pre-beta user. I guess we'll say create user fetch super token. I don't know. I'm not totally sure how I want to do this yet. So let's just take a look. So we get the URL for it. We say get this, send the password. And we would really just return that, actually. Which I don't think is totally worth doing here. Is that one function call from line 86? Well, line 86 probably just changed, so I guess it's from here. No, there are going to be many function calls in here. And I'm chaining them all together, but I still don't like how this looks. Coroutines, Superman is saying, the better way. All right, so we have fetch token here. So now we can get rid of this if we want, and we could just say this. Oh, that shouldn't have been there either, the to do. All right, then with the token, we save off the token, and then with that we can make the user. Yeah, this could be another function if we wanted it to be. We could say create user BL token username. So BL token goes here. Username we already have. Yeah, and we don't want to catch this here. Yeah, even this isn't going to look great, I think. All right, so then here's what we would do here. We would say dot then return this dot create user token username. and we have a catch. I guess what we want is one catch for all this stuff. I don't know. I want to keep looking into this. Some of these are not big problems. Like I've now combined this, and I don't like that. Can catch return a promise? I don't know if I tested that. Let's try this. So catch is going to return, what if it throws an error? Throw new error high. And then I guess we'd put another catch here. Error. So log got an error. Alright, so we don't want that open. We do want this open. Unexpected token throw. Alright, well let's wrap this in curly braces and try that again. Missing right parenthesis after argument list. What did I screw up? Oh, there's a semicolon there. In first then. So of course it's, oh whoa, in second then. So if I said throw new error, this isn't going to do anything. In first then, got an error, error high. Okay, so you can throw from a catch to another catch. And then after that second catch, you'll go into the then. Okay. Also, what am I missing in chat here? Yeah, Deck Attack. I'm responding to what you said 3 minutes ago, but yes, I am streaming for about another hour. Why do you check for status code 404? Thought there is one not for data not found. Are you saying there's a better HTTP code to use on the server? Because that's entirely possible. HTTP status codes. Not found. Gone and not found. Gone means a resource used to be available and is not available any longer. No, I think 404 makes sense. Yeah, I think 404 makes sense. What else am I missing here? God Extus says, you barely write any code today. Can people stop chatting so much? Well, being on the stream is part chatting, part coding. I think there were some good conversations today. And also, yeah. All right, so we can throw from one catch to another. This is part of what I'm wondering about. I want to handle errors all at the end. In this particular case, fetch the super token and then, so we can just say error, but we won't know exactly what this is coming from. Oh, I guess we could throw another error down to the bottommost cat. No, wait, no, that's stupid. That'd be a nightmare. All right, well, let's just say error, print the error. Now this shouldn't happen anymore. Wait, no, apparently it should. Did I make this any better? I don't know. All right, let me paste this into another thing and see what I'd want it to look like. Because maybe this logic is just hard to specify. Did I see the Twitch beta version for streamers? You chat a lot. The Whispers beta? Yeah, I think I'm part of that. And Nylon Gamer says, are you coding off stream as well? I'm trying not to because I stream for 32 hours a week and most of that time is coding. I do a lot of Botland work after the stream. So last night I spent, I don't know, an hour and a half or 2 hours trying to figure out a problem from yesterday's stream that I didn't want to burden the stream with watching because I didn't think it'd be interesting. And I eventually figured it out, and that's the whole reason why Botland is playable today, because I fixed it. And I wrote down an explanation for what was happening and why it was happening, and if you want, I can send that. But yeah, the game is now up here, and it wasn't yesterday, so... Have I ever watched AGDQ? Yeah, I have. I don't know if I've watched too much of it live. I like catching the highlights at the end. They try to run the primetime games during hours that are actually pretty good for me, but sometimes I would be at work or something and I couldn't watch them. But yeah, I enjoy it. There was a point where I had probably seen like every popular speedrunner or speedrun video that there was, or world records. And this is, I think, when the community was smaller and it was easier to do that. So I watched them for games like Sonic and Mega Man and Mario, and now I feel like it's probably blown up to the point where there's no way I could watch all that. But I try to catch up as much as I can. And I never even wanted to become a speedrunner, so there's no reason for me to know all the strats or anything. Alright, so yeah, what do I want this to say? I want to get the user, and then if the user exists, I need to check to see, this would be something like .then user, like this .user existed. And then .catch, no, but this we can't do here. I actually want the catch first, but I don't think that would work. There's an option for less delay on the stream. Yeah, I had that option actually when I started streaming even. And I used it for a little while, but it can cause worse performance for other people. And yeah, Folk, what is the world record that you have? I wonder if I would have seen it. So okay, yeah, here's the problem with this. We can't just call into another function here. And even this won't work. The way I have this structured is just a bad way of structuring things, I think. I need to get this, and then I'm going to need to do a whole bunch of promise stuff in here, but I want this catch to be for if the user didn't exist. How would I do that? Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'll need to think about this some more, because this is some decently complex logic here. So I guess I've simplified it a little bit. I don't know if this is any better, and now I'm just going to need to comment more stuff. Maybe I'll just wait until later. If I diff the current file, we compare the two of them. I exported a couple of functions out of here. That's all I did. So does it look nicer? A little bit. Let's try it and see if it even works. Lego Indiana Jones 2. I have not seen that one. That CO stuff did look promising. What CO stuff? The coroutine stuff? Speedrun.com. Alright, I'll see if I can check this out. Alright, so we add Bob. It says Bob already exists. We add Bob 5. It works. We try adding, I don't know, some random user. That works too. Okay, so we could check this in. I don't know if it's any better. I don't think it is. I think I'm going to write this down to look at after the stream. Look at refactoring my code after the stream. The logic is such that promises may not even be best for this. I guess I'll comment this for right now. So fetches a super user token, and this creates a user. This is the super user token, and this is the username, and it returns, actually we can write this down, a promise. Okay, there, that's it. I'll mark this as like a minor refactoring. We'll just check this in. Refactor the REST client a little bit to make some of the logic easier to follow. It's still not great yet. Yeah, so the old code had all of that in here. Now it's been exported. But as part of that, we lost one of the error handlers. I don't know. Oh, something I didn't try, which I'm about to try right now. What happens if I close the central server down and I try calling that same function? Cannot read property body of undefined. That's coming from line 123. Oh, so the response doesn't even exist. So we can't necessarily get this. Okay, then let's write a get error from caught response resp. So if resp.response exists, then return resp.response body.error or resp. Else return resp. This is an error message actually. What we should say is this. This is, I also don't think this is a great way to do things. Well, let's try that out. Yeah, finish building. Oh, this is going to fail right off the bat. Yep. Connection refused. And we want to make that crash the game. Test connection. In fact, why did that not crash the game? If we put a catch here, error, throw error. Yeah, this shouldn't change the code at all. I'm not sure. Let's try it out. Yeah. What's happening here? Why does that not crash things? I am throwing an error from here. What if I threw one from here? Throw new error test. Yeah, that built. Okay, so that works. It doesn't work when it's being thrown from here, though. I wonder what the better way of doing this is. Bluebird promise. Let's take a look. Here. All right. So throw, catch throw. What is this? Throw any reason. Convenience method for function throw. Interesting. I think it's worthwhile to look through all the utility functions they have, because I might realize that there's something I want from this. For example, why might they have this? All this will do is call into a catch that you have. Oh, but if you don't have a catch? I'm not sure. It seems strange. What else do they have? Oh, error. What is this? Like catch, but instead only catches operational errors. What is this? It is equivalent to the following pattern. If E equals null, return false. Return return E instance of operational error. Wait, what? If a promise-ified function error backs and the node style callback with that error. Oh, interesting. I didn't know about this. I think I'll need to look into this as well. This might be a way for me to make my code a little bit better. I'm not sure though. And I don't think I want to get stuck on this right now. I want to go check. Like, what is catching this? Because the first one that I had was up here. No exception. util.js 746. Like, I want this to throw an exception. Global rejection, local rejection, promise config, suppress unhandled rejection. Nah, I don't know. Hey, they have promise.coroutine in here. See you, Lulong. I think you should use sunglasses on stream, just a personal thought. Maybe these are just really weak sunglasses. Alright, so the problem I'm having right now is that the error that's thrown from this is not stopping execution of the program. And that's coming from REST client test connection. Yeah, this has... Oh, wait, no, maybe it's because... No, we have a then there. I don't know. I don't know what's causing this to happen. What if we said throw new error here? Is this... I don't know. All I'd be testing here is to see if this is a different kind of error for some reason. Unhandled rejection error. And yet the promise is still doing something here to handle this. Weird. Weird indeed. What? Huh. I'm not sure. I think I'm going to need to write this in here. Refactor. I'm going to be specific here too. I'll say this is the REST client and it's this function. Whatever this is. Refactor REST clients, add pre-beta code so that it looks better. And the other thing is figure out why, and this is coming from server main. Yeah. Figure out why that function in particular can throw an error that doesn't get caught. Or rather, doesn't stop execution of the program. I don't know about that. Okay, so what was I even doing here? Get error from call response. Oh, right. That's what I was doing. Okay, let's go try this out again. So I'm going to start that server, and I'm going to start this server. This should connect this time, so we should see a bunch of green. Perfect. Now I try adding a user after closing the server, and I get... Huh, no, that's still weird. Can I read property body of undefined on 145? What? 145 of what? Oh, the transpiled code. That's not fun. Oh, it's from the first request. We got to do this everywhere. All right, yeah, here's where we would put this then. All right, and where else did I do this? Or RESP. Yeah, that's it. Okay, that should work now. So we got to rerun this. Run it on back. Now we got to close this. It should say that something tried hitting this. It doesn't. I don't log anything when that happens. Okay, let's just try now. Perfect. Con refused. Yep. Yep. Looks good. So now any real errors that happen, I should be able to do something like Atom. Atom already exists, so can't add them. Perfect. Yeah, that looks much better. So get error from, so this returns just an error message from resp, given where resp may be either an error or an actual response. If it is a response, it may or may not contain an error property in the body. So resp is a star. This returns a string, and then we're going to need to say what each of these things are. So this is, resp is of type error here. If the error property doesn't exist in the JSON return, so yeah, if we got to this point, then resp is some response from the REST server. However, we don't know if it was simply a 404 response. If it was simply, how do we even say this? We will examine it for an error property in its JSON. If that exists, then we'll surface that. Otherwise, we'll treat the whole thing as an error. E.g. a 404. All right. Adam, what am I getting from Santa? Well, so I can't say for sure because it's not Santa Day yet, but I already got Xenoblade Chronicles X, and I've been enjoying that. And I recently gifted Undertale to a friend of mine, so that was me passing on the favor. Video games for everybody. Okay. I think all we did here is address a really simple error. Yeah, this shouldn't even be there. Just revert that code. Yep. Alright, so handled an error case that I'd forgotten about, where the game server tries contacting the REST server, but the REST server is down. Alright, let's close some of these things. I got too much of this open. That I'm going to leave there for now. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Or those, or those. Alright. I think you're mistaking Santa with Gabe then. I don't think Gabe had anything to do with Xenoblade Chronicles X. Make sure database wrapper is gone in the connection manager. The only way for us to do this is to finish the API. Yeah, I don't think we can do this just yet. Let's put this at the end. Make the REST server address configurable. Well, that's something that's pretty easy to do. So right now in server main, we are passing in, this isn't even the right main, the game server main. We're passing in localhost 8080. This needs to be changed. So let's say pre-beta REST server host and pre-beta REST server port. All right, then we just pass these things in. In fact, we should probably just do this. Pre-beta REST server host, and then port is the same way. Good. Check these here and here. Okay, let's make use of this. Done. Now if I try rerunning this, it's going to fail because I haven't set those things. Well, let's try it. It will definitely fail though. And there's our failure. Need the pre-beta REST server host set. Great. Oh, hang on. All right. Morning, Coffee Kills. Oh, wow. A Kappa clause for me. Wonderful. I'm going to go grab some water. I'll be right back. So all this change does is lets us customize where the REST server is. Exo Gaming, you don't need to give me points. Alright. So let's set these things. We have run.cmd, that's what's going to do this. So let's set both of these. Set this equal to localhost and set the port equal to 8080. There. So now when I run this, it should work exactly how it used to. Why are people giving me points? Alright, stop spamming chat with this stuff. REST server port needs to be a number. Oh, it's a string, so we got to parse it. So we actually got to do this. This equals parse int. Then we say assert. We don't need to assert that it's a number here. But we do need to assert that it's not a number. I know that sounds really stupid to say, not a number, but not a number is actually a constant in JavaScript. So assert that it is a number, and then is not a number. REST server port plus REST host. Okay. Now it just spews out a bunch of those on my hard drive. Gotta figure that out eventually. If we give Adam another 1.5 billion points, we might make his points overflow. Oh, a third-party donation thing? No, that's just the loyalty points on stream. All right, this is working. I know that's why I say, like, hey, don't do this thing instead of just banning people for doing it, because yeah, that lets you guys ask questions, and then everybody's happy, or at least I'm happy. So I guess I just need to restart this thing every once in a while. Let's check in the code that I have. I got to revert this. It just doesn't make any sense. There, done. All right, so run. We have just made the host and the port configurable. Perfect. That's it. Yep. Okay. So the REST server's host and port are now configurable on the game server via environment variables. Mario says, what is this game supposed to be? Not trying to be mean, just got on the stream and I'm curious. So Echo used the command botland, which gave you a video. That video will tell you what the game is about, although it has been a while since I've just kind of played the game on the stream. So I'll show it off briefly here if you don't want to go watch that video for now. I used to do this like 4 times a day. So doing it once in a while is, I think, much better and more amenable to the streamers as well, the viewers as well. So the game I'm working on is called Botland. And it's a game where you make bots and then you write automation for the bots. So I'll make a bot really quickly. Let's go with missiles and cloaking. A classic. So we've got some offense and we've got some like supportive offense there. And then you write automation for it. So I can say I want to fire missiles. I want to pursue enemies if I can't fire missiles. I want to cloak if I can pursue an enemy because that means that there's something around. And then I want to just move. So let's try moving. So within about 10 seconds there, I just made a bot. And it's a pretty basic bot, sure, but let's call it the Mario bot, because Mario is the one who asked. I'll deploy a few of these, and you'll see the Mario bots have been created, and they are moving to the left, just like I told them to do. When they find enemies, they will shoot missiles at them, unless the enemy is out of range by one tile, and then they'll cloak, and then go shoot missiles at them. And so the game is all about, can you, in this time, get the most points for your team? And points are just determined based on kills right now. So you can see I have 7 kills. And I'm crushing the enemies. Crushing them. Good job, Mario bot. And so yeah, a lot of the strategy here, it's not just what automation you write, but it's also what bot have you created. So if you make missiles and cloaking and then you play against me, maybe I say, all right, what's the counter to missiles and cloaking? Well, let's go with reflect, which can reflect missiles, and maybe artillery, which, whoops, I picked missiles, and artillery, which works at a long range. So now I can reflect your projectiles and shoot you from farther than you can shoot me. So then you see this and you say, well, how do I beat that? And now maybe you go with a teleport and melee bot. And teleport and melee lets you get in close range and then beat the artillery bot. So there's a lot of different strategy involved, and the game is going to be expanded as I work on it. So it's still 14 months off, and that is Botland right now. 4 times a day, more like 4 times an hour. Yeah, it was a lot. You can cloak and shoot at the same time? Yeah, you can. All right. What's next on here? So that part's done. Figure out this stuff, refactor, make it so we can add a pre-beta account. I think that's done. It's not totally finished, I think. Make it validate a user account taken in with the REST server. Yeah, okay, we got to do a few things here. So part of this is we got to, so make the database take in a password for users. No need to do anything special with this yet. And then add in the isValid. Make a patch API for invalidate. Make the game server take into account whether the isValid flag is set. Oh, and there should be a way to invalidate all users at once. I'm going to say here, there should be a way to invalidate a single user, perhaps make a patch API, and then make the game server take into account whether the isValid flag is set. Okay, this is what I'm going to work on for the, well, there's about 20 minutes left anyway. And unfortunately, again, I have to use the bathroom. So 2 or 3 of those minutes will be taken up. So yeah, I'll work on this when I get back. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, let's get to work on this. So password and is valid. Let's go modify the migration over here. So there is password and whether it is valid or not. And that needs to be a Boolean. Let's look at Connect.js's API. Ooh. Boolean. This is a thing we can use, right? Adds a Boolean column. Yeah, good. So Boolean, I'm going to say is valid. This is just for pre-beta. We're going to say default to true. So when you add a user account, you're only ever adding a valid user account. I don't think it ever makes sense to add an invalid one. Not yet, at least. So now we need to drop the database. Gotta love doing that. So drop database, make the database. Actually, you know what? I'm going to write this. I'm going to write this directly in that file because this is really helpful. Run node require this file, call this. That is a terrible way of doing this. Let's do it all in one with this command line. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we made this. Now we migrate to the latest, and then let's use Botland and take a look at describe users. All right, so now you guys can see that we have a password field and we have an is valid, which is set to yes. No, wait, no, sorry. It's allowed to be nullable? No, that's not allowed. Sorry, I screwed that up. I'm just reading things off the screen, just totally wrong. It's set to 1 by default. Okay, so we fixed that. So now we have those properties. And now when you create a user, we need to make sure that you can interface with these properties. So let's go to create user. This needs to take in both a username and a password for that user. So const password equals rec.body.password. If not, util.exist password, or it's not a string. I don't think that's even possible. Then res.send 400 error. Password is not defined, did not contact database. Yeah, all right, so there's that. Next, when we create something like this, we need to create a user with the password as well. So let's go into the database wrapper and create user, and this takes in a password, and we insert username and password. All right. Perfect. I guess we say that that's there too. Okay, so we dropped the database. Now we can rerun this. And by this, I mean the central server, which is the REST server. So this created everything just fine. Now we need to modify this. So we're going to put in a password of password. And we're going to save this. We're going to hit send. This is going to say not authorized. That's actually totally expected. So we create a new token. We put it into that API. Create user, headers. This is annoying. In fact, let's save this. That way I don't have to keep doing that. All right, send. User ID 1. So we have now created a user with a password. Let's go take a look. Select. What's going on? Select star from users. There. So check it out. We have Adam, password is password, valid is yes. Great. Next up is actually, well, I think we commit just what I did right now. That's enough of a change to enough files where that's good. This I'm actually going to commit on its own. Clarified a comment in the init database script for command line usage. All right, so there's that. Next, let's check in. So this was added password and is valid fields to the users table. That's good. Then what do we have here? Yeah, made create user require the password. You know, one thing I didn't test right now is what if we just don't specify a password? I just delete that and hit send. Password is not defined, did not contact database. Perfect. Yeah, that was a very straightforward change. Good. Creating a user now requires you to specify a password. All right. All right, make sure the users table stores whether an account is valid. That's done. There should be a way to invalidate all users at once. How would you even make this API? Let's go look at, let's go take a look at some of these things. Oh, Spurman, you're going to sleep? All right, take care. So let's go back to coding REST. Here we go. They were talking about using patch APIs for this. I've never even used HTTP patch. So let's take a look at what we got here. This is partial update. Yeah. So they said, what about things that don't match CRUD, which is create, retrieve, update, and delete? So we have create a user. Obviously, we have a retrieve a user. We are, this is kind of an update, I guess. And we don't have a delete user yet. We will have that eventually. Restructure the action to appear like a field of a resource. This works if the action doesn't take parameters. For example, an activate, which is kind of what we're doing. We're doing deactivate. Could be mapped to a Boolean activated field and updated via a patch to the resource. Treat it like a sub-resource. You can star with put. So I could do something like that. I could make users ID invalidate, right? And I could just put to this. Or patch it. Really, patch is just another verb. It works the same way as put in all other senses. So I guess I could just do that. An activated field. So I could just do this, I guess. Patch user's ID. And then the response send invalidate true. Or set valid. Set is valid. True. Oh, what's best? What is best here? I don't even know. And by the way, thank you for the follows. You will be getting a whisper from BotLad sometime soon. That whisper contains a link to control my lights. So it's not spam. I know it looks like a scary link, but it's valid. So feel free to click it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get this done and then call it quits for today. It's been how long? Coffee Kills ran uptime at 9 minutes ago, and it was 7 hours and 43 minutes. Yeah, we're coming close to 8 hours. Yeah, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to try this out. I've never used patch before, and I want to see how this ends up looking. So let's close the REST server while I go work on the routes. So we have get user ID. We're going to make a patch. Also, these should have been arranged this way. Actually, does it make more sense to do it that way or the other way? No, I don't know. Whatever, let's just do it this way. All right, so patch users user ID. And we're going to call that patch user. What a wonderful name. All right, let's paste in these same variables here. Now, this needs to work roughly the same way the other one does. In fact, we can kind of sketch this out over here. So we had get user. Let's duplicate this. We'll call this, wait, can I edit the name up here? No, you can't do that. All right, I gotta go to edit. I gotta say patch user. So I'm gonna take users one. I'm gonna change this to patch. We're gonna put in, yeah, token, and then our body of this is going to be set is valid, or maybe just is valid. Yeah, how about that? Is valid. We'll set to false. And we'll delete this thing entirely. We'll save this, but we can't send it because it doesn't exist yet. So what are we taking? We just took in an is valid. That's it. So we need to get name. What is this? Get users. Oh, no, we want get user. So this takes in a user ID and an auth token. Do we need an auth token for this? What is the API? Yeah, oh yeah, we definitely do. Okay. Yeah, so we want practically the same function. Let's do patch user. So we get a user ID, did not contact database, sure. We get the auth token. You have to have an auth token, great. We get this. We say that you have to be a super user for this. Then we say patching a user by ID. What do I want to do here? I think I'll just make this very simple for right now. Let's do this. We have rec dot body. Where do I use this? Yeah, rec.body. Rec.body dot is valid. So const set is valid. Set is valid equals util.exists is valid. If set is valid, then we call into the database. And we can do something like this. We can say, what do I use for the status code for this? Created, no content, not modified. Is there something that just says it was modified? Do I still have this open? No, HTTP status codes. Let's take a look. Modified. Accepted for processing has not been completed. No content, reset, partial content, multi-status. I think it's just this. Yeah, I think it's just a 200. Yeah, let's just use that. So what is this going to call? It's going to call patch set user is valid to is valid. What is this? I don't know what that's supposed to say. Property name. Where do I use property name? Oh, and the return value. There shouldn't be a return value. No, let's just do this the other way. All right, so patch set user is valid. Let's just call it this way. This dot database wrapper dot set user is valid. User ID needs to exist. I have that. Yeah, user ID, and then is valid. Yep. Okay. And now we can do the dot thens that we need to do. We take in the response and we say something like res.send 200. Just 200? I don't even think there needs to be a body for this. Nightkiller says play the game now. So I don't think there's a whole lot of time for that. Although I do see Nylon Killer just signed up. Is Nylon Gamer, not Nylon Killer. Nylon Gamer is in the game. Alright. Let's just load up whatever bot I already had here. It is the Shield Melee bot. Alright, and let's make it move right. There. So that's Nylon Gamer's bot, which appears to be doing nothing. And now it is dead. Alright, well, that was that. Blue team wins. So set is valid. So we do res.send and a dot catch. Let's just put this here. And this is in patch user. Okay, I think that's it. Then we just write this function. Oh, we need to return this. In fact, do I not return this from here? No, this seems wrong. I wonder what the best way of doing this is. Like, I can't avoid this if statement. I only want to do this thing if you've set that you wanted to validate this. But I can only do it if you authorize. Yeah. Yeah, so I think we just changed this. And that's what we do. Okay. Next up, make this in our database wrapper. This takes in a user ID and is valid, and we say return this dot connects users dot update. I don't know what the syntax is for this. Wait, did I already write this? No, I don't. No, I did update it. Oh, this is wonderful. ID equals user ID, update is valid. Is valid. Perfect. Yeah, looks good. All right, let's check it out. Run without PM2. So here we go. Call into here. So now we call patch user. User 1 is valid, false. First, let's just do get user. Let's get user 1. JWT expired. Oh, man. Gotta love authentication. Alright, so get user. Let's put this in here. Save, send. Okay, so here's what we have so far. I got my user ID 1, and it says that it is valid. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to patch it so that this user is no longer valid. So let's put this in here. Save, send. And it looks like there's an error. Okay, what happened? Error is not defined on line 162. Generic error. Oh, it's not called error, it's called error. Boop. Okay, let's take that in. Oh, hey, we're tied, 11 to 11. Lever says, do you work in TDD or BDD? How does Node work with testing? I'm not sure what BDD is. TDD is test-driven development. What is BDD? I just want to know what the B is. Behavior-driven development. Combines general techniques and principles of test-driven development with ideas. I'm not sure. I feel like I don't have a specific methodology here. I try to work with whatever I feel like is the next biggest area that needs focus, which people have described for me as test-driven development, but I don't see it as that. But I don't know. I don't usually apply terms to my development methodology. All right, let's rerun this and try this out again. So now I'm going to send this. Update users set is valid equals false where ID equals 1. Error truncated wrong value for field. Incorrect integer type false. I'm actually really surprised Knex doesn't handle this for me. So I need to manually say that this is 0 instead of false, or maybe pass it in as a string. How does this work? Where's MySQL? Here. So let's say update. What's the SQL for this? This. Update users set is valid equal false where ID equals 1. Oops, semicolon. So that doesn't work. If I set ID equal to the number 0, that does work. Is there any other value that you can use here? Oh, apparently you can use capitalized and lowercase false and true. Wait, why? So why did they not change this for me? When they escaped this, they should have seen that I'm trying to pass false and instead pass in capitalized false, unless I'm screwing something up. Setting is valid, so this is getting passed in as false. Huh, I guess they just don't inspect my keys. Okay, well fine, I can say this. Equals true, question mark, 1, otherwise 0. The other thing I think I can do is just not is valid. Because if that's true, then it's not true. Not false is 1 in JavaScript. Not true, no. I'm not even correct about that. All right, well, whatever. Anyway, we have this. This should work now. Let's try that out. So I got to go restart this. And then try hitting this API again. Okay, there we go. 200, okay. So that means when I fetch this user, select star from user says invalid is 0. So now I should be able to set this to true. Send. And now it says is valid is still 0. Okay, well that's unfortunate. Oh, it's the string true. Oh, that's why I screwed this up. How would I don't want this to be form data then. URL encoded, raw, binary. I can't, oh man, okay, fine. So this is the string then. So I guess what I want to check is to see if it's a truthy value. I guess I could do that here. If this equals true, then it's 1, otherwise it's 0. Then we take this out of the database wrapper. Do you test your code? Yeah, I do. I mean, you execute tests before building a release. And, well, I don't really have releases yet. I probably won't have releases for another like 8 months. But yeah, I plan on doing that. Yeah, I have a lot of tests written already. There are a lot to test the mechanics of the game. Those are all, well, mostly done in here. So there's like tons and tons of tests there. Then I started to write some tests for the REST server, but there's too much that's changing with it right now, so I deferred them. But there will be a framework for that too. Well, there is a framework. There will be tests for that too eventually. So let's try this out. This should now work correctly. Let's see. What do we have? Is valid is set to 0. So let's set it to true. Did that work? Yes. Now it is set to 1. Okay, good. Now let's set this to false. And now it's set to 0. Great. So let's set it back to true, and then let's pass in just some nonsense value there. So yeah, it's set to there. Now we pass it in as just blah, blah, blah. This should set it to false. Yeah, it does. Okay, great. So if it's unrecognized, it just sets it to false. Okay, and that was it. That's all I wanted to do for now. And I've been online for a very long time. So I'm gonna write patches a user for now. This is used for invalidating a user account for pre-beta. And I don't care about any of this stuff. Or that. Yeah. Let's diff all of this. Gotta comment that. I actually forgot about that. Set user is valid. Sets whether a user's account is valid or not. This is a number. And this is actually not a Boolean at this point. This is also a number. 0 if invalid, 1 if valid. All right, so that part's done, and this part is also done. By HTTP patching to /users, I don't remember the route. Patch to users user ID, yeah. User ID, you can invalidate or validate a user account. This requires super user token. So what that means is if I don't provide that token, so here this works. I'm getting status 200, okay, great. Now if I pass in nothing as my token, you do not have an auth token. Okay, I say password as my token, and it says JWT malformed. Okay, fine. All of that was not a real test. Let me go make a real test. We got to go to jwt.io, generate an invalid token. Yeah, perfect. This right here. John Doe. Admin is set to true. Send invalid signature. Oh my god. All right, bots. There we go. Let's send this one now. Not authorized. Perfect. Also got to sneeze. Hang on. Okay. So we have tested this. We can now modify a user. We are so very close to getting to the point where we can work on BotBase. And then I just can't wait. I just can't wait. It's going to be great. Although this is where a lot of this code base is in flux now as far as refactoring. Let me check this in before I ramble on about this. And I'm also going to push this code. Right. Done. Yeah, so this is where a lot of the code base is in flux because I haven't done a lot with REST APIs and authorization and authentication, not for a game at least. And I have a feeling a lot's going to end up changing in the next couple of weeks. But also we'll eventually get back to game code, and then what'll happen, here's what BotBase will do for us. So right now you see there's this, you can make the code for your bot, and there's this, you can make the hardware for your bot. All of this, making the hardware, is going to get cut out completely from this screen. And the reason for that is because you will customize this on your account, and then you'll join a game. So working toward that is going to be pretty important. So I still need to make this. And then the other thing I need to do at some point here is, let's write this down here. Really, I'll just write it at the end of the... So make sure for the next roadmap that I've fully designed the flow for everything. Once you can make BotBase, you need to change the UI practically everywhere, and it's going to be much slower to develop over things when there are multiple endpoints, so game server, REST server, client, and UI on top of all of that, and test. So yeah, I got to be very careful with design from now on. We've already designed so much of the game. I just sometimes don't pick where should my roadmap lead me in the best fashion. So tomorrow I'll be streaming. Friday I will not be. So tomorrow is a normal 8-hour day. We'll resume with this stuff. I'll try to work on things. I might do like a free to play Botland day. I don't know. We'll figure something out. But for tonight, that's it. I'm done. I'm exhausted. I'm going to get going. So thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you had fun. And I'll see you here tomorrow. Bye.